Hello and welcome to the second week of the European Challenger Series Summer Split. I am Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and we are in for an incredible week of Challenger Series action. We are on 7.12, 7.12, which means we will probably see a few changes in pick and ban priority. Joining me this week are, on my left, Jack Jaws right, and on my further left, Derry Desertu Holt. Two wonderful casters who I am sure are going to bring us some great action this week.
Yeah, that it is. And speaking about picks and bans, something changing up. I mean, look at last week. Rakan, we have a Jace, we have a Galio and a Zac, all 100% pick ban right now. I want to see if that's going to change.
I'm really interested to see how it varies across what we saw in the LCS as well. Rumble being incredibly popular in this last week, picked in 12 of the 15 games they had. You look at the patch notes and think a lot of the changes that were made to him were around giving him windows of weakness so you can play against him. But teams are thinking, you know what, those buffs to Q, you cannot ignore that. So I'm very curious to see if he's got as much priority in EUCS or with those extra couple of days they've got, if they make some big changes and surprise us with some of their picks.
I have to wait and see. Lots of surprises on 7.12. We saw a Carly top this morning in the LCK, won a game for Jin Air. We're going to have a look at the standings from last week. Two teams went 2-0, Giants and Origin topping the table for the time being. Schalke and RB drew in that first game of last week, and so they're both at 1-1. And then PSG and Wind and Rain sitting down at the bottom of the table. Hopefully won't be there for too long.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first match of the day as well is going to be PSG versus Giants. The top versus the bottom. I mean, this is pretty good for Giants this in this stage of the tournament as well. They're sitting high and clean. 3 points on the table as they didn't drop a game last week. If they can carry that trend going, I mean, week 3 next week is going to be the halfway point for these teams. So these teams that are at the bottom of the standings right now, they're really going to have to kind of push their momentum up and try and work their way through.
Yeah, for PSG especially, it kind of came as a bit of a surprise, I think, for them last week. They were against a very, very revitalized Origin side. Just came out of CSQ with a very strong performance and thought, you know what, this is our time to upset the big boys, and they did just that. So PSG, half expected them to bounce back this week.
After that first match, we have Wind and Rain taking on Team RB, and then to close out the day is OG versus Schalke. It was at the bottom of your screen just a second ago. Some big matches for them, but let's focus down on this first matchup. PSG taking on Giants. Giants with a standout performance last week against a roster with a couple of subs, admittedly, but they still performed incredibly well. PSG, on the other hand, had some weaknesses, even though their roster stayed pretty much the same. Only a couple of substitutions for them. White Knight in the top lane, Kyrie in that jungle position, Blanc in the mid lane, and then Nardius and Noxiac, their new players, in the bottom lane.
Well, you mentioned substitutions. PSG lost to Origin with Origin having 2 substitutions, right? So we talked about it last week and how it's going to affect some gameplay in terms of how they're going to perform as a team, but Origin didn't seem to bother them whatsoever. PSG looked a little bit phased. Their late game wasn't as clean as it should have been, maybe.
I totally agree. I think PSG took a long time last split as well to get going, and this split it seems like there's even more challenge in this Challenger Series. There's a lot more teams that look like they can fight for those playoff spots.
And the one thing to kind of note for PSG last week was at the middle point in those games, I think it was around about 27 minutes in both games, they were about 5k ahead on gold, and then they always lost out in the late game to Origin. So it's kind of thinking to yourself, what's going on with their late game macro? What issues they need to try and work out here? Of course, you could say late game macro is the issue. Obviously, just work that out and it'll resolve itself. But it's not quite that simple for these guys. So I think if they can get some answers to the late game, they might find themselves snatching a game away here.
On the other side of the rift, a team that surprised a lot of people last week is Giants Gaming. They've got Ruin in the top lane. Gilius is their jungler. Mid lane is Jizuki. And then their bot lane, an incredibly strong performance from Mini Trupax and Jack Troll.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gilius, you're kind of known as the CS jungler in a sense, but coming up against Kirei, who's played 2 games of Rengar already, hasn't really shown us all too much. I want to see him, you know, change that champion pool up. We know Gilius is a very aggressive jungler in the early game. Can they kind of take over the fact that PSG don't have the strongest macro game in the late game?
And you touched on Mini Trupax earlier on, 37% of his team's damage in their games. That's a lot. I mean, admittedly, they were against Wind and Rain, who are looking like one of the weaker sides so far in the EUCS. It's kind of a expected thing where your AD carry will just run away with the game. So this week could be their test. Will we see the same stellar performance from him and the rest of the team, or will we find themselves being challenged a bit? It's going to be a good series either way.
Oh, it definitely is. I think every series for every week is going to be a good series. I can't actually think of a matchup between any of these teams that I'm not looking forward to. Before we get into picks and bans, so as we do, I want quick predictions from you both as this first set of bans comes out. Jaws, who's going to take this one?
I mean, it's probably going to go 2-2. In all honesty, I think PSG, they're going to be able to wrap up some of the mistakes last game.
Having a 5-game series, guys. 2-2.
2-2. I mean 1-1, not 2-2. I mean, coming into it, I think Giants, you know, riding off that 2-0 win in the first week is going to be great for them, but PSG, as long as they can wrap up early, late game, sorry, it's going to be very easy for them, I feel.
Okay, Des?
I think 1-1 PSG if they can wrap up the late game, otherwise 2-0 Giants.
There we go.
You guys
Same
are
prediction.
such wusses. I'm going to go 2-0 to Giants. I think last week they had a great performance. Let's go through these picks and bans very quickly. Thresh, Fiora, and Kennen taken away by PSG, and Giants have banned out the Zac and the Elise. Jungle focus thus far.
Very much so. I mean, jungle focus is pretty much everything these days, especially with the Zac and Elise. We've already said they had 100% presence in the LCS. Last week we saw the same from Zac. Just taking them off the cards takes away a lot of that strength that you're seeing from these junglers at the minute. It does leave things like the Lee Sin on the go as well. Maybe the Kha'Zix, we spoke about it earlier on. We've seen it quite a lot so far too. The options are there. It's just kind of the trade out, and already as you can see the hover coming through for the Kha'Zix.
Doesn't really surprise me as well.
Yep,
Kyrie plays a great Kha'Zix. He had some strong performances on it last split. Now Giants are looking towards that jungler. Gilius is known for his Lee Sin, so would not be surprised to see that picked up at all. But you need to get it on this first set of rotations before that second set of ban comes in. Otherwise, it will just be locked away from him.
I mean, you could take the jungler here, but more often than not, you're probably going to want to look to take your bottom lane. That's exactly what they are doing. Now, Giants, they've picked Caitlyn and Braum. 2 out of 2 games thus far. Yep. So will they lock in the Braum here? I mean, Jack Troll's seemingly not so much a one-trick, but he is absolutely fantastic on the Braum, just really pressuring out this, pressuring with the Caitlyn, using that very high range, very high suppression lane. There you go, it gets locked in straight away. I want to see them change up, I really do, but I mean, if it works, why fix it?
Why change what's working for you at the moment? They've got massive win rates on these two champions, both undefeated. Mini Trupax didn't even die last week, the only player to go unkilled throughout the entire of the first week of Challenger Series. And now PSG have a few decisions to make. Do you go for your AD carry and your support, or do you look up towards that top lane?
I think also here they probably want it towards the mid lane at some point as well. Blanc had a very, very good Orianna game here. My concern here is what you might find is that here Giants take away that mid lane pick, ban away the Orianna, ban away another mid lane pick, and suddenly Blanc doesn't get this big carry mid lane that we keep speaking about. He is one of the defining factors of this roster, and if he doesn't get a solid pick, they're going to find themselves in a world of hurt.
Well, do you know who also played Orianna? It was Jizuki. 3 roles of Giants have been played 3 times. Orianna last week, 2 games. We had Caitlyn and Braum. Now, picking away from the Orianna is going to be pretty big. We know Blanc is an incredible control mage player, but coming up against the high pressure lane of LeBlanc is going to be very, very interesting to see how he kind of deals with that. And I can imagine he's going to be able to sustain through it with the Kha'Zix, but you got to think Suzuki, again, very aggressive, taking that teleport as well. It's going to be pretty big.
I think there's a few options for Blanc still. The Azir, something he's played out a lot. We are going to see the jungle bans away from Giants, so they're going to be pushed to that second, third tier. However, we've seen that getting pushed to that second, third tier isn't always the worst. You know, a lot of Warwick in LCS at the moment. We saw Hecarim from the Unicorns of Love. There's a lot of different options still for you. Rek'Sai's there, Kindred's there. Some of these picks that have been nerfed or buffed or changed slightly over the last couple of patches. It is the Orianna ban against Blanc. He does still have his Azir if he wants to go towards that sort of more unique pick for him.
Yeah, I would really like to see him actually on the Azir. He performs exceptionally well. He performed exceptionally well on Jinair when Azir was very meta. Victor's obviously another option for him as well, but with the Azir coming up against LeBlanc, it can be very easy for her to pressure, very easy for him, sorry, to pressure her out. We have a Rumble ban coming through for PSG here, so again, it's going to target that top lane. It's going to be pretty big as well, because like you were saying, with the Rumble buffs on 7.12, more high priority in LCS.
Yeah, Rumble got a buff where his base Q damage at level 1 went up by like 50 base damage, so even if you take away the Doran shield, you still take a lot of damage here, and also with the Doran's cost increase, it makes the lane for Shen quite rough to deal with, at least early on. You know, Shen generally can trade quite well early on, but in this lane, you just don't want to deal with the Rumble. Just get him off the cards and give that Shen a bit of an easier lane, but it does mean things like Jace are open though, so there are options for them.
Yeah, Corki is something we've seen a lot in the LCS as well. Very strong, very safe mid laner. Blanc suits his playstyle incredibly well as well. Not surprised at all to see that picked up here by PSG, and now they're looking towards their support.
Taric.
And it's going to be Taric. It's going to be a beautiful bottom lane with the Varus Taric combo.
Oh yes, it is. And that's a lot of protection as well, you got to think. So how many Siege champions PSG have right now? They've got Corki, they've got Varus, Shen, Kha'Zix, not so hot on the Siege. You got Taric there for the sustain as well. They're going to be playing around this very heavy AD-centric tower sieging composition with Kha'Zix and Shen there to prevent these kind of dives. We do get the last lock-in. It is actually going to be a Gnar going towards the top side of Ruin. So Shen versus Gnar, you got to think Shen is more often not going to lose that matchup just because Gnar's in at a range advantage. But the thing is, again, I think it relies on a lot of how the junglers are going to play, because there's 2 very safe lanes on PSG, mid and bottom lane, and again, Giants have proven themselves time and time again on this Caitlyn and Braum. How are they actually going to interact with those lanes?
I think a lot of it for Giants is about that team fight control. You just let Mini Trupax do what he does best, and he just sits from afar and rains down damage on the enemy team while they're CC'd up. You also, of course, have the LeBlancs. If you want to burst out one of those 2 carries, you're looking towards that mid lane on the Corki, you're looking towards the Varus. Remove one of them for the equation, and suddenly half of PSG's damage disappears. You're kind of relying on Kirae to play the same role as the LeBlanc here, potentially with that Kha'Zix, but otherwise, all the damage is going to come from the Corki, who, in this patch, of course, is now predominantly magic damage. You have the Varus with the AD. Get rid of one of them, and you lose one of your main damage sources. That can be critical, I think, for PSG, if they get to late game and lose one of those two in a team fight.
There is a lot of protection there. You've got the Cosmic Radiance coming out from the Taric, you've got the Stand United coming out from the Shen, you've got Kha'Zix always there as a threat as well. I think there's enough protection for PSG to keep that backline safe. However, I'm not sure they can deal with the 1-3-1 coming out from Giants. LeBlanc and Gnar, very good split pushers, and both of them took TP.
Yeah, up against the Shen as well. I mean, it's going to be very easy for him, even in the split push, right? And then you've got LeBlanc to deal with. Is she going to be able to deal with the Corki 1-on-1 with a Gunblade? Yes, she is. He will have to use his Valkyrie defensively, and that's going to be a massive issue for him. But one thing to kind of keep in mind, and I think, you know, everybody kind of forgets it sometimes when you play against the Corki, is the package. Yep. And Blanc, you know, can get some spectacular roams off on the bottom lane. Not very mobile bottom lane. You've got the 50 caliber net and the Stand Behind Me from Braum, and you can disengage with Glacial Fissure, but if the package lands behind them, it's going to be very, very hard for them actually to get on the retreat. So I think it's going to come down to kind of this early mid-game where Corki really starts to pop off, same with the LeBlanc, and we'll see if Gragas kind of wants to prioritize that mid lane, because, again, LeBlanc very hard to gank, same with Corki.
My biggest concern with the LeBlanc here is you mentioned the Cosmic Radiance earlier and how that does give you some nice protection. The issue is it takes a lot of time to channel through. What does the LeBlanc do? She bursts you out. If you can get that burst in, that's a perfect scenario for you to go for. So let's see if they manage to make that work for them. Pass over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Derry. It is Jaws and I to bring you the action as the pause comes out. Oh my God, can you believe it?
I'm still here.
A pause straight away. We can look over the first items pickups here, though. Corki's going to go with the Doran Shield. There's Doran Shield as well towards the top lane. Was, of course, slightly nerfed on patch 7.12 with that 50 extra gold on it, meaning you cannot get 2 health potions alongside that shield, but still does a lot of work.
Yeah, a lot of the sustain coming through for Jizuki here in the mid lane as well on the LeBlanc. Going with the Corrupting Pot, we don't usually see that. It's usually something like a Dark Seal, for example, but in this case, it's more about sustain, aware of the damage that can come through from the Corki. Just don't want to deal with the amount of range that you can bring down, especially post level 6 when I have those rockets firing away pretty much all day.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game indeed. I actually really think that PSG need to start proving their mettle slightly earlier this time, because last time it took 5 weeks for them to actually step up. Not 5 weeks, it took them 5 games to step up and start winning games in Challenger Series, and that's the only reason they made playoffs, was the fact they could win all of their 5 remaining games. Now, when you look at the teams they played against, they've only played against Origin thus far. They've still got RB to go through, they've still got Schalke to go through, they still have War to go through, which perhaps will be their easiest game, and they need to start winning now, because otherwise they're not going to be able to string together wins like they did last split. I
mean, Origin was kind of the big question mark in week number 1. Can they show up to a lot of these teams, a lot to these players as well? And they've already shown that. And coming up against PSG with a really strong win.
In my head, I've got work big motivation. No. Team.
Yeah, I just saw that little wry smile creep upon your face.
Whenever I think of these things, people just stop talking because they see me smiling.
Well, it's like he's got one.
Yeah, you just have to keep going. You just have to keep going.
Yeah. So Origin have already shown that that question mark is shrinking.
Yeah.
That
shown
work
some good motivation as a team.
And improvement.
And they've improved very well.
It was going to happen.
It was going to happen.
Yeah, is that on the bingo card?
Probably. Probably bad pun somewhere on the bingo card. Derry, talk to me a little bit about this Giants lineup, because they came in as an entirely new roster, of course, coming down from the LCS, and actually last week they were one of the strongest teams.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, as strong as it might have looked for them, again, we don't want to kind of hammer down onto Wind and Rain too much, but it was one of the weaker lineups that we saw coming in last week with the subs coming through. It was a very, very consistent game for them. The Gold Grass, if you look at them, they are just pretty much a solid straight line up, and then the end of the game comes through for them. You look at a lot of the other games that went on, for example, for PSG, they're in the lead, and then suddenly, oh no, straight down, and you're into a loss because you've lost that huge lead that you had somehow in the mid-game. So for these guys, I think consistency, stability is the name of the game for them. For PSG, it's volatility. So for Giants, I think if they can retain that late game kind of stability, bring it to a closeout nice and cleanly, they've got this series pretty much in the bag.
Just as an update for everyone, there's a player with a mic issue at the moment, so we're waiting for them to get that sorted out. Thankfully, none of us have mic issues, or perhaps not quite so thankfully, depending on how you're viewing the stream at the moment. But we will be back into the game as soon as that gets sorted out. Of course, we need the players to be able to communicate so that they can win the game, hopefully, for whichever team you are supporting today.
You kind of hope so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
One of the teams is going to win, unless it ends up in a draw. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, could be a one-on-one. That's what both of you predicted. I was the one who went 2-0 for Giants. We are going to get on to the Summoners Rift. Paris Saint-Germain taking on Giants Gaming in our first series of week 2. Lots of pings coming out to start us off. Looks like pretty safe starts from both of these teams, and I think the junglers is a main point to focus for us here. When you've got Kirae, we talked about him playing Rengar last week, didn't have the best of times. Gilius on Elise and Zac had a very strong performance. Now he's on another utility jungler in the form of Gragas. And he's really there to help set up these 1-3-1 lanes. He needs to try and get his top laner and his mid laner ahead for them to actually be able to impact the map later on.
I mean, let's look at the mid lane then. We have the LeBlanc versus the Corki. We've got a Doran Shield versus the Corrupting Potion. So she's going to have a lot of sustain. Obviously, more often than not, she's not going to go for those crazy early trades. But with that Corrupting Potion, kind of signals to yourself, okay, she actually wants to go fairly aggressive. If she goes Doran's Ring in this situation, it can be very, very bad for her because the sustain's not there. She's spending a lot of cash, a lot of early cash on those potions as well, just to kind of be able to sustain against the constant harass that is the Corki. I want to see where Kyrie is actually going to path here, because we've seen Dan on this Kha'Zix already. Hasn't performed all too well, but he has such a high pick rate because of his consistent control in the early game.
Also because there's so many jungler bans. Like every game we're seeing Elise banned, we're seeing Zac banned. Sometimes you even have a third jungle ban in that first rotation. It just makes it very difficult for teams to find that next set of picks. And it is going to be actually an interesting start here from Paris Saint-Germain. This is something we've seen a few times from teams in the LCS. It's where your bot lane starts up the red buff for you. You do the Razor Beaks as the jungler, and then you come across to the red buff and save your smite. It allows you a slightly quicker jungle clear and gives you a slightly quicker first gank as well, which is what Kyrie will perhaps be looking to do.
Yeah, but already you can see Giants bottom lane just forcing PSG in. Both these junglers now rotating towards their blue buff. However, Gilius is a little bit slower on this rotation.
So much slower.
Coming up to this top lane now. Double buffs in hand as well.
This is what we're talking about, the speed of the first gank. The taunt's going to land on towards Ruin, does have the flash, will dump his way away, is going to flash underneath the tower, and they burn that summoner early on.
That was really big as well, because PSG didn't commit any flashes there. That's going to be really important. Here, if he flashed there, he was in amongst loads of minions, might have not been able to get that isolation damage off. And as Kha'Zix, that flash can be monumental, especially when you're trying to counter gank someone like a Gragas, whose flash is even more important, right? There's two methods of escape for Kyrie. There's the flash and the leap. If you don't have the leap available to you, you're pretty donezo. You've got a very, very small base HP, so you've got to kind of think about that as well. His itemization is not going to be tanky, especially in the early game.
And as well, because White Knight's always going to get pushed in by Ruin early game, it means that Kyrie can look up towards that top lane once again for a gank. Ruin has to play so safe. No TP, no flash on him now. Makes it so much harder, and you can see it extending the CS advantage for White Knight as well. Yes, Ruin was out of lane, but White Knight has almost double Ruin CS at this point.
I mean, one kind of massive overarching point for PSG is, can they prove they deserve another shot at the LCS, right? They're coming into this one, you look at the roster, you go, wow, these guys are stacked. White Knight, 100% win rate in Spring. You're thinking, this guy, very, very proficient in top lanes, played 3 roles competitively thus far. Already with a CS lead against a losing matchup as well. Kire's had some fantastic prioritization where he wants to put that early aggression, which we mentioned in pick and ban. And now Gilius looking to go for this small invade, or at least get some vision down.
Has got the ward there already. Kyrie will clear it out. Gilius going to go in, gets the Courage of the Colossus shield, and because of the way mid lane is pushed up from Jizuki, Blanc won't be able to react. He's been forced back. Jizuki has burnt through all his Corrupting Potion stacks, but forcing Blanc back early on is definitely an advantage for them. Coming back to your point about whether Paris Saint-Germain deserve a spot in the LCS, I think a lot of it comes down to their bottom lane, because their bottom lane is really struggling at points against the members that they're playing into, because it's Nardius and Noxiac. Noxiac has a lot of experience, but Nardius is relatively new on a sort of competitive scale. And when you match them up against people like Schalke's bot lane, you've got Upset, someone who's played incredibly well, even went to MSI with G2. I'm not sure that this bottom lane is strong enough to carry Paris Saint-Germain to the playoffs. And so a lot of the work from the PSG team has to be made in other roles.
Exactly that, and then you kind of shift the focus on towards the bottom mid lane again. Can Blanc actually influence this bottom lane when he gets that package? When he hits that level 6 mark as well, it's going to be very easy for him to clear against Jizuki. And look at the trading already going on. Chains of Corruptions will land. A lot of burst potential from this LeBlanc, who's actually started Corrupting Potion, straight into the Dark Seal, straight into the Dorans there. So heavy itemization on early game, just trading and just making sure he can push Blanc out. Blanc has got the heal as well. No exhaust from him. So survivability, so-so. If the Blanc goes in for an all-in, it's going to be very easy for her to pop back out, which is why exhaust you don't tend to see, because Easily, just goes in, exhausts her, she pops back out, she doesn't want to do any more damage because his damage is reduced. Heal gives you that small speed up, which can really, really help you in a small trade. Blanc maybe trying to bait Jizuki to jump in here, but that massive minion wave will kind of, you know, dissuade him a little bit.
And Gilius spots out Kaiwei in the bush as well, making it a lot harder for them to actually get anything effective in that middle lane. Coming back down to bottom lane, Mini Trupax and Jack Troll have a slight CS advantage as they force Nardius and Noxiac back. So kind of expected Caitlyn, obviously with the range advantage, and with Braum with that shield, it makes it hard for Nardius and Noxiac actually to push into the Giants bot lane. But Mini Trupax in particular has been a standout performer from week 1. He had no deaths, the highest CS per minute of any player in the league, the highest damage per minute of any player in the league at 817, the highest gold per minute of any player in the league, and also had the largest gold lead at 15 minutes, over 1,000 gold ahead on average in last week's performances. Now, can he perform that way once again against such a strong lineup in the form of PSG?
We'll have to wait and see.
That we will. That we will.
In one game, he also had 11 CS a minute. That was his ending statistic. Absolutely incredible. That's exactly what you want from a farming Caitlyn. From a farming bottom lane that does have Jack Troll there for the added pressure of the Braum. I mean, coming up against Noxiac, a guy that's got so much experience. And I'm really excited to find out if this turret does work in the team votes. Because, like Derry mentioned earlier when we were going through Prick and Ban, if Jizuki wants to jump on someone, jump on one of the squishy members from PSG, Nardius or Blanc, or even Kirei, arguably as well, it's going to be very, very hard for them just because Noxiac does have that ultimate. A couple of seconds of invulnerability really can help you out in those clutch moments around a Baron fight or around a Dragon fight.
Pretty even start between the both of these teams thus far. We see the Tiamat being bought by White Knight means he will be able to push into that Gnar just ever so slightly. Ruin is going towards Black Cleaver first, as expected. After that first gank, Kairei's been relatively quiet, relatively invisible, but so has Gilius. Neither of those junglers really being able to get early ganks off. Both of them now with that level 6 have the ultimates. Big, impactful plays able to be made by them.
Stun on Noxiac. Nardius had to back off as well, as he had 2 of those stacks from the Braum. That Winter's Bite would have been quite punishing if they stayed later in the trade. White Knight did actually rotate down towards the mid lane to ward up like side lanes.
Kaiwei accidentally stole away a couple of the honey fruit.
Too greedy. Greedy jungler.
It's alright though, he was popping a potion anyway, so he does get back up towards that full, has the heal. I think it's got the Astral Blessing from the Taric. It's been a while since I had to cast a Taric. Starlight's Touch, that's the one. Astral Infusion is Soraka heal. Yes. That's where I'm getting it from.
Astral Infusion.
But yes, this is kind of more what we expected between these two teams, just trying to work out exactly where the enemy's weaknesses, you know, poking and prodding across the map. PSG haven't taken the early lead that we've tended to see from them, but perhaps that's a good thing, because every time they've taken that early lead, their late game macro has let them down, maybe because they make some plays that are just slightly too aggressive. They go for the Baron when perhaps they shouldn't. They go for a big outplay when perhaps it's better just to wait it out a little bit. And both teams waited out a little bit relatively well. Kate scales up, LeBlanc does well when she gets into that split push role. Corki, Varus, all of them pretty strong later on in the game as well.
So if you kind of go on off that train of thought and you go into that late game situation where PSG, yes, like you said, haven't had the greatest of shot calls, you could argue that in this current situation with their composition as a whole, you go, okay, Blanc, very good at sieging, like I mentioned before. Nardius as well. Are LeBlanc or the Gnar going to be able to take one of our turrets anytime soon? Are they pressuring so much that we need to dedicate resources to one of the side lanes? No, then we siege mid. 4-man mid, have White Knight in the side lane with that Tiamat, maybe Titanic Hydra later on, just to kind of split push and just make sure Ruin can't get his way, and then just play from there. It's going to be very easy to execute that in the later stages of the game, because it's very, very easy to sit back with Varus, with Corki, poke away, make sure Mini doesn't get a lot of those traps down to try and force them away, which isn't going to be too much of a big thing for them, just because that piercing arrow and the Corki rockets, they're so long range anyway, the Caitlyn traps aren't going to be anywhere, well, near touchable for them, right?
And I think alongside that point as well, how these teams play the next 10-15 minutes really defines how this game goes. I know it sounds like a little bit of a silly point to make, but it's definitely true, especially for these two compositions, because if either of them gets ahead, it makes it incredibly hard for the other team to deal with them. And I think what you can see is the vision control from PSG is all focused up towards this top side river. They've got a pink ward, they've got a normal ward up near the Rift Herald, and it gives them access towards the Rift Herald and pushing forward if they want. Whereas Giants have gone more down towards the Cloud Drake in the bottom side. So I expect to see Giants making more plays down towards this bottom side as they've got push advantage. And I expect to see PSG making more plays up towards the top side. Now, Giants have actually done a really good job of clearing out the wards up towards this top side. But I would not be surprised at all if PSG do a lot. Now, Noxiac is going to get caught out. The chain of corruption comes down. Kyrie's on his way. Jack Troll has to flash away. Kyrie jumps in. Exhausted straight away. But Jack Troll is not long for the Summoner's Rift. Will try and stand beside. There's the stun. Dazzle from Noxiac. I'm choking.
Oh no, it's okay. The play was too exciting. PSG take the first blood. It was way too exciting for Medic to actually breathe at this current situation. That's 100% kill participation over 3 games now for Kire in that first blood. Absolutely massive. The flash as well from Noxiac to get the double stun to secure the kill on Jack Trolls. Absolutely incredible. I mean, one thing that we kind of said, and you mentioned a couple of seconds ago before you started dying, was whatever team gets ahead early can be extremely hard to deal with late. Now, it's unfortunate that Noxiac did get that kill, but still the pressure advantage is there.
Sorry about that, a little bit of water went the wrong way. Blanc going to get traded on by Jizuki in the mid lane. Jizuki has to jump away, and a relatively even trade between the two of them. Jizuki now has his Hextech Revolver, whereas Blanc went towards Hex Drinker first, delaying that Trinity Force, which does mean his spike will be a little bit later on into the game.
I think that's okay. In all honesty, you don't want to get taken out by Jizuki and just give up a free kill in mid. It can lead to so much pressure just because the amount of CC and the amount of wave clear that is available to Giants. I mean, you look at Gragas, if a solo kill does happen in mid lane, instantly Gilius rotates to mid. They get a lot of damage onto that first tier turret in the mid. Here's the replay though. So you can see here, instantly exhaust as they come in. Jack Troll didn't really stand a chance. Noxiac lines up the stun. Bada bing, bada boom. Too easy. Last auto attack does finish him off. Extremely well choreographed gank with Kire coming through from the lane. We haven't seen too many kind of river ganks, in all honesty, throughout Challenger Series because they're so easy to telegraph with the amount of vision control both these teams do have.
Giants had much better vision control down towards that bottom river as well. So smart play from Kire to go down through the lane instead of going through river. And now he gets control of the river for himself, which means that they can go for that Cloud Drake if they want. Kha'Zix, of course, has great objective control later on. In the top side of the map, Ruin and White Knight have been relatively quiet. Ruin's actually regained that CS disadvantage and now has a black cleaver. So it's he's the one who's got that pressure. And I'm actually slightly surprised to not see Kyrei going up there because I think they could put some pressure down onto Ruin if Kyrei and White Knight teamed up and tried to tag team down the Gnar.
Okay, so what's really interesting about that is the fact, Ruin, yes, he blew his flash in the early game, right? But with White Knight being able to play a little bit more aggressive, step up for that CS because he knows Ruin doesn't have that flash. Ruin's kind of scared, is a repeat gank coming? Is it coming? You know, I need wards, I need vision, I need all this kind of thing. Maybe I need jungler support. It just leaves White Knight a lot of time to kind of go, okay, I'm just going to farm, no worries. Get the Tiamat is the word I'm trying to think of, and then I can sustain against the Gnar. Then I can push back against this Gnar. It didn't really matter at all that he didn't go for the return gank there, just because Ruin had to play the laning phase through the next 5 minutes so safely. It just allowed White Knight, just that religion of pressure was just all too much.
Explosive cast back. Kyrie's going to get Stand United. TP coming in behind them. PSG on the front foot as the Cosmic Radiance comes down, looking for the invulnerability. Lands on 2. Ruins there. 3-man Gnar into the wall, but Giants are going to lose 1. There will be a 1-for-1 trade as White Knight goes down as well. They're looking for more as Jack Trolls and Jizuki have to run away. PSG trying to tank up onto Gilius here. He's in the midst of the 4. He can get a lot of damage down, though not quite enough. 2-for-1 trade in favor of PSG.
Oh man, the blinking health for us from PSG. Gilius is like, I want to make a play, I want to make a play, please. Line up for the casket, line up for anything, but he just couldn't finish anybody off. Beautiful Stand United from White Knight. You saw Kire leap in, Stand United straight on top, and a very, very nice teleport as well for Ruin.
Nardius maybe overstepped, has to flash away.
Oh, very, very close. That was actually really clever of Jizuki there, staying in that bottom lane. You know PSG wants to be able to push this lane out now because they're at a kill advantage. Jizuki's staying down. You go, if you want to push that lane out, buddy, you're going to have to blur a couple of summoners because I'm hiding in this brush that you have no vision on. And going back to the team fight a couple of seconds ago, White Knight with the Stand United on the jumping Kha'Zix, extra shields, Cosmic Radiance came down as well. You can see here, how many members? Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 members. Ruin gets the beautiful Gnar ultimate on 4 people that are invulnerable at that time. Yes, the stun comes through, and then you can see just the poke coming out from Corki. It's just way too much for them to handle. Those piercing arrows hitting 1, 2, 3 members as well, just because they're all lined up. A very easy and quick team fight for PSG to clean up.
It went very well for them. Actually, Mini Trupac's going for the Quicksilver Sash first item on this Caitlyn as well. Really reduces the amount of damage he can put down in a prolonged fight like that. Root is going to land on towards Blanc, and Jizuki continually trading, now has the completed Hextech Gunblade. And Blanc still sitting short of that Trinity Force. Went Sorcerer's Sheen, Phage. We'll get the Triforce relatively soon, but it's a 1,000 gold lead for Paris Saint-Germain. 15 minutes in, no towers for them yet. Across the board, it looks pretty even. Maybe the jungle role standing out slightly as Kyrie does have a 600 gold lead.
Yep, 3 assists, so that's where that gold is coming from. Blanc didn't want any of that, by the way. Was like, oh no, I'm gonna use that package as a very, very big escape tool for me. Hasn't had too much impact on these side lanes, but like we mentioned, if the LeBlanc does get a kill advantage or even a tower push advantage with that wave clear LeBlanc has after that mid-season mage update, it can be very, very punishing for Blanc, just having to stand in that lane. Another small interaction I just thought about as well. The Gatling gun from the Corki is going to shred everybody's armor. It's going to make it very easy for Kirei and Nardius to get a lot of that damage down. So, you know, a couple of members being caught up by that, it's going to be pretty easy for Nardius to get almost true damage on low armor targets.
Giants actually have a vision control advantage at the moment, both in top and bottom river. We saw Paris Saint-Germain trying to go for that Rift Herald, but because there was a ward control for Giants, it meant it was a little bit more difficult for them, and Jizuki and Ruin and Gilius all collapsed in!
Solo kill!
That's a kill in the mid lane, Blanc.
Alrighty.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
That's pretty big. Wow, that was actually really big. So look, Blanc actually had a flash up there, Jizuki didn't.
Yeah.
Clearly used his distortion maybe to try and clear the wave. We'll get a bit of harass off. Blanc very, very low in this current situation. Hex Drinker was popped as well. Like I said, early itemization from that, perfect against the LeBlanc. Just gives you that extra tiny shield and survivability, which is exactly what he needs. Just takes advantage of that. Didn't even need the heal in that current situation as well.
Yeah, great play from him, and it means that PSG are definitely on the front foot. They have this gold lead. They've got a 4-kill-to-1 advantage as well. Top lane is definitely going in favor of Giants, though, as Ruin has been left to free farm. They get first tower blood up towards that top side, and that closes the gold gap.
That it does. We're looking at 28.3 to 28.3. Exactly even.
And a lot of that just comes down to Ruin being able to free farm. Like,
absolutely.
We haven't seen any ganks up towards top side from Kyrie for a long time after that first gank, and as much as Ruin perhaps had to play a little bit more passively, they have still given up a large chunk of gold and a sizable vision advantage to Giants by giving up that top lane tower.
So it's a give or take thing. When Ruin does blow the flash, like I said, it's going to leave White Knight in a very good position to farm up and able to get that Tiamat to clear very early, but it also delays his power spike, right? Look at the Black Cleaver timing on Ruin. Got it super early. White Knight was on, I think, full boots and Tiamat. By the time Ruin had actually finished the Black Cleaver, hadn't picked up boots either. So very, very easy for him to actually push that turret down, get a lot of damage down onto White Knight as well. And with Kirei not having much CS and them relying on White Knight for the Shadow Dash taunt, it's going to be extremely hard to gank Ruin, especially after level 6 when he's got the Mega Gnar available to him. And now PSG, they need to be able to set up vision in this bottom side because you know Ruin's got TP. We know also White Knight has TP and the Stand United. The issue is you need at least one turret in trading for this. Might be a small fight here. Blanc actually failing the jump.
Kyrie's there on Gilius. There's the Stand United. They're looking for the trade. Jack Troll jumps in. Glacial Fisher comes down. Look at Blanc up towards the top side. He's shredded out, but Jack Troll's now in the front line. Ruin joins as well. Exhausted straight away. Tries to jump across the wall. Eventually, PSG take the blue, and everyone escapes with their lives.
Again, Cosmic Radius coming up massive for PSG. That was, again, 4 members from Noxiac. They're like, okay, huddle on me, boys, let's go. 4 members invulnerable. Ruin came in without Mega Gnar, which, what is he now? He's just an Autobot. He just sits there, not like the Transformer, but he sits there throwing out the small
Decepticon.
He's a yeah, Autobot. Well, White Knight's the Decepticon in this matchup, but it just leads him to kind of sitting there, just throwing out autos, proccing the Black Cleaver. Yes, that's fantastic for Mini in the bottom lane on the Caitlyn, but what else does it really do? Doesn't provide any CC, and that's the massive problem for them. They can take these aggressive fights in the jungle, PSG I mean, because when Mega Gnar's not up, they've got no fear of him just whopping out a lot of damage, really.
Blanc getting shredded in the mid lane slightly, but his tower is healthy enough for him just to be able to go back. He has actually played this Corki before, last split as well. 1-2 of the 3 games he had on it. That was before most of the Corki changes. Pretty good job all round. Actually, he got 5 kills in every single game, so hopefully that's a good omen for us here today.
Well, he's got 2.
Yeah, just needs
he needs
3 more.
3 more. He's had the power spike of the Triforce as well.
Maths on a Sunday afternoon. If you're doing your homework and watching European Challenge Series, we can help you out.
Tweet us your
hashtag EUCS with your math equations. We'll deal with it.
We'll sort them out. What did you get? What grade did you get in school for maths?
I did. So I did the International Baccalaureate, which is not like A levels.
Okay.
But we did higher level maths.
Interesting.
And I got a 6. It's out of 7.
Okay, a 6 out of what? 10, 100?
Out of 7. Out of 7.
Okay, I did programming at uni, so a little bit mathematician. Although I just let the computer
make a calculator for us to do it.
It was a bit easier in that regard. They were like, you have to be good at maths, but we were all like, but we've got a calculator.
I love the fact in school you're always told, oh, you won't have a calculator in your pocket. You won't be able to use a calculator every day of the week. It's like, have you heard of this thing called a mobile telephone? It's an incredible invention.
To be fair, when we were at school,
it was
basically
the dark ages.
And,
I actually did most of my maths on an abacus.
Oh my goodness, shows how old you are now, mate.
That was a joke.
I know, but still.
I am quite old.
You are quite old.
Blanc's just across the wall from Gilius here. Does put the phosphorus bomb down and will spot him out. He was working out his geometry there to calculate exactly where Gilius was. PSG still with a 4-1 lead, but behind in gold because of that first tower. Let's have a quick look across the items here. Nardius has gone Blade of the Ruin King and now building up to what appears to be a static ship, could be a rapid-fire cannon. And Mini Trupax has a rapid-fire cannon of his own. Actually, so he built towards an Infinity Edge, then got a QSS, and now has a rapid-fire cannon. So it's just some damage, a little bit of shield, magic resist, and then the rapid-fire cannon there as well.
Well, what you tend to see and what you used to see was you build the BF sword, first item, first back, hopefully.
Yep.
And then you build an attack speed item.
Runans.
Runans?
Used to be Runans.
Used to be Runans. Yeah. Now it doesn't proc on the headshot, unfortunately. That was a little ridiculous,
It
though.
was.
You're just sitting there, every 2 auto attacks you get a headshot proc. It's pretty gross. But, you know, itemizing for the QSS is going to be fairly important. Change of corruption there. Obviously, the stun as well from Noxiac is pretty big. Speaking of Noxiac, going fairly aggressive, but they can do now. Range advantage from Nardius is all too apparent, especially with that Blade of the Ruin King. Very good dueling item. Quick itemization pick up here as well for Gilius. There might be just a fight in the bottom lane. Kire a little bit low, though. He's going to have to leap away. Is going to lead Blanc actually to get headshot a couple of times.
So this was a good idea from Paris Saint-Germain because they said we'll bring 4 people down to get this tower in the bottom lane. But Giants were always willing to respond, and we haven't focused on it a lot. But this entire game, Ruin has just split push. He's joined 1 fight, and the rest of the time he's been split pushing, and now he's extended a CS advantage.
Blanc.
Jizuki gets jumped on, does get the chains out as Blanc went aggressive. Here comes Ruin as well from the side. He will distract Blanc and Kairei for long enough, and Jizuki will escape.
Yeah, couldn't make any crazy plays, didn't have flash, had the Nara ultimate available, but Blanc actually using the heal and the flash to kind of get away. Now Ruin still pressuring Blanc. Oh man, I hate that entrance to the jungle when their top laner can literally sit you there and zone you away from the tier 1. And now Giants make the proactive play. Are going to siege up this now. LeBlanc with the Gunblade is going to be very, very helpful in just auto-attacking that turret down. Much more useful than she used to be when the Gunblade wasn't the itemization. And I'm just going to go back to the point of Gilius, picking up the Echoes here. I don't think that's actually necessarily needed. We do see a lot of Gragas kind of picking that up. He does have very good scaling and very good base stats regardless, so he's still doing a fair bit of damage in the early game, but you have 3 members on your team that are going to be kill machines. You've got Ruin in the top lane, Jizuki on the LeBlanc, and the Caitlyn. You don't necessarily need extra damage from the Gragas, but I can definitely see why he's doing it because, again, the wave clear is a lot better, the camp clear as well. But Cinderhulk is also another option for him. Clearly thinks that, you know, the clear is much more important to me.
Yeah, getting that first clear is actually facilitated a huge amount by having the Runic Echoes. It's not the end of the world if you go Cinderhulk, as you say, you can still clear relatively well, but Gilius, known as a jungler that likes to clear out pretty quickly, definitely helped by it. Now, we start to see PSG go on the board with those neutral objectives, get the mid lane tower down. Bot lane is going to fall as well as Nardius and Noxiac are able to push it in.
That's the duo name.
That's the duo name.
Nardiax.
What would we be?
Medic and Jaws.
Yeah. Jawsic.
Jawsic? Jawsic is
Meadows.
Meadows.
They both sound awful. Moors? We could just be Moors.
Oh, Moors would be cool, yeah. Very thematic as well with Mortimer Mortius. Very good. Although I don't play AD carry, so...
Yeah, nor do I.
No,
anyway,
support player.
Can build it on a lot of people. I want to talk about support builds though, because we're starting to see a new build come out from these tankier supports, which is Ruby Crystal, Ruby Sightstone, usually Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabi, depending on how you want to go, into Knight's Vow, second item, and it looks like that's what both these supports are going for. Jack Troll actually went for the Eye of the Equinox himself, which you can do. Not the end of the world. Like it's a choice thing, whereas Noxiac has gone for that Ruby Sightstone, and then we'll be going towards Knight's Vow next. gives you a lot of support for your AD carry. Keeps them a lot safer, especially when AD carries are one of the primary damage dealers on your team. You want to keep them safe. And Mini Trueback showed us last week just how much damage he can do when he's kept safe on that backline.
Primary damage dealers and primary targets as well. It's definitely on the side of PSG. You're going to want to eliminate Nardius first. You want to eliminate Blanc, who probably won't receive the Knight's Foul. But Nardius, I mean, yes, he's going to. And eliminating him is going to be very, very important for them. Oh, PSG maybe looking for something in the mid lane. Did take tier 1 and tier 1 in the bottom lane pretty much for free. There was no answer from Gilius there. A little bit of a late rotation, was actually farming his Raptors rather than actually helping the mid lane and bottom lane. And I'm actually surprised Ruin didn't go for this teleport here, because at this stage in the game, you really need wards in the bottom side brushes on the enemy side brush, right? So then you can get your top laner to teleport down behind them. Nah, very good at that. White Knight on the Shen is going to be very good at that as well. Getting those flanks off, the CC is absolutely massive from both of those champions. And neither of these teams have really prioritized it, and that kind of led to not being contested in that bottom tier 1 tower being taken.
Giants currently have vision control of the river, but you can see this is something you see so commonly, is the jungle and support moving up together to try and get vision advantage. Noxiac and Kyrie here just trying to get wards up into the start of the Giants jungle. Don't need to be any further. Blanc has been caught out. The flash in from Ruin with the Gnar. This is going to be a dead Corki as Blanc will fall, and it means this Infernal Drake will probably go over towards Giants unless Kyrie is feeling in the mood for a steal.
I spoke about Blanc having all the mobility in the world, didn't have flash up, they knew the timing, 5 minutes roughly, just took advantage of that. The Valkyrie, I'm not entirely sure if he tried to go over the red wall, but just didn't happen whatsoever. Now Kirei's getting just zoned off here by Jizuki. Very, very easy Infernal Drake for the side of Giants. Look at the gold lead though. There isn't any. There's like 400 gold. It's not massive whatsoever. And again, you kind of look at across the board and you go, okay, who's that gold on? Ruin, almost 2,000 gold ahead on this Gnar just through CS alone, and that extra kill added onto it as well. This Gnar is working out spectacularly for Giants right now, just because Ruin is so free in this top side to do pretty much whatever he wants. Picked up the Frozen Mallet. Shen doesn't have just a word in edgeways.
And the thing is as well there, because of how much Ruin had pushed up that lane, White Knight was dealing with the lane pushing in. Ruin just walked down to the fight. He didn't teleport in, he didn't have to burn anything. Well, he burnt his flash for the kill, but didn't have to burn much, and it made it so easy for Giants to be able to set up around the Infernal. And as much as they haven't got a huge lead, they are just obviously having a little bit of a pause in this game at the moment as the... there we are, we're straight back on into it. Sorry about that, guys. Just a little bit of a mistake, as we are going to look for a little bit more damage.
Kyrie
going in with the Stand United. There's the Chain of Corruption. Here comes Blanc as well. The knock back with the package. They're looking for the damage on the front line, but Jack Trolls is just too darn tanky for them at the moment. And Jizuki and Ruin did not need to react as Paris Saint-Germain tried to dive bomb into the back of the team.
Dive bomb. You see Blanc coming forward with the package there. They knew they needed to make something happen, but it just didn't work. The Cosmic Radiance came down from Noxiac as well, hit 2 members, fantastic. They were in the back line, they weren't doing all too much, and now
goes in. Kyrie's around the corner, tries to distort away, Hextech Gunblade for the slow. And I actually want to bring attention to how important it is that Blanc is making plays now. Where's the magic resist on the Giants lineup? Mercury Treads in the top lane, a QSS, that's it. I mean, there's a tiny bit coming from Gilius now as he looks to build up towards a Locket, but he is the one who should be putting damage down, and he really needs to be stepping up to the plate at the moment.
Working toward that second attack speed item as well.
Rapid fire cannon probably second. Yep. That's what we tend to see.
Most likely. There's a lot of heavy upfront burst, especially with his auto attacks. They can they do a majority of magic damage now.
80%.
Rather than the 50-50 that was in 7.11.
And it means you can get 4th item Void Staff as well, and just helps you totally shred through your opposition. It's a very interesting build just to look at, because it's like, what on earth is this guy doing?
Exactly.
Yeah,
if you didn't see the champion, you'd be like,
Crazy Ball, Static Shield,
what is this?
Shoes, what are you doing?
What is champion is this? But okay, so let's look towards the late game, like we mentioned in the early. PSG, fantastic siege. With Blanc now getting that, when he actually picks up his rapid fire cannon, it's going to be very easy for them to just basic attack towers down. Again, we do have a lot of anti-siege potential using the Braum and even the Caitlyn for the traps, but it's really going to rely on Ruin actually getting a teleport flank here, which I've got to be honest, I believe he's going to be able to do, just because the vision control from Giants has been pretty good, and as long as they can get a deep ward in PSG's blue side or red side jungle, teleport behind, Gnar's amazing at just coming up from behind the teams, just Gnaring everybody into the wall. Cosmic Radiance is going to have to save it at that point in the game. If Noxiac can pull that off, they can turn it around, but realistically, Giants, they do have the upper advantage when it comes to kind of the anti-siege potential, but they just cannot let this Corki and Varus out of control. With those big cooldowns up yet again, PSG looking for maybe another play. They're pinging out Baron here as well.
I've got a lot of vision advantage around it. They've hit 3 items on their AD carry, almost 3 as well on towards Blanc. Looks like White Knight is going towards the... I was going to say the stone plate build, but he's actually gone dead man's plate there, so he's just going for a bit more tankiness. Maybe go up towards Gargoyle stone plate later on, although he could get a Spirit Visage next up as well. A lot of different options for top laners at the moment. He's going to get the taunt off onto Ruin, but this would just be a little bit of harass.
Ruin's got red buff as well. It's extremely punishing for White Knight. You see those boomerangs just flipping out, and he's getting a lot of just basic attacks down to that turret. With that frozen mallet, it's very, very hard for White Knight to follow up on any of that. Chains of Corruption, just going a little bit wide. Nadius tried to make a pick off here, but I did mention earlier as well during the draft that Giants don't have a crazy amount of mobility in the bottom lane. They've got 50 caliber net to just pop backwards. They've got Drag Troll for the disengage, but if someone's caught with that Chains of Corruptions, hence the itemization from Mini building the QSS fairly early, it's going to be extremely punishing if Giants do get caught out in any one situation, because Noxiac, you know, that flash stun can really just come out of nowhere if he charges up out of Fog of War or just even a little bit away. Just sometimes forced a flash, even though the enemy didn't.
So Giants are just clearing out some vision control that Paris Saint-Germain had around that Baron pit. Speaking of Baron, though, Paris Saint-Germain have had a tepid history with the buff. They struggle around it. Sometimes they are known to make mistakes when they go for that Baron later on. This game is very much coming down to late game macro decision making, and I think this is where we need to see Paris Saint-Germain start to step up. Their late game decision making has been weak. They released a video this week, I think it was called Upset, where Yellow Star talked a lot about the fact they want to get to LCS. That's their year-long plan, and to get there, you have to be able to play all portions of the game well. Their early game, still pretty strong. They remind me a lot of NIP at the moment. Strong early game, could play the lanes pretty well, make a few good plays, but when it gets to these big team fights, these decision makings around a 1-3-1 composition, they just struggle a lot.
Oh, man, that damage from Blanc is really starting to hit home. But that struggling in the late game has just been their crux, really. Their inability to kind of close out the late. And with a lot of these teams, and something we mentioned a couple of times last week, a lot of these teams not being able to deal with split push very well. You can see it just here. White Knight missing the Shadow Dash, ruining White Knight, really, in terms of the trading, but not too much damage down to that turret. And White Knight always has that team fighting potential, right? He has got the Stand United, and that Baron is available. No team really prioritizing in terms of just trying to find a pick-off just yet. Blanc has got the package available. That will run out very, very soon. But the amount of mobility from Giants, especially from the LeBlanc, Ruin, Gilius alike, is going to be very, very hard to lock them down.
And on the other side of that coin, Giants are playing the split push relatively well. Jizuki's in a good enough position with the Void Staff, Merlinomicon, and the Hextech Gunblade to actually go for that 1-3-1 with Ruin. Ruin is slowly eking damage out of these towers, although not getting a lot because of the Spirit's Refuge from White Knight, which makes it very difficult for the Narb, but he's still got a big CS lead, almost 50 up at this point. Even in AD carry, they're ahead. Even in mid lane, they're ahead by a little bit, and that's what leads to this 2,000 gold advantage for them at the moment. They've got 1 extra tower, they've got a couple of extra CS across the board. Even though they're 2 kills down, they're still in a strong position.
Look at his CS numbers, 401 CS at 33 minutes.
That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty impressive. Keeping up with that 10 and over 10 CS a minute.
The thing about that as well is, usually you'd expect to see numbers like that and have a detriment to the rest of your team. That hasn't happened at all here. This shows how well Giants are actually playing all 3 lanes. Something we tend to see from Challenger Series teams is they can play 1 or 2 lanes really well, but the experience and the gold from another lane just gets left to the wayside. Giants actually are playing across the map incredibly well, which is something we wouldn't have expected. Now, Kyrie is going to get caught out here by Gilius, and Jackdaw has to flash away. Jizuki looking for the trade. Concussive Blows was down, but not quite able to get the stun. And Paris Saint-Germain will be able to back away for the time being, but Kyrie did have to burn his flash.
Look at Jizuki trying to defend against Blanc. It's just not going to happen. Blanc's got too many items under his belt at this point. Can kind of shrug off a lot of the damage from the LeBlanc and just kind of take the tower without really meaning so, or like just basic attacks are doing enough. You can see in the top lane now, Tier 2 is going to get taken. Blanc very, very low though. Gilius does have the casket, does have the flash. Here comes Stand United.
Looking for the disengage. White Knight's there. Jizuki jumps in, doesn't land the ethereal chains, and White Knight will take a Shatter Orb to the face. Jackdaws is there. The TP's going to come in from Ruin. Now Jackdaws off towards the bottom side. PSG should be able to retreat, and this TP means they have to go for Baron. If they don't go for Baron now, they lose out so much on this trade. Giants are going to call for it straight away. Kyrie is down towards the bottom side.
Good, they're starting it right now. Like you said, they need to go for it. That would have been a completely wasted teleport from Ruin if he didn't actually start that one up.
It's just wasted.
Yeah, completely gone. So White Knight's still with that teleport advantage. And like I said earlier, it's very, very important now to get the flank wards off for Ruin. Yes, he's got the hop to kind of get into battle, but you want to go for the all-in engage with the hop. You don't want to, you know, hop towards them to try and get the stun off, because then you have to blow your flash, which you might need later on. The flank ward right there was a bit late. He teleported as soon as Blanc kind of passed that point in the river. And with Blanc being able to heal up as well, just being a Corki, it's going to be extremely hard for them to actually neutralize these global objectives now, just because of the amount of poke Corki and the Varus do have. Ruin now going back to the bottom lane, kind of solemn. He's going to find White Knight, but White Knight, yeah, he's very, very tanky, very, very safe in this matchup now.
It's the issue for Giants as well. They've got one TP on Jizuki, so he can go for that split into White Knight if they want, because he can answer White Knight's teleport. But if it's Ruin that they leave down in this bottom side, it allows Paris Saint-Germain so much more freedom to play up towards the top side of the map, because they know they have the teleport advantage. We see Giants trying to get vision around the Baron. They were the ones to make the macro mistake. They were the ones to make the late game mistake. The question now becomes, how well can Paris Saint-Germain play around it? Because thus far, they're actually taking a lead in towers, even though Ruin has been continually split pushing. They've taken that gold lead down to only about 500 between the two teams. And that, yes, they're one dragon behind, and they are an Infernal Drake behind, but this is looking a lot stronger from Paris Saint-Germain.
You aren't wrong. This
Thanks.
is the thing that, yeah, no worries. Not a problem. But now, Giants taking more of an offensive role here. Ruben doesn't have teleport, but it's not going to matter, it seems. White Knight does, but again, look at the vision control. Extremely good from PSG, just could not make that teleport flank work. You do have Ruin there, obviously in Mega Gnar form, was unable, well, White Knight was unable because Ruin could just easily shove him under the turret. That's teleport cancelled, and that Shed not getting into the fight. Now, like I mentioned earlier, Mini extremely fed on this Caitlyn now. 449 CS at 37 minutes. Looks like they want to run down to the bottom lane. White Knight in a lot of trouble.
They get caught up with the chains. Ruin continuing to trade in. Blanc there onto Ruin. He's not anywhere near the Mega Gnar. Jizuki comes in though with the Shadow Orb. Look at the damage coming out from the Hyper. Ruin going towards Mega, gets torn it up, will eventually die 1-for-1. Jizuki now tanking up the tower as we see the rest of the team come in. Nardius there. Jack Trolls has to flash away. Kyrie is on the flank here. He might look for Jizuki off towards the backside. He's going to do it. He's going to jump in. Gets the kill. Kyrie with the swipes. Now Giants are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Stand United
coming in. Mini Trupax, he's the one who has to carry this. Cosmic Radiance comes down, lands onto all four members of PSG. Jack Troll and Mini trying to get away. Mini has the flash, has the 90 caliber net as well, and Jack Troll will stand beside his AD carry to survive for the time being.
Oh, they were limping at the end of that team fight. They were limping towards the rest of Giants, but the slows are coming out from Jack Trolls. You obviously had Mini there as well, and all the barrels in the world, all the wine jugs in the world for Gilius just to kind of slow them up. No real follow-up after that initial engage from the Shen, from the Kazakhs. Very nice Stand United, though. If they found a couple more members, or if they found a Taunt or at least Mini, it would have been very easy. But, you know, that QSS that you bought very, very early on in the game is just working wonders for him right now. PSG, now they're setting up the Baron. They know Ruin doesn't have teleport.
Kyrie's all the way down towards the bottom side, and as much as PSG won that fight, what did they get out of it? They got the Razor Beaks. They got some CS in mid, they got some CS in bot. Perhaps they get a little bit of vision advantage, but they both back away, and all that happens now is Gilius walks in here with Jack Trolls and just clears out all that vision. PSG, as much as we said their late game decision making is getting better, they're still not capitalizing on it, and Giants have been capitalizing at every opportunity. You saw they played for mid lane, they forced it down when they saw Blanc in a side lane. Now they've got Jizuki splitting because he has the teleport. This is so much better play from Giants when it comes to actual decisions in the late game.
So capitalization of actual vision control there is an extremely important point you touched on. Getting vision down is one thing, actually maintaining it is another. You see some of the best teams in the world, SKT, you know, Samsung, everybody, they are able to maintain this vision. PSG now starting up this Baron are going to back off here. Look at the vision control.
White Knight looking for the taunt. Kyrie's there as well. Gilius with the knockback. There's the cask as well. Knocks them all up. White Knight in the front line. Here comes Ruin from the backside. Jizuki's going to teleport in as well. The Cosmic Radiance comes down and knocks them to the side. Nardias will fall. Two members of PSG are dead and they're looking for more. Giants onto Noxiac. Mini Trupax with the ace in the hole goes straight to the face of Kyrie. Noxiac's going to get knocked back into the team as well. It's a triple for Mini and Giants are on a rampage.
Oh, the Zhonya's as well for Jizuki. Almost went down, but he pops out of there. Too easy. Mini just kind of shrugging that one off. Has not died yet either. 3-0-2 on this Caitlyn. And you can see now the late game power of this Caitlyn as long as they have Ruin in the front line. And that's exactly what they did. Jumps in, 2-man Gnar ultimate, Cosmic Radius, that didn't matter whatsoever because, you know, we've got a Caitlyn to do the damage there. And they just outlasted it, which was the most important thing. Inhibitor's going to go down. They're going to look actually to put on these Nexus turrets, but 20 seconds, 16 seconds.
Teleport
There's not long left.
Caitlyn just needs to hit those shots on towards the tower. There's the first Nexus tower falling. Blanc trying to defend with all he can. He gets one. He gets Jack Trolls. Giants going to jump in. Jizuki, Ruin,
for the finish.
And the rest of the squad will get the Nexus. This will be Giants taking the first game in this series 1-0 over PSG.
Well, all it took was that small team fight around the Baron. And Giants just cleaning that one up very readily. I mean, one thing you've got to say, PSG's late game decision making, yes, it's cleaning up. But right now, taking those fights when you know Ruin's off to the sidelines,
I think it's being complimentary to say it's cleaning up, in all honesty. They played okay in the mid game, but the actual late game decisions they made, I can't think of a decision they made, apart from going for that Baron.
So they went for that vision control, but it's the vision denial again. You saw Gilius, and you mentioned it. He walked straight back in and was like, okay, pop the sweeper. Yeah. Here's my support as well. We're just going to punch a couple of wards. They're going to go down. It's very, very easy for them to kind of do that when you don't maintain that level of vision control. I think PSG in the middle stages of the game were performing very, very well. Yeah. It was easy for them to kind of execute the team comp, like I mentioned at the start of the game. 2 poke champions. You move away from there. You just make sure White Knight sustains against Ruin. Stan United's in. But having that one pick-off, and like I said, Ruin getting those fantastic TP flanks, which Korean players are kind of known for, it's very, very hard for them to kind of do anything about it, even with the Cosmic Radiance.
And Giants are really looking like one of the best teams in the tournament at the moment. We perhaps doubted them slightly after the series with War, because War weren't rated as one of the best teams, but Paris Saint-Germain were definitely up there in a lot of people's books. Schalke, RB are the other teams that you really look at as the premier teams in the tournament, and I think Giants have to be a name amongst them now. Of course, there is still one game left in this series, but even then, they don't look very easy to beat at all.
Absolutely. I mean, they haven't even shown anything in the bottom lane. What have they shown?
They've shown Caitlyn and Braum.
Braum.
We know they can play Caitlyn and Braum.
Exactly. And they can play Caitlyn and Braum to a T. Yep. Caitlyn's still not dying. Mini is on no deaths at this current moment in time. He's played 3 games. Let's have a look at a couple of these replays, though. This early game gank here from Kirei working out very, very well. Yep. Knocks out with a flash, picks up first blood. Kirei still at 100% kill participation in First Bloods, but this is one of the team fights that just ended in disaster. You can see Ruin here getting a 3-man wall smash, but the poke potential from PSG was just proved in this exact clip. You can see Corky puts on that Gatling gun, shreds everybody's armor, and then Varus free hits.
I thought this was, from this early game, I thought PSG really stood a shot, but they just kept letting Ruin split push. They kept going for plays. Well, they didn't actually keep going for plays. They went for a few plays in the early game, and then they stopped doing it, and then time after time, Giants were just the first team to pull the trigger, and it meant that they got the Infernal. They were able to take these later game fights. Great Gnar again from Ruin. He had 2 superb Gnars in this game. And look at Mini. Like, what is happening to this Caitlyn in the backline? Absolutely nothing. He just was able to stand there, 3-hit for the entire fight, and just did so much damage. It was almost as if Paris Saint-Germain, they seem to get to like 25 minutes in the game, say, oh, we've made a lot of plays, and then they say, okay, let's just not do anything for the rest of the game. Just wait.
Yeah, it's capitalization on the kind of mid-game power spikes that you hit. Blanc got a solo kill.
Exactly, onto Jizuki, and then what happened?
Exactly,
Nothing.
and then he got caught out by his red buff, and it was like, we saw you do it, mate. We saw you try and Valkyrie over the wall, but you know, when the sad Corky animation was like, sad plane. It's not looking good. I mean, actually, that's very relatable because he was on Jinair. Yeah, exactly. I just got that.
Thank you very much. We're going to do a short break before we get into the second game of this series. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Split. I am incredibly oversaturated on that screen. Hopefully we've got it sorted for you guys. Sorry about that. Just had a little bit of a snowstorm coming through the ESL UK studio. My name's Evan Medic Chamberlain. I'm joined by Jack Jaws Wright for the second game of this series between Paris Saint-Germain and Giants. That's some two different teams. Did we switch camera there first? There we go. The problem is I've got two different views in front of me, so I'm looking at the wrong one most of the time. But we are on the view that shows us both. So Paris Saint-Germain, a little bit disappointing in that first game, but Giants played incredibly well.
Absolutely, yeah. A little bit disappointing. I don't think there's much more to touch on with that one. But yeah, let's look at Giants. Yeah. Played it exceptionally well. Late game kind of vision control was fantastic by them. As soon as PSG put down some wards, Gillies just kind of roamed in, took that vision control. And one interesting statistic coming from this game, Baron was started twice.
Yes.
Wasn't actually finished at all. And Mini kind of sat there in the back line, did loads of damage, didn't die again. It was very, very easy for him in terms of just playing very, very easy for Giants to play around this Caitlyn Braun, which they're so adept at doing. I want to see how their draft's going to change up here, because I think Mini was the problem in that regard, because above 10 CS a minute. Yeah. Like, this guy's an absolute monster at farming. It seems like he can't be stopped. Do Caitlyn and Braun get banned out? That's the big question.
It is a question, like, PSG are now on the red side, and they banned Thresh, Fiora, Kennen. Maybe you don't ban the Fiora and you get rid of the Caitlyn just to like stop that. But even then, you've got picks like the Varus, you've got Kalista if you want it. You can play Ashe, who does a very similar job to Caitlyn, perhaps with a little bit more utility. So I'm not sure how much you can actually shut down that Giants bottom lane, but I agree with you. I think it's something you have to do. We saw Fnatic playing, and when their Kennen was banned against Reckless, they actually struggled a little bit more. They still won, obviously, because they're Fnatic. But, they struggled a little bit more. So taking people off their comfort picks is a very important thing to do. Ruin as well in that game was absolutely devastating. PSG weren't able to play around him, just continually split pushing. And White Knight, although he's a very good top laner, and we saw it last split from him, he really struggled to actually deal with that now. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a losing matchup anyway, regardless of the fact that, you know, White Knight got a little bit of help in the early game. Blowing the flash on Ruin's pretty big, just alleviated some of the pressure on him, was able to get his Tiamat first, which is extremely important in that matchup, just to be able to push against him. But Ruin, he made a couple of questionable TPs, but his team fight prowess was just perfect. Yeah. I mean, even through the Cosmic Radiance, he was able to get multi-man stuns. And yeah, I mean, being able to pop down that damage, and his vision control as well of the side waves, the side jungle where he was splitting was also really good. If anybody else kind of noticed that, the vision control from Giants is fantastic. I want to see PSG come back at them with that, and their vision denial needs to be upped, I believe. And one massive gripe I had with PSG was the fact that they couldn't capitalize on that vision. They got it down instantly killed by Gillies. Very, very easy in that regard. But, I mean, Giants, like you mentioned, at the end of the game, they're looking at like one of the best teams in CS right now. And the way that they played around their power spikes was really encouraging as well as a team, because it's very easy to get ahead and then win the game because you're outscaling your opposition, but they didn't get ahead. They fell behind, and then they were willing just to wait it out, play around the Infernal Drake when they could, play around picks when they could. It was very strong from them. If you guys want to join in the conversation, make sure you're tweeting as well, #EUCS. I think there's some bingo going around, so you can join in on that. I think the snar is probably a bad pun.
That is a bad pun.
Narsnun. I don't understand what you were trying to go with.
Narstuns. Narstun, yeah.
Like, that just doesn't work.
Well, he's got a stun in his kit, that's what I'm saying. Nuns?
Nuns? It's a nun?
No.
But yeah, let's have a look a little bit further into there as well, as we've got a couple of minutes before we get into pick and ban. Next up is Team RB taking on War, Wind and Rain. Wind and Rain didn't look too good week one, but they did have a couple of substitutions in. How do you feel that matchup's going to go? So substitutions aren't everything. Got to keep that in mind. It's not the roster they've been kind of playing with, and they might be a bit rusty. I want to see them with their full roster. I think this will be their kind of power spike coming into this one. Problem is, Red Bulls, very, very strong lineup. And Magic Felix kind of, this is his shining moment, I think, coming into this game. It's a cross on your bingo cards, by the way, guys, just in case you're using them. Team RB. Oh, Team RB. Yeah. Team RB, yeah, it's Magic Felix is going to be the catalyst for them. He always is. Playing a very aggressive mid lane. He's played Gangplank last week as well, which we ended up seeing a top AP cannon like Marin over in Korea. Thank God we're coming back to the top AP cannon, because I do love seeing it. Just insta-killing people. Had a lot of AoE in that composition. I think they drafted very well. They did end up losing the game. However, this is going to be Wind and Rain's arguably one of their toughest opponents. And if they can just bring it all and even take one game off RB,
it's going to be a massive win in their books.
I think RB will be looking for the 2-0. They'll be looking for a decisive 2-0 as well, especially since they only drew with Schalke last week. They will want to prove that they are the best in Challenger Series. It's the rhetoric that's come out from them as a team, and the way that everyone's viewed them is the fact they should be aiming straight away to be able to get through to that LCS. But we have seen super teams fall to the wayside before. Schalke last year, of course. Vitality, when they first joined, were kind of seen as a super team as well, and now not sitting in the best of spots in the LCS. We have about a minute away from pick and ban, I believe, so we should be getting back into it very soon.
Yeah.
Apart from the change perhaps to banning out the Caitlyn and Braum, do you think we're going to see any changes in the second rotation? Do you think mid lane priority? Maybe not ban out the Kassadin?
So the Kassadin is a really interesting one, and I'm not going to mention because it's on the bingo, so I'll try not to, but it's a pick that's been prioritized quite heavily by a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Banning it out, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing because it's a very safe laner after level 6, even safe laner pre-level 6 as well. It's very good into someone like a Galio who does absolutely nothing in the early stages apart from trying to wave clear with triple Dorans. So you just have him farm up in the mid, put him in a bottom lane. He's got teleport. He has Lich Bane in that instance as well with the Rod of Ages. Very, very good tower pusher and tower taker. But going on Blank's kind of performance on it, we haven't seen too much of him play Kassadin whatsoever. We've seen him play control mages. I think, honestly, you still ban out the Orianna and just try and pick up a counter matchup for the mid lane. Because, yes, we had the Corki get a solo kill on the LeBlanc, which shouldn't necessarily happen. But prioritizing Jizuki's mid lane and then get him kind of rolling is also really important for them for their winning potential. But Giants, you know, game number 1 looked very strong to them.
Sorry, your position's tilting me slightly, so I'm just going to move you slightly off towards the
side. No worries. So yeah, pick and ban. Straight away we're starting. Let's go.
Production thanked me as well. So,
really?
So, yeah. You were just saying straight in the middle of the screen.
That's true. You don't want to see that nice logo, I guess.
No, you do. Okay, so Giants and Paris Saint-Germain taking on the second game of the series. Rakan banned straight away from Giants, and it is Zach taken away by PSG.
No big surprises here. Zach, you got a ban first rotation. Rakan, I think, is going to be more or less a perma ban. Yeah. There's no way you let that one through. Just the playmaking potential on it is just way too big. And Giants, jungle ban.
Rek'Sai ban. That's not something we commonly see. Kairi obviously was a very good Rek'Sai player when she was more meta. And she hasn't really worked out too well recently, although the Unicorns of Love did bring her out in their series versus G2. Now, at least ban as well from Paris Saint-Germain, so we are going to see a lot of jungle focus. Last game we had the Kha'Zix and the Gragas be picked up in the jungle. They're still both on the cards. But probably going to see some early prioritization from these two teams towards that jungle role. Yep,
Rakan and Zach consistently being 100% pick ban right now. And again, jungle bans just kind of float on through. I mean, taking away the Elise is going to be pretty big against Gilius. He showed what he can kind of do on that last week. 2 more bans follow through, though.
Yeah, it's the Thresh and the Kha'Zix, and what a surprise! Caitlyn pick first up for Giants.
It was going to happen. If Caitlyn's available, they're going to first pick it. Now, do PSG take the Braum here is the kind of massive question. Taking away the Thresh is quite interesting, just because they kind of remove that playmaker potential in the bottom lane. Honestly, just going on Jack Troll's performance, I'd kind of take the Braum away here. You take the bottom lane here, absolutely, or you take the bottom in jungle, or you take the AD carry in jungle.
You can take jungle next rotation and get the counter.
Yeah,
so yeah, Varus Braum makes a lot of sense, as you say. However, with Jack Troll having played so much Braum, he probably knows a counter to it. Gilius can get his lease in here if he wants it. In fact, it's going to be... Oh, I thought it was locked in there. The picking logo went for longer than I thought it would, but there is the lock. And now support for Giants as well. Tahm Kench, very strong.
Yeah, Tahm Kench, absolutely massive priority at the moment as well for a lot of teams. Enables your AD carry to play very safely in the lane and also in the team fights as well. But the problem is with Tahm Kench, it's what always said, is it can end up in a 2-for-1 situation rather than a 1-for-1 if you do devour your AD carry or someone else and then get delivered to the enemy team.
Okay, well, we're doing well with predictions thus far, Jules. Let's go for the next one. PSG pick up their jungler here. I'm going to go
pick up
Olaf.
Orianna.
Oh, Rengar.
Wow.
Rengar. Well, it makes a lot of sense because you've still got both mid laners open, so...
Very true. I mean, Blunk's precision on the Orianna is honestly quite a spectacle. Like I mentioned earlier, his control mage matchups and just his ability to control the mid wave is just absolutely spectacular. Getting him on a priority mid laner is extremely important, but saving it for the next round of draft is fairly understandable. We have Kirei once again. Well. Yeah, very true. You have the counter pick as well. Kirei once again picking up that Rengar. That's the 3rd time he's played Rengar thus far.
Shouldn't have gone for the Olaf guess. Should have gone for the Rengar guess.
Yeah.
A mistake from me. Fiora could be banned out here alongside Kennen still available. Shen as well, if either of these teams want to get rid of that. Gragas probably going to be picked somewhere in the next little bit of the draft. It is going to be a Jace ban from Giants. Wasn't even picked or banned in the first game, but last week was 100% amongst the Challenger Series teams. I expect a Fiora ban probably from Giants, although White Knight isn't known for his Fiora play.
No, definitely not. And I think he really does suit this supportive style, in all honesty. His Shen play is very, very good. And even sustaining against the Nars fairly easy when you get a couple of items underneath your belt. So banning away the Jace here isn't so big. And I don't think you ban Fiora at all. I think you ban Aura. Yeah, okay. So you ban away the mid lane here
Easy
again.
to say when it's locked in.
Yeah, I said
easy, Jaws. Easy.
But okay, so Orianna here is going to be, I think, pick ban, honestly, against Blanc. Yeah. There's no way you kind of let him have that. Azir is still there. I really want to see it, but I doubt he's going to pick it, especially into this kind of composition they do have. Although, very good Sieger with the Azir, but Corki is left open, so that will be the lock-in instead. I think PSG right now are going, your picks, our picks now. Well,
it's basically exactly the same composition as last time, apart from the Braum. And I mean, the Rengar plays a very different role to well, relatively similar role actually to the Kha'Zix, so it's not too surprising from them. It's going to be an Echo lock-in for Jizuki, you would expect, in that middle lane. That's a very strong pick, not something we commonly see, but can dash around, of course, the Phosphorus bomb from the Corki.
Yeah, so the matchup in the mid lane is, it's going to be more of a sustain war. Echo is just he's kind of frustrating to play into with the Time Winder because it's got a very slow cooldown in comparison to some other Q abilities like Ari's Orbit Deception, for example. But the wind up for it to come in and come out, it just halves the cooldown. You're just kind of waiting for it to come back, and you know the enemy laner still has to kind of play around it in that instance. Can't step up to the wave at any one point. It can be very, very easy to kind of clear and just make sure the Corki can't get any sneaky roams off. Although we didn't see Blanc do that anyway, but top laners are going to get locked in as well.
This is known as a bad matchup for the Shen as well. Like Rumble into Shen, you're always going to get pushed in. I'm really surprised to see PSG leave the top lane counter pick for last and then go for something they would have picked early on anyway. So it's a little bit of a disappointing draft from them. Giants have got the Rumble up towards the top side. They look to have a lot of burst damage and then the safety with that Caitlyn later on into the game. Whereas Paris Saint-Germain, very similar to last game. Good siege, good dive as well, but they weren't really able to use this composition to its full effectiveness last time.
I'm actually happy with seeing Jactron on a different champion, in all honesty. This Tom Kench is going to play a similar role to the Braum, very, very heavy protection. He's got a lot of sustainability and survival in the laning phase. The problem is Braum very, very strong against some melee laners or melee supports. But I think the matchup to watch, in all honesty, is going to be the mid lane again, just because Corki into the Echo. If the Corki gets ahead, it's going to be very punishing for the Echo. He can't roam. There's no way, even with his mobility, with his E and just his wave clear is going to be there. But the problem is, if the Echo gets ahead, it's going to be the complete opposite. And we said that last game, though, and Blanc still found a solo kill on Jizuki. I think skill-wise, they're both very evenly matched in that regard. And Blanc sticking with the Corki, I don't think is a bad thing whatsoever. Again, if they can execute what they tried to do last game, which was the sieging Varus with the Corki, it's going to be very easy for them. But there's also a lot of wave clear on PSG's side as well. On Giants' side as well. They do have the Echo. The Time Winder is very easy. But again, he's going to be one who's split pushing. Not a bad split pusher whatsoever. Can build Lich Bane. There's a lot of turret taking potential from both sides. A lot of teams right now just focusing on that 1-3-1 or the 1-4. And that's exactly what they're going for. But let's look at the top lane.
Okay.
Shen and Rumble. Very, very, very bad for Shen.
Yeah, and they picked into it, which is what disappoints me.
Yeah, exactly. But the one thing Shen does have, and we saw it last game, was he can get pushed in for days, but he can still be there for a Stand United. Rumble hasn't got any way to interrupt that, which the Nard did have. So White Knight, in that sense, is a little bit more safe. But the Rumble can obviously chunk him out a fair bit as well.
Well, we are on to the Summoner Swift for the second game of this series. It's Paris Saint-Germain taking on Giants. Giants looking for a 2-0 clean sweep in their first 2 weeks, whereas Paris Saint-Germain still searching for their first win.
Trying to search for that elusive first win. Now, Kire has played the Rengar 3 times now. Can he make it work in this game? That's kind of the overarching question. Rengar, like you said, is going to play a little bit differently from last game.
It's still relatively similar to the Kha'Zix.
Yep, absolutely. Small invade, though. Braum very good at level 1 invades. Doxiac, how's it going? Oh, does land. Gilius? It's all right, tongue lash.
Yeah, I don't think that deserved any of the whoops I gave it.
Whoop, whoop.
Still got a few whoops. Gilius can actually just back away here as well because it's so early. He'll be able to back and still get in back into his jungle in time. So he will just do that. Jack Troll and Mini Trupax just going to step forward. And actually looks like it's going to be a Razorbeak start. Will be spotted out, but White Knight is up on a ward there as well, which Ruin went into place. So both junglers will be tracked at the start of their clear. So
with the first clear coming out from the Rengar, it's actually going to be very easy for him because Corki has a very, very good AoE Phosphorus Bomb, which he's going to tend to start regardless. Well, you can start the Gatling Gun, which actually a lot of people do to kind of get the Thunderlords proc off, but he's going to have he's going to help Curate a fair bit, and Rengar
didn't actually give him any assistance.
What?
Blanc didn't give Koei any assistance.
Oh,
at
okay.
the Razorbeak.
Completely missed that.
Stayed in the mid lane. White Knight was actually there to give him a bit of a hand.
Yeah, a bit of helping hand, all right. Greedy mid laner, I understand. But Curate, you know, he's on this Rengar, he's going to want to farm. Lee Sin's going to want to make ganks early. That's kind of that's how it works. Rengar hits level 6, delete somebody. Gilius, not so much. He's got a lot of gap closers where Curate doesn't if there's not a brush around. Will we see Curate once again force Ruin to blow his flash early and then make a return gank? Ruin doesn't have the mobility and doesn't have the escape tools like the Gnar does. So in that regard, it's going to be very easy for him. Oh, Blanc.
Yeah, aggressive trades from both of them in the mid lane. Jizuki down to about 200 HP, has the Corrupting Potion stacks, but so does Blanc this time. Instead of going for the Doran Shield that he used against Jizuki last time.
So what you want to do, you know Jizuki's going to want to trade into you, so you take the Corrupting Potion, and he, time-wide, is into you, just uses everything he's got. You stand there, you Gatling gun him, just keep auto-attacking Blanc.
Holy moly, Blanc has to use heal.
That is massive.
That is absolutely humongous in the mid lane.
That's without Doran's ring either.
Yeah.
That's absolutely huge.
Sitting on
damage.
20 AP.
Blanc stepping up there as well, when the 2 procs of the Echo Patter was on him. When that 3rd proc gets hit and used from his basic attacks or his abilities, deals an extra ton of damage, as you saw.
Yeah. Does, even without the Trinity Force, deals an extra ton.
Extra ton of damage.
And Jizuki's just winning out these trades. Now, both of them will go through those Corrupting Potion stacks. Actually, 1 spare onto Blanc, but he's already used that Summoner. We see Jizuki and Ruin taking the teleports once again, so it looks like Giants are going to go through a 1-3-1, a specialty of theirs at the moment. And it's a bit of a struggle for Paris Saint-Germain. They're going to try and force Mini Trupax and Jack Troll's back, but this was a worry that we talked about in Game 1. Nardius and Noxiac not quite being up to the level of some of the other Challenge Series bot lanes, and although they got a little bit of an advantage last game when Kairi came in for the gank, I don't think they've really proven, at least to me, that they are at a level where they can face up against some of these higher caliber opposition.
Curate trying to go for a little sneaky mid lane peekaboo, but couldn't really find anything. Jizuki is going to be able to use that E to get out of there. Blanc taking a fair bit of damage.
That's
though.
a lot of damage.
Flash from Curate. Whoa, hang on a second. You weren't even in the bush, buddy.
You were trying to get into the bush so you could then jump onto Jizuki, but it's a long, long way to go.
Into the bush.
And that's 2 summoners burnt looking towards mid lane, and
they don't know he burnt the flash though.
No, they had a ward in the bush. Unless that's just been placed. I'm pretty sure that was there.
Oh man.
Oh, they know he flashed? Yeah, that's definitely been there for long enough.
Yeah.
They knew he flashed.
Oh.
They will have pinged that out. They know the timer now.
What's really interesting in that instance was the way Blanc played that. Normally you'd see if Curate was coming down from the bottom side brush near the dragon side, you'd see the mid laner play to the top side in order to make sure Jizuki rotates toward the bottom side, so you're at a diagonal with each other. You don't normally sit kind of parallel, you sit normally diagonal in the lane, and then it would be very, very easy for Curate to kind of jump on him, and then Blanc can Valkyrie in if need be. But in that instant, Blanc actually rotated down, even though he was low on HP, because he knew Jizuki was very aggressive, and he's got that Corrupting Potion, so he wants to be. Having him then jumped on him, Curate blows the flash, leaves him, well, tries to leap from the bush, and nothing really happens from there, because, again, Jizuki is going to be able to just phase shift straight out. It's going to be a very, very big cooldown for him, especially he's hitting that level 6 mark. It's going to be down for another 3.5 minutes, roughly. Gilius, though, happy enough to kind of farm.
Yeah, just farm himself up towards that level 6 mark. Lanes are pretty difficult to gank, in all honesty. White Knight's safe. Blanc could be very safe with the Valkyrie as well. Bot lane, Nardius and Noxiac just seem to be pushed back a lot of the time. Looks like Mini Trupax and Jack Troll will back away first. Now, last time we saw Mini Trupax getting the QSS after getting this BF sword, it was around the 8 to 10 minute mark. We'll have to see if he decides to itemize passively once again, especially since now he's got the Tahm Kench to devour him and keep him a little bit safer.
Oh, hang on a second. Noxiac. I do love that skin to Tom Kent. It's absolutely fantastic. Holding the cutlery is great. Let's look at Giants and what they can kind of achieve off just this one win. If they manage to take this to a 2-0, they're wanting to prove to everybody that they can win against such a stacked roster of PSG. Again, we kind of talk about it and touch on it all the time, but you look at the individuals on the PSG lineup and you go, these are all very strong players. Noxiac's had a lot of experience. Same with Blanc. But Giants coming through with such determination.
Jizuki's very low on mana here.
He's got ult. He could ult right back now. Doesn't want to do anything.
Only sitting at 130 mana though. He'll ult back now when Blanc hits.
No, one more.
That was close.
Calculated, my friend.
He would have had to ult back if Blanc had flashed for the auto. That's
Very
what I
true.
thought was going to happen, but he didn't do it. So.
It would have landed him in a bit of a sticky situation though, as Blanc would have been right next to him at that point. The ultimate damage not doing it all too much with just a Doran's Ring and a Dark Seal. Has picked up the Amp Tome though. So again, we're seeing this more common build from mid laners. We're seeing the Corrupting with Dark Seal and the Doran's Ring. That's a lot of lane-focused stats. Gilius though, trying to steal one of these this red buff away. Kire knows it's happening, maybe?
He does know it happens.
There we
It's
go.
happening. Ruin is going to just push him back, and this is the advantage of having a pushing top laner. Ruin is able to push White Knight in and then roam around and help Gilius out. Gilius can try and steal away some of the jungle. He actually gets some of this away. He's going to flash kick back straight into the waiting arms of Jizuki. Standing Knight comes in as well. Kaime not going to survive for long enough. Blanc gets one. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Jungler for jungler as the mid laners get themselves on the board.
It was jungler for jungler, but who got the kills? It was the mid lane. Jizuki burn flash there isn't going to be all too big. There's a lot of mobility on that Echo. Kire going down there. That was a very, very slow kick flash as well from Gilius. Flashed in, waited a couple of seconds, like moseying around. He knows that Kire didn't have the flash from the earlier engagement. One of the massive problems when you blow flash that early is the Lee Sin, as soon as he hits 6, you cannot escape his flash kick.
Interestingly though, for Blanc, although Jizuki got the kill and it's actually now burnt his flash, Blanc actually has the red buff now as well. So he can actually harass down Jizuki quite a lot in this lane, and Jizuki's having to play very passively, just standing quite a long way back. Look at this once again from Gilius.
Flash, kick, Stan United a little bit too late, you can see him. Oh, I thought that was going to come in, the heal did come through from Blanc, just try and save him at the last possible second, but didn't happen, and at least Blanc was there to kind of clean up the pieces and take out Gilius in the return trade. Isn't going to be too much gained, but the big point and big question, not really a question because it happened, but Blanc picking up the river buff was pretty big. It's a little bit extra damage down onto that tier 1 turret in the mid, which again is going to be the most important one because opening up that map for a Corki and an Echo to roam is extremely, extremely useful for those things.
I think the big question now for me is, Jaws, how much Giants use this Tahm Kench, because his ability at level 6 to roam and to help out his team is actually incredibly monumental, and what you want to see from a good team is him coming for some early-ish ganks up towards top lane, up towards mid lane, trying to get behind the enemy. It's quite difficult because they're hard lanes to gank. You know, Shen's quite difficult to gank, so is a Corki, but if Jack Trolls can use him to good effect, they can actually start to extend a little bit of this lead that they have.
Extending the lead is exactly what PSG are doing now. Noxiac taking this brush control is fairly important against someone like a Tahm Kench. Being that Braum ever waiting. He's got the Ignite as well. We didn't actually pick up on that one earlier. Very aggressive laning phase. I mean, both of the Giant bottom laners, the support and the AD carry, are going to be massive targets for an all-in engage just because of Tahm Kench's ability to devour the Caitlyn. Yeah. If you just take him out of the fight and just ignore Mini, it's not going to be too much of an issue because at least then Jack Troll can't save his AD carry. He's not going to want to devour him when he's getting taken down. Hence, I think why Noxiac took the Ignite there.
There we go. Jizuki, Valkyrie comes in with the package. There's a power lock convergence. We'll shield him up for the time being. Lots of damage coming down from Blanc, as you say. Kaime pops the On the Hunt.
Very, very odd usage of the On the Hunt there. Didn't even use it to get into the lane either. He's going to spot out Gilius though. He knows exactly where he is. He's in the mid.
Sure, good job. So he used it to jump to the Krugs.
Yeah, it's all good.
Very important. Kaime on this Rengar has not been impressing me across the last 2 weeks. Something they keep picking up even when things like Lee Sin are available. Although it was second after the Lee Sin this time, but there was still a few options in the jungle role. And going for the Rengar is something we used to see a lot when he was a lot stronger. Since then, it's been nerfed. not as effective as he used to be, and I think we can see that coming out from Kyrie. Now PSG are setting up this 4-man gank down towards the bottom side once again, and it looks like Giants are going to be slow to respond. There's the TP straight in, Blanc looking for Mini and Jackdaw, but he will have the thick skin. PSG now need to back away because here comes the equalizer into Stand United. Going to get the chain of corruption down. That should be Blanc falling to ruin as he gets taken out. White Knights join the fray as well. It's a 5v5, but here comes the flank from Jizuki. Hasn't got the flash to jump in, but can phase side straight onto Kyrie. 2 members of PSG fall. And Giants looking for a further collapse.
Well-coordinated turret dive there from PSG, but it's turned completely around. Giants maybe looking for a little else summing here. White Knight lagging behind the rest of his team.
Convergence, Abyssal Voyage brings in 2, Mini there as well. Yes, Jackdaw's so low, gets ignited by Noxiac. However, White Knight's still underneath the tower by himself. Kick back, knocked down. The Spirit's Refuge will only save him for so long. 4 kills to 1 in favour of Giants.
I think that Abyssal Voyage is a little bit aggressive when you're on no
it's
HP.
fine.
But
It's fine, man.
they still got the kill onto White Knight, which is the most important thing there. They're probably going to be able to secure this first tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. That's going to open the map up. They can now put Jizuki in the bottom side. They can put Ruin in the bottom side. More often than not, you're going to want to put Ruin against White Knight regardless. So just kind of swap them around isn't going to be too much of a problem. Put Jizuki in a side A now, and now you have Mini in the mid. This is going to be so important for him.
There's the second item QSS once again. Gets it alongside the Zerka's Greaves. Jizuki's going to back as well, complete his proto belt. He's now 3-0 on this Echo. I just don't see how you deal with him and with Ruin still able to split push.
And what did we say before? Who gets ahead early in the mid lane is going to actually decide this middle stage of the game, because now, what can Blanc do?
Nothing.
Exactly. The problem with that, doing nothing isn't going to help your team at all.
That's true.
And Jizuki now can roam. It's going to be very easy for him to find roams and ganks off just because that tier 1 turret is down. You now see him in the bottom lane, like I mentioned. They're actually putting Mini up in the top side, which is a little bit interesting to me. I would have thought they'd put him in the mid lane and then push out that tier 1 turret and then take priority control over this dragon. Yes, it's only a Cloud Drake, but it's still going to help them.
There is a Rift held on the top side now. That's the thing.
Which is what I was going to say. Yeah. So Rift, if there was a Mountain Drake or an Infernal, you'd do that. But just because it's a Cloud, really. And Harriet the Herald is going to be there for the taking in a minute. And now you can see Jizuki with pure control over Blanc.
Holy
oh my goodness.
moly.
That damage.
And the thing is, these sort of equal trades, it's always in favour of Jizuki because he can always use that Chrono Break to get himself back. Actually, kick comes out from Gilius and he misses the Q. That's the Gilius we know and love. There's the jump in with the parallel convergence. Time Winder as well. Won't quite get the kill though. Here comes Kyrie with the thrill of the hunt. Will get knocked up by Gilius as well. The Sonic Wave comes in, going to chase in a little bit more. Battle Roar as Noxiac eventually joins the fight.
6 stacks, by the way, for Jizuki on his Dark Seal.
Oh, baby.
Oh, here we go. Let's get that Medjai's on the go.
Please don't. Please don't.
Please. I love seeing Medjai's, especially in competitive. It never works, though, unless you're someone like Faker.
I don't see why you love seeing Medjai's in competitive.
A lot of AP. It's a show-off item, isn't it? It's like Sword of the Occult.
Oh,
Rest in peace.
Oh, no. Twitch with Sword of the Occult when Twitch wasn't broken. It's just amazing. But yeah, has got that 18 extra AP, of course, from that Dark Seal for the time being. Looks like he might be going... He's got himself a Sapphire Crystal next as well, so there's a bunch of different options for him there, depending on how he wants to build. Giants will go for the Mountain Drake, the Cloud Drake. Mountain Ocean Cloud Drake. It's an Ocean up next, and Rift Herald still on the cards for them if they want it. Across the board, they have taken a 2,000 gold lead, only 15 minutes into this game, and if you look at items, first item completed on a lot of the Giants members. Proto Belt for Jizuki, Leandries for Ruin, Quicksilver Sash apparently for Mini True Packs, because you need that when you've got a Tarm Kench in your team. Nardius is going towards the Blade of the Ruin King, and Blanc has skipped the Hex Drinker this time and is going straight towards that Trinity Force.
Okay, you say you don't need it. Well, you need it, but kind of sarcastically.
I said it very sarcastically, Jaws. Very sarcastically.
But it does leave Jackdaw to kind of devour someone else. And if...
Who are you going to devour?
You're going to devour Jizuki, Gilius, Ruin.
Oh yeah, because Jizuki doesn't have enough mobility himself. Gilius doesn't have enough mobility himself, and Ruin needs to get so close to the fight to use his Equalizer. I'm sorry, I totally forgot about that,
Trying to justify the pick.
It's a bad itemization choice. Let's just leave it at that. I understand why you want to get it later in the game, but you're no longer really playing a pure 2v2 laning phase. The map has opened up a huge amount. I think you could have quite easily gone for the BF sword into Zeal item and just gone from there.
You are now letting your support roam because that's what Tom Kench does best, so you're actually alone in that lane. So in that regard,
Okay, yeah, I'll stick with you there, Jules. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
The benefit of the doubt.
I think it's a mighty benefit to give him.
Let's look at other power spikes that have just been hit as well. Let's look at Ruin. Now sitting on that Leandri's Torment, has got the Merc Treads as well. Nice itemization from him. And the White Knight's itemization, in contrast, stark contrast to last game, where he's dealing with a heavy AD threat, having to invest extremely heavily in MR. 1-0-3 on the Rumble. We mentioned how much of a bad matchup it is for White Knight. Jizuki and Blanc tussling it out still. Jizuki could kill him here, actually.
Gilius, Chrono Break back, but Blanc dodges it. White Knight tries to get the taunt off, can't quite land it. Jizuki's going to jump himself back away. Here comes the Abyssal Voyage. And Mini Trupax joins the fray.
Kiro once again blowing that ultimate. Not really finding all too much. He's using it more of a distraction tool, saying, guys, I'm here. You know, I'm off to the sidelines.
Using it badly, I believe, is the
You don't know where I am,
yeah,
but I'm still here. He's not using it effectively at all, and I completely agree.
It's why I'm disappointed in the Rengar pick as well, because he just hasn't been effective on it. Hasn't been making the plays that you would want from a Rengar. And when your first couple of Throw of the Hunts don't do anything, you really fall off as it gets later on into the game. You can't make those assassinations. It's a bit like Twisted Fate, you know? If your first Destiny fails, or if your first 2 Destinies fails, 9 times out of 10, you're not going to have a productive game.
One pick I'd actually like to see him pick up is something that Mujin played last week. It is the Olaf.
Yes, I totally agree.
Olaf has the ability to run through literally everything that is on the Giants roster right now. The slow from Rumble, the slow from Lee Sin, the kick from Lee Sin. Kara in trouble.
Yeah, has to try and flash the wall. Glacial Fissure comes out, and they will keep him alive for the time being. Paris Saint-Germain doing good damage control, at least, at the moment.
Nice change of corruption, actually, stunning up Gilius and Jack Troll, so they weren't able to recommence that fight. But yeah, Olaf. You run through Lee kick. He's probably not going to kick an Olaf anyway. But you run through the stuns and the slows. Literally everything that Giants has on their roster that's there to protect Mini, not necessarily Jizuki or Ruin because of their upfront damage and their ability to like get on the backline regardless. You have an Olaf running at Giants, and then you follow up with a Shen, who can then stand united on top of him. He's going to be in the backline already. He gets more survivability from that, and you deliver the Shen as well to Mini, who can taunt. If not Mini, he can talk Gilius up. He can talk Ruin up as well. So I think that would have been a better pick for him. And like you mentioned, not doing or having an impact at all in the start of this game has just kind of led to kind of a questionable jungle pick. Maybe it's a comfort pick for him. Maybe he decides, you know what, we're in game number 2. I need to sit on something more comfortable in order to kind of bring back this to at least a draw.
Well, they definitely need that draw, because otherwise they will be going into week 3 as 0-2 competitors. The only people who could match them would be... who is it? Oh, War, that's the one. Who actually, I think from all people's perspectives, will probably match them in the next game against RB. But War do have their full roster today and can look to challenge a little bit more. Giants very much at the top of the pile as they continue just to push back PSG. A 2,000 gold lead for them. The Cloud Drake in their back pocket as well. Ocean Drake spawning next. Rift Herald still on the map, but doesn't look like anyone is going to go for the Herald this game.
Well, so let's hark back to game number 1, and we look at the gold lead and the gold advantage that Giants had over PSG. At some points in the game, in around 20 minutes, it was about 700 gold. Now it's 2,000.
Yep.
4-1. They've got a dragon, they've got a turret. The most important scenario, the most important thing about Giants having that turret lead. Hang on, Abyssal Voyage though. Uh-oh, Kirei.
Stand United is going to come in. They're all going to try and jump onto Mini. Kirei takes a Piltover Peacemaker to the back, and actually they will just retreat. They did have to use the Stand United, but Paris Saint-Germain able to counter the gank up towards the top side.
So a few big ultimates and a few big cooldowns there used by PSG. Gilius now just trying to force something in the mid lane with Ruin. 2 teleports on the side of Giants right now. They can really start pressuring this mid-tier 1, and as soon as that opens up as well, it's going to be disaster for PSG. As we mentioned, one of their weaknesses in game number 1 was the fact they couldn't get a lot of that vision and maintain that vision. Jizuki using the ultimate there just to get a little bit of health back. He knows Blanc has a lot of damage in his kit, finishing that Trinity Force.
Jizuki is going towards a Lich Bane of his own, so it will be Sheen for Sheen in that matchup. Mini Trupax played that incredibly safe up towards the top side. Actually burnt both Flash and Heal to try and get away. He still even has that QSS, wasn't even used. So I still wonder about this itemization choice. I understand why he does it, but I feel that sometimes he's just a little bit too safe as an AD carry. Because if there he'd stood and fought a little bit more, I think perhaps they could have traded back onto Kirei and onto Blanc, perhaps slightly more effectively. But it's working for Giants at the moment. I shouldn't doubt them. They are in the top spot of the league, and if they win this, they will keep that at least for 1 week more. Looking for that mid lane tower as Noxiac puts the Unbreakable down to try and block up the damage. And Giants won't quite be able to break through that turret line yet.
You got to say, he wants to protect that perfect KDA that he still maintains. Didn't die last game, didn't die in the 2 games last week. Does remind me of that account over in Korea. That full tank LeBlanc account that only builds tank, super safe, perfect KDA. Probably
Who
like
is that?
Super negative win rate. It's probably in like bronze or silver or something.
Okay,
but
cool.
absolutely
Vander
ridiculous account.
reminds me of Vander. He almost
Okay.
went unkilled throughout the entire last split as well, which was very impressive. Schalke were dominant last year, obviously. But Blanc does have the package up towards the top side, and it looks like PSG are going to react to it. They will all come up towards this top lane tower.
No vision again coming out from Giants, but we said in the first game that it's very easy for them to kind of walk in. But the main issue I think we got to touch on is the fact, yes, Kirei hasn't done anything massively impactful, but at least this time he's actually controlling a lot of this vision with the help of Noxiac around this Baron. Look how many wards they have. They have 2 bushes where they have a control ward and a normal ward. They've got a ward in the little pixel brush, and they've got a pink ward up to the side here as well. No Rift Herald either has been taken in these past 2 games. And even with that Ocean Drake going down, they're going, okay, whatever, it's an Ocean Drake, that's fine. We'll just deal with it when it comes to an Elder. Jack Troll now just trying to clear out some of that vision, but that's a good 7 hits you have to take out of both those wards. Blanc, though, is very low in the top side. We'll get pushed out, actually, by Jizuki once more, and this is the dueling potential we talked about. It's going to be very easy for Jizuki now to duel out Blanc.
Now that he's got the Lich Bane as well, his split push potential is just absolutely huge. Yeah, a couple of shots on this tower, that's going to fall, and it means that PSG lose the ability to gain vision in the river. You see Giants react to it. They say, okay, yeah, well, you can have vision for a little bit. We'll chunk out Blanc and then get the tower. Gilius can push forward, get some vision control of his own, and it makes it so hard for PSG to actually react.
The cleansing of the wards has begun.
Yes.
Giants now.
Just like Treants.
Yeah.
Treants falling in Fangorn Forest.
Exactly.
Wards falling in the river.
Wards falling in the river.
Unleash the wards.
Yeah. Giants have unleashed the river in that top side. Can go for the Baron if they want. Don't really want to do it just quite yet. Don't have the damage across the board. But once again, a methodical game from Giants, and they pushed PSG back. They cleared out that first line of turrets, just mid lane to take, and it looks like they should be able to get that right now. Blanc gets harassed out with that Proto Belt. Jizuki still has the Chrono Break to jump back if he wants it, and Blanc just continually forced away. They can't quite get this mid lane tower because Noxiac continually just putting up that unbreakable shield, but eventually it will fall, and Giants once again have enacted the 1-3-1, and Paris Saint-Germain just don't seem to have the tools in their arsenal to respond.
Yeah, but he's still sitting at that 10 CS a minute mark, 238. Be a few more now at 23 minutes. Blanc, though, getting very aggressive on Jizuki. Has got ultimate available to him still. Blanc's going to have to be very careful.
He might have to use it here. He's going to
jump
all the way back with the Time Winder. Flashes in. Jizuki looking for it, but can't quite get the damage down. Now Jack Shaw's genius there. Blanc going to get the Stand United on him. They're still looking for Jizuki. Gets the Proto Belt back up. White Knight's joined the fray. There's the Valkyrie forward. One more also on Jizuki. Phosphorus Bomb takes him out. Now it's up to White Knight to try and distract from Blanc, who does get caught out. The flash in from Gilius, that's the kill. Here comes the Equalizer as well as the TP has joined the fray from Ruin. The Chain of Corruption comes out, eaten up by Jack Troll to distract them from the fight. Gilius jumps all the way back in and jumps out as well. White Knight with the taunt. Look at this, Mini Trupax has been untouched. He's only just joined the fight. Now he can continue to wail away on this Paris Saint-Germain lineup. They're going to look for the chase. Jack Troll with the lick, just needs to land it on one. That's another dead carry if they can get there. The kick lands. Giants going to clean this one up. 4 kills to 1 in favor of Giants.
What was that team fight? PSG overextended. Blanc just chasing Jizuki maybe a little bit too far. Jack Troll came with the Abyssal Voyage, delivering Gilius to the back line. Now Giants go, you know what? Baron's on the cards. 3 members of yours dead. First Baron of the series.
Paris Saint-Germain tried to make a play. We have to give them that, but Giants reacted quicker. Jizuki's going to look for Noxiac. Time Winders jumps out. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. That's the Baron. 25 minutes in. 9 kills to 2 for Giants. They have 2 dragons in their pocket. They've got 2 towers, and they have a 7,000 gold lead.
I was about to say as well, that last team fight did not go in Giants' way, but they completely turned it around. It was a bit disconjointed, I think, from both sides. You saw Ruin in the middle of 4 members of PSG. Didn't go down. Why is that? Zhonya's. That's why. Zhonya's used the ult. Very, very easy then for Gilius to kind of bait out a couple of summoners, just diving in and diving straight back.
Jack Troll was there as well with the Devour.
Exactly. It was extremely hard for any of PSG to really to lock down one member. Remember, there's a lot of control.
Nardius.
Nardius is in trouble. You are dead, my son.
not much more you can say about that, really. It's too easy for Chizuki. If Blanc's not the one there to deal with him, he can just trade in. They're going to get a tower down towards this bottom side as well. Mid lane tower falls, and this is just Giants accelerating. They've got Baron, they've got 3 lanes pushing, and it looks like Paris Saint-Germain just don't have a hope to deal with this Giants push.
No, they do not. Still unkilled is Mini, now sieging down this inhibitor turret in that bottom lane. White Knight trying to do something here, but without the Varus, without Blanc in that lane, it's extremely hard for them to clear waves. They've got Kirei, great, he can walk up to the wave. What's going to happen? He's going to die. Blanc maybe looking for a little play here, does have package. But Chizuki, meanwhile, in that top side, like I said, split pushing Echo with this Lich Bane. It's extremely hard for actually PSG to react in the slightest.
Yeah, there is the tower falling up towards the top side. It's now a 10,000 gold lead for Giants as they look for another tower. It continues to extend 11,000 with the inhib on the dinner plate for them as well. They will chow down as Mini Trupax just tries to take it out. Here's Kyrie with the thrill of the hunt, but Mini, there's a ward there, Kyrie. You get spotted out. Mini Trupax absolutely shreds through that front line, and there's the inhibitor falling as well. Giants just dominating. 26 minutes in, they look absolutely unstoppable, unkillable, undefeatable, unfatigable. They are just invincible.
And clean. White Knight going for the engage though, does get the double taunt.
And here comes Ruin with the Zhonya's. Noxiac has to get the Stand United on him as Chizuki jumps on towards Kyrie. PSG with the last hope, with the last stand, with a Chain of Corruption, perhaps the last ultimate used from Nardias in this series. Jack Troll keeps Ruin alive, and the inhibitor tower will fall as well up towards this top side. It's just impossible for Paris Saint-Germain to do anything about this Giant squad.
A disconjointed team fight yet again. What happened there? We saw White Knight. He dashes in, gets 2-man. That's fantastic. Rest of his team, guys, follow up. I need you to follow up right now.
Nah, fam.
Noxiac jumps in.
I'm good, fam. Good.
Almost 100-0. Stand United from White Knight, and just time and time again, they're going in 1-2 members at a time on a Giants roster that has a lot of AoE damage coming out from Ruin, and it's going to be extremely hard for them to actually get on the back line of Mini just because Jack Troll is there. We're seeing the power of Tom Kench rear its head once more. Whether you like it or you don't, it is there, and it is very, very strong.
A lot of people doubted this Giants lineup. When we saw it before Challenger Series, they said, yep, middle of the pack at best, maybe even bottom of the pack. Gilius has not always performed as well as he'd like to on Schalke, on UOL, didn't have the best of performances, but even after coming back across from across the pond from NA, he's played pretty well this series. Chizuki as well used to call himself the Italian god, but he's been playing like it this series. 4-1 on that Echo. Kyrie once again with a thrill of the hunt, looking for the jump on towards Jack Troll. There's the equalizer. Nardius is going to burn down. White Knight has to flash away. Here comes Chizuki, and that's going to be a kill. White Knight falls, as does Blanc. Abyssal Voyage coming in from Jack Troll. This is just the end for Paris Saint-Germain. There's not much they can do at all. Nardius gets chunked with the time winder. Chizuki gets the kill. That's a double for the Echo. Mini Trupax helping out as well with a couple of autos. Giants are going to take down the Nexus Towers, and they will take the series. They go top of the table, 2-0 over Paris Saint-Germain.
You want to engage on us? That's completely fine, because we've got Ruin. We'll split your entire team up with that equalizer. And guess who was left on the other side? That was one dead Shen. It wasn't really going to happen at all for PSG. As soon as we saw that first turret go down, and I wouldn't say it's kind of micro-level teamfight prowess that they've got in their back pocket, Giants, and I think they're very good, talented players as they are, but they're macro players, just fantastic, and they just pried apart PSG bit by bit by bit and expose their weaknesses, and that is a 2-0 for Giants as well. They are looking incredibly strong.
The 1-3-1 from Giants was absolutely devastating. As you say, Paris Saint-Germain still showing the same weaknesses they have in previous splits. If they fall behind in the early game, they can't win. If they get ahead in the early game, they can't close it out. It's a story as old as time for this squad, and it's a long road for them now. They need to really win out every single week to get through to those playoff spots. I think last split it was 2 wins and a draw that got you through to playoffs. So they need to at least start winning games from now on out. Perhaps even have that 6-game win spree that we saw them have in spring.
I mean, one of the overarching points that we made on PSG at the start of the day was, can they come in and prove they deserve another chance, another shot at the LCS? And right now,
no.
It's quite obvious. It's no. And Giants really coming up massive, and this was going to be one of their hardest opponents, yes. Same with RB. Team RB will be another tough opponent. Yeah, Schalke as well. I mean, you got to kind of put question on the their ability to control vision, their ability to actually not just get snowballed out of control. You see a lot of teams you see, for example, SKT, we'll get to that point in a minute, we do have a couple of replays. Very slow kick flash there from Gilius.
Doesn't matter how
United,
slow it is.
Way too slow from White Knight.
You just get the kill at the end of it all. And this is actually, like, PSG at times looked like they were playing well. They went again for the good macro play of this 4-man dive bottom, but it just got reacted to by Giants. Ruin actually had a stellar game early on with these equalizers. His positioning was very strong. And then Jizuki just comes in and absolutely cleans up house. Kaire, especially for Paris Saint-Germain, this game did not perform to the highest level. This fight was dirty.
Ruin is such a mechanical player on this Rumble. It's it's kind of disgusting to watch, in all honesty. His equalizer placement has just been so fantastic in this entire game. Not only does he split the entire PSG lineup up, but his ability to use teleport is absolutely incredible. Look at this. White Knight completely segregated from his team. He's got one MR item, apart from the Merc Treads as well. I mean, it's just really incredible play and incredible macro play from coming out of Giants.
Credit as well to Jack Troll on this Tahm Kench. I was wondering if he'd be able to use those ultimates effectively. There was one that was mispositioned, but the rest of it was relatively good. And it shows a degree of teamwork and a degree of knowledge that I'm really looking forward to from this Giants lineup, because the rest of the split for them is going to get progressively tougher. They've got Schalke, they've got RB, I think only War left, Origin as well, who are playing very well. So they've got the 3 stronger teams left to play, but they've had strong improvement from week to week, and I'm looking forward to see them play across the rest of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I want to see that matchup between them and Origin.
Yeah,
I really do. I think it will be
the LCS bad boys looking back for their
exactly. It will be that'll be the big boy match. That'll be the spicy game.
I think a lot of motivation. Perhaps some improvement as well for those 2 squads.
Do you know what I loved about that specific image was the fact that a lot of teams just copied them.
Yes,
like Immortals, Phoenix.
Even Overwatch teams and stuff were getting it on the track. Well, I'm sure it was fun. It was very fun to look.
It was
Next series up is Team RB taking on War, but we're going to take a short break before we get there. Make sure you stay tuned, because the rest of today is looking absolutely destructive.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the European Challenger Series. My name is Jaws, this time joined by Desertu, and we have some exciting games coming up for you. We just saw Giants almost completely demolished, pull apart PSG, let's say. But next up, we do have Team RB versus War, and kind of a interesting matchup to kind of look at in a kind of a backwards perspective, just because Team RB right now looking very, very strong, definitely a top contender, but War sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard right now.
It's one of those words we use to describe a lot of matchups is interesting, but generally what we mean is it's one that's quite self-explanatory here, really. You've got one of the top teams coming through from CSQ, facing off against, interestingly, the team that came through as one of the top seeds from CSQ as well. Obviously, their roster all moved over to Origin now, so the War lineup we've got here, fresh players. Last week we saw them got demolished by Giants. This is kind of their time to say, you know, we might not be the War lineup that qualified from CSQ, but we can make a statement here in the CSQ, and we can in the CS, sorry, and we can start taking games away from these big teams.
Well, let's have a look at their roster. As in your bottom left-hand corner of the screen, up in the top lane, you have JWoww. Then you have Dan in the jungle, Larson, a UK player in the mid lane. You have Woolite, the AD carry, and then you have ADD in the bottom lane for support.
We do as well. So the main things to kind of note from this team is that we will both recognise Dan and Larson from the UK scene quite a lot. Larson having played with a team called M&M Gaming. I think that's on the bingo tick off there. We mentioned the UK scene at one stage or another in the broadcast. Is a very, very strong mid laner. I don't think he's really ever had a big chance to shine, so I'm very interested to see how he plays with this group of players. And Woolite comes as no big surprise in terms of names for these guys. No,
absolutely not. And you look on the side of Team RB right now, you have the Korean duo up in the top lane in jungle, Thal and Mujin. Then Magic Felix in the mid lane, Sidrian, and then we do have the roster rounding out with Kissing in the bottom lane as well.
We do. So star-studded lineup, I suppose you could say, where everyone's been speaking about this Korean duo coming over, and we all expected, we said a lot during CSQ, that these two, Korean jungler and top laner would be the big defining factor for these teams, but it didn't really even require that. We've seen Magic Felix be huge. Sidrian as well had a brilliant game on Kalista last week, and Kissing, well, we saw where Magic he worked with Lux in his first game of CSQ, so I'm very excited to see how they play this week out.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure we'll see Lux play, but hey, we're in Pick a Ban right now. Wind and Rain over on the blue side, Team RB over on the red. Already we have a Jace, LeBlanc, Kalista ban coming from War, and we do have an Elise and a Zac ban, quite common for the red side to ban that away, and the Thresh as well to round out the first round of draft.
We do. So that Jace targeted straight at Tile, pretty much the whole of Challenger Series qualifiers. He had that banned away from him, so no big surprise there. And the other bans really, the only thing that's really worth noting here, in particular, is the Kalista having that being banned away from Sidrian. Again, last week played it very, very well against Giants, despite against Giants. What did they play against last week? My brain has just suddenly fell apart.
Brain's turned to mush, but let's have a look at the picks instead. Galio is going to be the lock-in here for Wind and Rain. Not too much of a massive surprise, but guess what that leaves open? Team RB have picked up that.
The duo.
The duo.
The duo.
The Rakan and Zaya hasn't actually been locked in. So speak about the Rakan really quickly, because Singh showed absolute mechanical prowess on that champion over in CSQ. Just his performance on that, setting up plays for his team, really helped him push forward. And one of the reasons why they're here today.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't let's not forget as well, the Zaya has had a couple of nerfs coming through in 7-12. More targeted her ability to have a lot of attack speed when she's using the Q. So it does kind of make her a bit weaker than what we saw in 7-11, but it does still mean that this duo of the Rakan and Zaya together is still incredibly impactful. And who better to give it to than Sidrian and Kissing, arguably one of the strongest bot lanes in EUCS at the minute. Very excited to see how they play that one out. The issue with picking these two away as a duo is you give away a lot of power picks back over to Wind and Rain here. They've already got the Galio. They've already managed to get hold of Kha'Zix, well, probably the strongest jungler outside of Zac and Elise, who have, of course, been banned away. So really the only option that leaves here for Mujin is something like Elise in, unless he wants to go a bit more creative. We've seen RB be quite creative thus far. This is what they can try and go for here. They can make a lot of surprises, and another surprise for us is going to be that Tristana being locked in.
Oh boy, Tristana.
Oh boy.
We have seen in LCS, Fnatic has played it.
And done very well with it too.
Extremely well. And Tristana is one of those fairly safe AD carries that does scale up into the later stages of the game. But one thing I want to quickly touch on is the fact that Mujin's champion pool seems endless at this current time. Picked up Olaf last week. Now he's got his hands on the Lee Sin. So, you know, bringing the pressure. And we've seen down on the Kha'Zix, I believe, 3 times now. This is the 3rd time he's actually picked that one up. Not too effective whatsoever. He's had very little impact in the mid and even in the early stage of the game. And with that Lee Sin on Mujin, a very aggressive jungler, it's going to lead to maybe a couple of problems for them. Fizz is the ban away for Team RB in the 2nd round of bans.
That's an interesting ban because Larson isn't the biggest Fizz player. Maybe it's more just the fear of maybe he's been practicing it recently. Maybe they're just thinking, we've seen what you've been doing in scrims and we do not fancy seeing that come out here today. That's what I'm quite curious to see. Is Larsson's very renowned for his Vladimir, his Cassiopeia. This is a bit of a step away from what he's used to, but maybe they're just thinking we don't want to face off against this at all. Let's take it off the table and not have to concern ourselves with that. Natalia, a bit more of an expected ban. That is one of the champions that he does play quite consistently.
Yeah, Larsson plays a heck of a lot of Talia. I've been mentioning this and speaking to a couple of people, a couple of mid laners specifically about Talia. I do think she's in a really good spot. I really do. She's very safe, can wave clear fairly easily. And if someone's very mechanically gifted on that certain champion as well, like Larsson is, it can be a very easy pick off the board. She can be quite disruptive as well with the Weaver's Wall. But to round off the bans, we do have that Malzahar coming through as well as the Corki. Malzahar did get touched up a little bit in 7.12. Not necessarily buffed, not necessarily nerfed. It was more of a rebalance, I think. His ultimate still carries on dealing damage, even though you QSS now, as long as you're within a certain range. So that's quite an interesting fact to pick up for you there. Syndra is going to be the lock-in for RB. Magifelix known for those aggressive laners.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, kind of touching back on what you were saying a second ago about the Malzahar as well, I'm expecting to see it at some point today. So the fact that a ban has come through does suggest that maybe these teams are respecting the capabilities of the Malzahar. That lockdown potential, the damage that you now have from the beam, it's no longer based on the max health of the person you're targeting in an area on the ground. It now does beam damage as well, so it's a lot scarier to face off against, especially if you're a swishy mid laner. In this case, like the Syndra, who relies on going for burst herself. If you have a Malzahar flash all onto you, what are you going to do? You can't afford to burst back because you're being suppressed. No doubt you'll have a jungler come flying at you as well. It's just something you do not want to face off against. So the Syndra here was quite a safe pick to give over to Magifelix.
Yeah, there's one simple word for that, and that is Dunzo. If you do get jumped on by Malzahar, will be a Braum lock-in for Wind and Rain. Now they only need to pick their top lane, so that is going to be a Swain. Although they can flex towards the mid. We've seen Galio 100% picked in the mid lane rather than the top carry that he normally or could seem to be. So we'll see where that Swain does end up going. So that's, again, two massive picks here for Wind and Rain. And something that RB hasn't done is shown everything. Because like I mentioned earlier, Mujin, his champion pool seems relatively endless right now. He's played Zac. The Olaf, and now the Elise. No, sorry, and the Lee Sin now. With that GP lock-in too. Again, that could really go to the mid lane. We wouldn't see Syndra top. We've seen Magifelix play GP already, but Thal on that Gangplank now. Very heavy scaling on that champion. It's going to have a little bit of an easy time as well against that Swain.
This is one of his main champions as well. He loves these carry-style top laners, you know, anything that can essentially absolutely wreak havoc in that top lane, like a Fiora, like a Gangplank, like a Jace. We already saw the Jace ban coming out against him earlier on in this ban phase. It's just what he likes to play with, and I think he feels very, very comfortable here going into the top lane. Going back to that point earlier on the Galio and the Swain, I think it was a nice switch around for them here. They may have intended to take that somewhere else, at least initially. Again, Larsson likes these very kind of hyper-scaling late-game carry-style mages. In this case, this is just saying, Magifelix, you're not going to have a lane phase. You're not allowed to play this game until we get to the 15-20 minute mark in the mid-game where there are team fights coming through. Just trying to shut him out as best they can.
Yeah, he's not going to kill him, is basically the crux of that. So there's no point actually Magifelix taking Ignite here, which could lead him actually to taking the Teleport, which is quite an interesting kind of draft strategy you could go for, rather than the Ghost. I mean, the Ghost will have the Syndra. She does lack the mobility. Without Scatter the Weak, it's very hard to disengage from anybody, so taking the Teleport wouldn't be such a bad idea where you know Galio will, but has actually opted for the Ghost unless he changes that around in the last second. Let's touch on the top lane really quickly. So we've got a Swain coming up against the Gangplank. Swain takes a lot of time to scale up, so does the GP.
They do indeed. It's kind of more getting the first couple of items coming through for the Swain. You go towards the Rod of Ages, for example, and once that starts scaling up, you can stay alive pretty much permanently post level 6, because of course for every mana expenditure you use, you heal off the back of that as well. There's another one on the bingo cards. It didn't take long. In terms of the Swain, like I say, he can sustain it very, very well with the combination of his ultimate and with the Rod of Ages. On the other side, you've got the Gangplank, who's quite happy to just barrel away for days, clear out waves with that, heal up if he needs to. But in this case, for Thal, he's probably thinking, let's hold on to that, just in case we get one of those roots landing down, and in case the jungler comes in for a gank too, I need to be able to get away here. Otherwise, I'm not going to have the kind of luxury I usually have in top lane of being able to run away, get these free wave clears down, turn up in the mid game with like an absolute beast and Infinity Edge and just wipe out the enemy team. He needs to get to that point. His team are going to be relying on him, I think, as he gets into the mid game.
The best thing about the Gangplank as well, he can influence other lanes without actually teleporting, without actually getting some TP flanks off. Yeah, free assist, free kills sometimes if you use him in the bottom lane. We're about to get into game, Des. It's going to be game number 1, Team RB versus Wind and Rain over on the blue side, Team RB over on the red. Those colours match up perfectly, but jumping straight into a pause. My goodness, would you look at that?
It happens at the start of every... It's like a rite of passage. To get into the first game of a series, you have to go through a very, very brief pause. It's just the way things are.
Yeah. Okay, so now look at War's roster. Let's quickly jump over on the side of War and go. Woolite picking up this Tristana. It has seen much success in LCS as of late. I want to say as of late, literally over the last couple of days. And with this Tristana, it enables them to have this late game scaling composition with a lot of protection from AOD, a lot of protection from Larssen, and JWoww was there as well to be a frontline as well as a massive damage dealer. You have Dan to kind of push them through the early game in terms of being counter-aggressive to Mujin. But the one question I have for Dan, the one question I have for War, and this big overarching point for them, would be, can Dan actually be an influence? Because last time we saw War play, Kakan in the mid lane instead of Larssen had 5 out of the 6 kills when they played Giants in week number 1.
This is my issue with a lot of teams like Wind and Rain here that know they're probably against arguably more difficult competition, should we say. They know that RB are one of the favoured teams to come up against. They know they're probably going to be expecting to have a very rough early game. So what do? You pick a comp that kind of doesn't give you a strong early game. You're looking for the late game for a very tanky Galio. You're looking for the Swain to get to 2 or 3 items. You're relying on that Tristana to get to higher levels so that she's more impactful. And this is where I think teams begin to make mistakes. You pick these comps in the reliance that you're going to be able to get to late game in the first place. For RB, they're just thinking, you know what, they don't even need the late game. We've got the Lee Sin. We know we can shut Dan out of the game. You know, Dan, unfortunately, his champion pool isn't as expansive as Mujin. And Mujin, when we're putting that pressure on, he'll be using that experience that he's got from Korea to really start applying pressure onto Dan. And my issue is that Dan doesn't kind of stay relevant in the early game. Where's the mid game going to come through for Wind and Rain? How are they going to find themselves getting to that late game point where the Tristana can really start carrying them through?
With that Tristana, is it going to be that kind of catalyst in that late game which they need them to be? Obviously, Tristana's passive, being able to increase the range with every single level of her basic for her basic attacks and abilities. It's going to be pretty big. It's going to be able to stand out of the way of Magifelix's damage. Mujin's, even Thal's. Cedrian as well needs to get fairly close with Desire to make it also effective. But I mean, JWoww up on that top side, coming up against another scaling top laner in that Gangplank. You might have a little bit of trouble because very, very low mobility on the Swain. Gangplank can cleanse out of the binding. And will Mujin just kind of be this god on this early game that he is kind of known for?
I'm very interested to see how this plays out for Cedrian, picking up the Doran's shield here as well. You do get left with 1 pot, the same as you now do with Doran's blade, thanks to the crossed increase that came through in 7-12. But my thinking behind why he may have chosen to take this away, of course, is Tristana's E. The passive is the explosions around anything that she kills. In this case, he can just stand there, take that very, very light tickle of passive explosion damage and get that regen that kicks in from the shield. So realistically, he might find himself healing more than what those explosions do in the first place, in which case it's a pretty comfortable lane for him. You know, maybe it's a bit of an oppressive lane coming up against a Braum Tristana. We've seen what they can do before. The Braum lands a Q, you get the explosive E coming down from Tristana, you stack that up, you get the stun down, and it's a free full stack explosion coming through from the Tristana, and it can really, really hurt you. So this is more based on the survival, I think, for Cedrian and Kasing. They're acknowledging that actually, you know, this might be a bit of a tough lane up. We're against an experienced AD carry in Woolite. Let's not push our luck.
Not pushing their luck. That's exactly what Cedrian's saying with that Doran's shield pickup as well, rather than Woolite picking up that Doran's blade. Mujin already making the early roam, picking up his own red buff, then going straight to Dan's blue buff. He's going to be able to steal that way pretty handily. The interesting start, because we've seen all throughout today, everybody starting Raptors. That's exactly what Dan did. Now his blue buff has been taken away.
Absolutely. Not yet currently knowledgeable of this either, but we spoke about this with Dan. This is where he's going to find himself getting pressured out a lot by Mujin, and already they've spotted that he's on this blue side of the jungle. The question now for Dan is, does he try and make a beeline for the red-blue buff and try and take that one away? The answer should probably be no, because you don't want to get yourself into an early fight against that Lee Sin, who's now got double buff.
Nice knock up on Woolite there from Kasing. He's been such a fantastic Rakan player. I mean, a real standout performer, you'd say, in CSQ. I remember one fight specifically in the mid lane where he gets a into a triple knock-up from the Charm. It's the playmaking champion, which is what is known and loved for playing. Magifelix in this mid lane, like you said, isn't going to be able to do all too much against Larssen on this Galio, extremely tanky. And Magifelix actually opting for that Ghost, so we're not actually going to see a teleport. Woolite again getting knocked up, did actually use the leap away, but AOD is going to be there with the shield and the protection for it.
This is the really nice thing about Rakan, is that your grand entrance is actually a lot quicker than what the Tristana's jumps can be. So she can either sit there and try and channel away the jump, but you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt. It's like back when you played Tristana into like a Blitzcrank, for example. If you get grabbed, you can't jump away because immediately a rocket punch follows through, you find yourself knocked up, and your jump is then worthless. So you basically take a free beating. That's why you're relying on AOD to get in the front line here, get that shield up, and prevent the damage coming back down across from Cedrian. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough lane. We've already seen it so far. He's already had to burn through his pot. He's taken a lot of harass. Not the easiest probably lane they expected to do, and just wise play, I think, from Kasing here. Taking the Ignite as well, very aggressive.
Magifelix chunking Larssen out a fair bit. Doesn't have the Ignite, so can't get any going for anything too aggressive. Generating a small CS lead. Kasing time and time again, leaping in and out with that battle dance as well. It's providing a lot of shields to Cedrian. And with that coin, something me and Medic spoke about earlier before the broadcast even started was the fact a lot of these Rakan players are now taking the Spell Thieves rather than the coin. The coin was used for the engagement of the Talisman of Ascension, and the Spell Thieves really added that extra pressure, I'd say, and extra damage in the early stages of the game for the Rakan, but opting for that isn't too much of a problem when he's diving in and out like he is at the moment.
Yeah, it's more just kind of the acceptance that maybe you won't get down as much harass as you would like. It only takes one kind of failed engagement for Sing to get in there, get himself caught up by a stun from AOD, and he finds himself in a very difficult position. You know, Rakan generally not regarded for being the strongest laner, much more impactful in teamfights when you can use the charm and the Grand Entrance to try and get that CC down. As we've seen him make before, he's done some fantastic plays previously. In this case, it's more just the acknowledgement that, okay, I'm not going to have such an easy lane phase. Let's just build up that gold, get that talisman for the team fight engages for my whole team, and we can worry about that when we get to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Mugen now tracking Dan very, very well. Did triple buff Dan. Dan, like I mentioned before, he has not really had much of an impact. Played Kazakhs twice now, and he just hasn't really got any kills on the board. He got a couple of assists in the best of 2 that they did have, but like I mentioned, Kakan, not their mid laner anymore. He's subbed in for Larssen, and Larssen with Kakan with a 5 out of the 6 kills that War did manage to secure against Giants last week. Not looking good for this Kazakhs. He needs to be able to press Mugen out, but we mentioned earlier that this is going to be one of War's toughest opponents. And Red Bulls right now, they are sitting 1-1. They've got 1 point on the board. They are middle of the pack at this current moment in time. And you could say they are looking for this 2-0. And I've got to say, War, they've really got to be hoping for that 1-1 at least, because they are at the bottom of the leaderboard right now in a 0-2 situation.
But let's not forget, for Wind and Rain, we did turn around and say that for them, this is a late game composition. You know, RB are going to be looking here to try and get some early game pressure down, try and win out in the mid game more than anything else, or develop such a lead that it's nearly impossible for Wind and Rain to come back into things. If they let Wind and Rain have this, you know, hassle-free early game, yes, they're 400, 500 gold down at the minute, but that to them I think is a victory. They know they're going to get pressured out by these arguably superior lane opponents. It's just how do they manage to translate into the mid game, and right now, they're not really feeling too threatened. You know, you're down a couple of CS in the mid lane here. Top is dead even. Bot lane, you are down 10 CS thanks to all the harass that's come through from Kasing so far. But it's not the end of the world. They'll be happy if they can get to 20 minutes down, a couple of 1,000 gold, and they can then start trying to make advantages with that more late game scaling competition they've managed to pick up here.
So they're going to have to hope on that late game. Can the scaling get there though? We always kind of speak about, we always mention, can scaling compositions actually work out to the late game? Because it requires you playing that early very, very neatly, very fine. Just making sure you don't get too far behind where your scaling really just gets outmatched with such an early game jungler like a Lee Sin, early game mid laner like a Syndra as well. Just as soon as that level 6 hits, and mid lane's going to be in trouble, but Larssen at least being on that. Galio has a little bit of something in his belt. Woolite going fairly low in the bottom lane. Kasing going fairly aggressive here. Here comes the gangplank. Oh, Woolite actually flashing away. Uses the leap as well. Ignite was on him, so that's going to be one big summoner spell down for Kasing, but trading it for 2 Woolites, that's more than a good trade.
Absolutely, taking that flash away from Woolite is a big deal here. Again, with the battle dance when you come, with the grand entrance when you come in here on the Rakan flash away by AOD. When you come in with that grand entrance for Kasing, you know, that jump isn't going to be much use to you. You have to take the beating that you're going to take to the face when he first arrives in with that one. And if you haven't got flash, you can find yourself in a world of hurt. And now that's down, they've got so much pressure in this bot lane. You know, if this tower, I was saying if it doesn't go down, but no one's really around to contest this. Dan, this is the issue here. He's already on 40% HP. If he goes in for a fight here, he's going to find himself in a very, very tough spot.
Yeah, he just can't engage. That's going to be first turret already going down at 8 minutes into the game. Oh, look at the gold lead as well. 2,000 at 8 minutes. This is absolutely huge.
Yep, that's just first tower blood for you, and that's the advantage that it can bring across. And already in the bot lane, you're seeing a 700 gold lead starting to form over to Cedrian here. When you want Woolite to get to the late game, again, it's not a big deal if you're a little bit behind, but you need to stay relevant. And my concern here is that he won't be relevant. He's already down 2 waves. They've lost that bot lane tower, and the other macro objectives across the map that are going to go against them really isn't going to help him anymore going into this. But look in the top lane. JWoww already starting to be able to pressure out Thal.
Yeah, the Ravenous Flock is going to be able to sustain him up fairly nicely, and Never Move as well is something that Thal has to kind of look out for. But we mentioned previously, and we mentioned in the pick and ban, Thal can have an impact in the game when he's not even in a lane.
Yeah.
Sends up the ultimate, bada bing, bada boom, and that could be, it might result in a kill, might result in a couple of assists, but doesn't have to actually commit the teleport, meaning that it's very, very easy for him to kind of sit in the top lane, farm all day, get to the late game gangplank. You can see the late game really kind of showing here in the fact that he's bought a cull, he's got a sheen, no potions, can kind of sustain through the lane just eating those oranges.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to touch on very quickly a couple of minutes ago as well, is saying that, you know, he's acknowledged here that JWoww is in this for the late game, that there probably isn't going to be any chance at all to try and get any kills across. You know, that Catalyst of the Aeons does help you sustain through lane a lot easier now as well than the last Rod of Ages where it was more level-based. This one is on your mana expenditure, and what does Swain do? He spends mana and gets mana back very, very well. So for him, this is more thought saying, you know, I want the gold from this cull. I want to get closer to that Trinity Force than, you know, than maybe I would be expected to. Otherwise, get myself towards the Ghostblade, and suddenly I can start making a much bigger impact in the mid game and really accelerate us to the win.
Dan actually kick flash from Muji. It's not going to happen, but it doesn't matter at all. Magic Felix comes up with the kill with the scan of the week. Unleashed Power wasn't even needed. Mujin messing up the flash kick, but hey, didn't matter whatsoever. Larson couldn't come in for the ultimate either to save his jungler. But in a little bit of trouble. Does eat some of those tasty oranges to be able to get away though.
Yeah, this is what we spoke about a lot earlier on, is saying that Dan is one of the weaker links in the team, it feels, here as well. Limited champion pool, not got the early game pressure that Mujin's necessarily going to have, and already we're seeing it come into effect. Bot lane tower went down very quickly. Dan was there on 40% HP, could do nothing to save that one. He's now just died in his blue jungle. He's given over Herald pressure. I don't want to harp on the guy too much, but it feels like I'm already doing that right now. But a lot of this is just down to him.
Let's replay here, Des.
Just watch Dan here as he dives into the backlight. At first it looks good for him, but he's not aware. They don't have vision in the river. The vision ward that's currently sat just in the bush just below where Herald is right now, he didn't see there were 3 members there waiting for him. So he thinks, you know what, I can jump in here, I can engage on the Lee Sin, does just that, and suddenly finds himself cornered by 3 members of RB and finds himself going down. And now he's on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, Kasing, like you said, came out of nowhere with
He does that quite a lot.
Oh yes. Battle dance onto the Lee Sin, straight into the knock-up using the flash. That grand entrance is truly grand when you pick up a kill, and that kill is on Magic Felix as well. He's going to be extremely happy to get 2 stacks on his Dark Seal. Got boots, got Morelos. He's sitting nice and tightly. Triple Doran's on the side of Larson though, again has got a lot of that sustain. Doran's doesn't have the unique, passive now, so you're not able to gain back all the mana in the world for killing a couple of minions. 12 mana, I believe.
A lot of it's just about that early AP and the additional health that you get from it helps you sustain through some of the bursts that Magic Felix might be throwing at you. In this case though, he's already burning towards 2 items at once. He's picked himself up the Ember, he's got himself towards the Spectre's Cowl as well. This is him just trying to say, right, I'm now building full tank this game. I don't care about damage now that I've got these 3 Dorans. There's nothing else that's going to bother me. I just want to be a big frontline for us in the late game. And it's like you alluded to in Champion Select. The issue here is that if Dan falls behind and they don't have this early to mid-game pressure, where does the damage come from in these middle fights? Like, they're relying so much, I think, on the Swain and the Tristana here that they need to be able to protect them going into the late game. And if Dan is irrelevant because he's finding himself shut down, because everything's going against them, they're going to find themselves really struggling in the first big fight that kicks off here.
Alien support now up in the top lane for both teams. Vision control, again, quite stellar for RB. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 wards. One over side the Baron pit, just controlling that Baron area. War have kind of done the same, a little bit more defensively. Dan actually going for the gank here up in this top side, but it's not going to matter whatsoever because, again, he's going to get spotted out and he knows it. So he's going to have to back off. The ward's littering the river. Look at him, double control ward, just to make sure it's extra controlled, but
indeed. It seems to be, whether there's a major objective, RB just have wards down. You can already see there's 2 vision wards down on the bot side. They've got wards down on the top side. They know where Dan is at any given moment. Look, 2 wards around here in the jungle. Yes, they're freshly placed, but these are deep wards. They want to be able to track Dan and make sure he doesn't get an impact in this game. So far, he hasn't really. It's a comfortable start for RB. They're already 2,500 gold in the lead as well. We said by 20 minutes. Oh, a kick here onto Galio.
Larson, yeah, Larson's in trouble. Kick into the knock-up. Larson very tanky still at this point in the game. JWoww using that teleport. Nether move straight on top of Kasing. Does use that grand entrance and battle dance to get away. That charm not coming through, hitting anybody, but using that speed up very nicely, and that will be them disengaging from the fight. JWoww burning that teleport as well. Leaves Star on that bottom side, just farming for free.
Does feel that way. You need someone to go and match down this Gangplank. Tharls getting free farm down here is never something that's ideal for you. Getting the passive stacks up, getting the cull stacks up, getting closer towards getting that Trinity Force as well. That's when he's going to really start making an impact. So I imagine the next Drake fight, which is coming up in a minute, will be the kind of point where he arrives and goes, guys, I am here. I have a Trinity Force. I'm going to be melting through your squishy. So let's keep an eye on what you guys are about to buy in just a couple of minutes. I imagine they want to try and contest this next Drake. Not sure which one it is coming up, but why not? You've already got one this far. Let's stack them up.
Yeah, that it is. Just makes that Elder Dragon a little bit more dangerous for war. Magic Felix handily dealing with Dan and Larson.
Did Ghost, though?
Did use Ghost. Not a long cooldown by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. And remember, hark back to a few minutes ago, about 5 minutes. 5, 6 minutes maybe.
I say about 4 or 5 now I think about it. Muujin did take the Rift Herald. Solo out with, well, he did have Kasing to help him out with the Battle Lance for the shields, but still has that in his inventory.
Nope,
has actually been used up now.
There you go.
Rift Herald has been used in the mid side, so now Red Bulls, RB even. There we go. I stuttered.
How many times can you tick off like a bingo card? Is it 3, 4, 5 on the same square? Too many times. But there's another tower going down now in the mid lane. That opens up the rest of the map for them here. Just as Drake comes up, this is perfect because they've got bot lane tower, they've got mid lane tower. They can afford now to wander straight into the Wind and Rain jungle, get some deep wards down, clear out the vision they've currently got. They've got 3 wards in their own jungle here thus far and look to take that second ocean. They've already got the 1, and this is really, really good for them going later into the game as they get that increased sustain. That's
absolutely massive as well because Larson does have to farm away at his tier 2 turret. You even saw the Rift Herald taking a nice little chunk out of the tier 2. Now Magic Felix has a lot of control. RB 4,000 in the lead now. At 8 minutes, they were 2k. At 15, they're 4k. Just ever so slowly stretching that lead out. Thal hitting a nice little power spike of the Trinity Force. Hasn't finished that cold just yet, but still stacking up will result in a nice little bounty for him a little later on. And we've got to kind of question Woolite right now. He is farming up. He's doing fairly well in terms of CS against Cedrian, just going on how the lanes have been playing out thus far. 152 to 140 is getting forced in underneath his turret now.
Might find themselves losing this tower. Just forgoing the Drake for now, focusing on getting all these outer towers down so they can start pushing Wind and Rain further back in towards their own base. Kind of thinking on it as well with the gangplank. Here's an engage though, straight away.
Charm onto Woolite, Ignite as well. There comes the Thal ultimate. That missile barrage, that barrage of cannon. Muujin jumps underneath the turret, is going to get taken out by AOD. AOD flashing as well, away from Magic Felix. Thal will find himself across a map kill. AOD narrowly escaping with his life, but that's another 2 kills to RB.
It was a strange flash from Muujin there. He flashed on top of the Brawn when he had literally no health left. So you know you were dead anyway, but why flash? But there you go. They've managed to get that kill away anyway. They'll take themselves this tower in the top lane again, expanding out that vision control they've got thus far. And, you know, Thal is looking pretty good right now. He's 1-0-1. Once he starts getting towards this late game, you know, the Wind and Rain roster, despite the kind of strengths it does have in the late game, is very immobile. It's very slow moving. What does Gangplank play well into? Teams that cannot move around his barrels. So he'll be very, very happy getting to the stage where he's got a few items, planting the barrels down throughout the team, and with them unable to respond to what's going on, his damage is going to tear them apart. We've seen games before where he walks away with 3 or 4 kills in a late game team fight because his barrel placement is just so good. And against a team like this that are very immobile, it's going to tear them apart.
Have a look at this replay, Des.
Yeah,
this getting knocked up. Cannon barrage.
This kind of follow through was a bit crazy from him here. Dan was quite deep in, but it was a, you know what, I can get down here. This flash here is what confused me. He went for a flash kick, but didn't manage to get the kick off anyway. But he'll be happy with what they got from that. More towers. And Drake actually going over to Wind and Rain here. Kind of a slip up on RB's part. Not strictly a massive issue. It is only an Ocean Drake. It would be a bit of a different story if it was Mountain or Fire, but then equally, they wouldn't be trying to make plays in the top lane if that was an option for them.
Yeah, I mean, Ocean to each side now, at least War recovering just a little bit. RB now sitting nice and comfy. 5,000 gold. It's increasing every single minute of the game.
Look in the jungle
3
as well.
turrets.
1,400 gold difference. 1,500 gold now. This is Dan being left behind in this game. He's got the same amount of gold as what Kasinga's got right now. That's how far behind he feels, how irrelevant he's going to be for quite a while in this game until he starts getting himself more items ahead. Muujin has finished off the boots. He's got the Phage finished as well. It's dreamland for him right now. But Dan is a bit of a living nightmare.
He isn't having a nightmare. Woolite trying to take this turret. Thal does have Cannon Barrage up very, very soon. Hasn't he already used that TP? Anything too aggressive? Knows he can just pop Cannon Barrage down to the bottom side. Speaking of the bottom side, RB are going to siege up this mid-tier 2. JWoww trying to do a little something, but Ravnos Flock is going to help clear out those minions. That healing is going to be there for him, so at least he's got that sustain on his side. But the problem is, right now, War can't really answer to anything. Taking that tier 1 in the top, though, is going to be very, very good for them. Dan up here as well for the protection. AOD is going to come through, but Thal, the wave clear is still there and is still just a nuisance for War to deal with.
I like how Thal's picked up the Executioner's Calling here as well, just to deal with that swing going into the late game. And this is the issue, again, that we've seen. We saw when they were pushing a second ago with Muujin, Kasing, and Cedrian. The mobility on them, just JWoww stands there like, well, guys, it'd be good to get close to you sometimes soon. They're just like, nah, thanks, mate. You can stay back all on your own back there just fine. It's a real struggle, because without that kind of mobility in the team, they're going to really find it hard to get onto them unless AOD can land a great ultimate, unless he can get the Winter's Bite stun down onto them as well. That's going to be the catch they're going to be looking for. But at this point, look how far beyond they are already feeling. It's 6,000 gold over to the side of RB at the minute. Wind and Rain not having the softest introduction to this series, as we expected.
The thing we've alluded to beforehand As we just see actual charm and a knock-up landing on to JWoww. Here comes the Galio. Muj in a lot of trouble here. Battle Dance to keep him alive. Here comes AOD from the bottom lane, from the top lane, even from the mid lane. I correct myself third time. Kasing, grand entrance away. War still trying to get this chase on. Woolite rotating a little bit too late. Dan's going to come through as well, but it's not going to matter. Red Bulls, RB, are just looking for the disengage, and they do it perfectly. Tried to get the kill on JWoww, but no executioners calling in the bottom lane. Will result in a lot of healing for him. And that'll be RB once more, pushing in that top side.
Mobility, that's the name of the game right now, and it's playing in RB's favour. They've got it in spades. Always able to escape from things like this. And this is where, again, where they rely on Dan. They rely on his mobility to get on top of people and to make them stick, make them get a bit slower so the rest of the team can catch up, but it's not really working out for them. I think from Wind and Rain here, the main thing they need to consider is we've got that one tower in top lane. We've shown already that Woolite is starting to come online, that he can take these towers. Admittedly, he was up against Thal on his own, so it was a bit of an easier push. But that's where your strength lies now, into the mid game, into the late game. Now that Tristana's starting to come online, you've got to start playing around it. Group together, try and make something work for you, because otherwise, you're playing reactive the whole game. You're always reacting to RB's moves. You're not making the moves yourself, and that can really hurt them.
Well, you've got to look at the items in that regard then. The fact that Woolite has one item under his belt, and it's a static ship finish. No IE finish for him just yet. Cedrian, completely the opposite way round. He's got the Zeal, but he's also got the Infinity Edge, so he's packing out way more damage. Mujin getting that kick. Nice double kick. Grand Entrance comes through as well. JWoww's going to get stunned up here. Ravenous Flock activated for the regen. Magic Helix on the sidelines. They know they need to disengage at this point. There was teleports available from either side. Larson could have joined the fight as well. As Thal, Cannon Barrage available. I mean, realistically, RB just slowly choking out War now with the pressure they're managing to exude.
It's the way it feels. I mean, more towers need to start falling down for them. I think, you know, RB had a very, very good early aggression with those first 3 towers, but it has slowed down in the last 5 minutes or so. Not really seen much come from it, but these towers are taking chip damage. Mid tower's quite low. Bot tower is below half HP. And dare I say it, maybe RB here start thinking, you know what, Baron's available. Why don't we start looking towards that to make a play with this to really accelerate our lead? We don't want this Tristana to get to that late game stage where she does start giving us a headache. You know, we've mentioned it quite a few times. That is the end game here for Wind and Rain, is to get to that late game stage where maybe they can start winning fights. But right now, every single fight they're taking, they are losing.
Well, RB really haven't shown us all too much thus far in terms of pick potential. We know Kasing is a fantastic Rakan player. Mujin's champion pool seems endless. Thal, very, very good duelist on this. Jace was actually banned out against him this game. Now RB looking for something here, or at least taking this tier 2 turret in the top lane. Larson did get that, tried to get the stun off, but not opting for someone like a Gargoyle or Stone Plate, which would be very, very good into the RB composition. Getting amongst all of them is what he needs to be able to do. Actually opting for that Randuin's for the slow.
We've seen that quite a few times, to be fair, where teams will just try and get away with that. They'll go for one of 2 builds, but this Baron being done now is absolutely unknown by Wind and Rain. As we said, RB are thinking, right, we can make more pressure with this Baron. Let's take it early on to no contest. As soon as Dan gets too close, Magic Felix will be there, more than willing to just burst him out.
Well, that's exactly what you said a couple of minutes ago. RB need to accelerate their lead, and that's exactly what they're doing. War have no idea this is going on. They'll definitely know now as that global announcement happens. RB take a completely free Baron just off the back of knowing War was low. They had to back at that current moment in time. War trying to make a play on Magic Felix. He's got the wave clear, he's got Scat of the Week. And he would just back off nice and tightly.
But look how many wards there are on this top side of the map at the minute for RB. They've got 6 or 7 wards going on around the river, around the Baron pit. There is literally no entry point for Wind and Rain there where they wouldn't be spotted or where they wouldn't have their own vision denied. So brilliant play by RB, controlling this vision excellently at the minute.
Here comes the next Drake. It's going to be a Cloud. Nothing too exciting, unfortunately.
But it's a Drake, right? Why not?
Exactly that. Do you remember Old Dragon?
I do.
Just flapping along, no real animations to him.
Yeah.
All that gold. That
Even
gold.
when he's always doing the same animation, whether he's moving or staying still.
Yeah,
it's beautiful. Remember Old Baron?
Old Baron was terrifying. Baron with a Santa hat is my fondest memory of Baron. Hey, that was a long time ago.
And now we've got the 3-headed purple worm.
Oh, that we do, yeah. The 3-headed purple worm. Now, we spoke about it in draft. Late game. War. They need to make something happen right now. Woolite is getting to that point where he's kind of scary. Has got Infinity Edge finish. He's got the static fish finish.
Well, potentially another kill going on down there. In fact, yeah, there you go. JWoww getting picked off entirely on his own. Just kind of. This is the issue again with the lack of mobility for him, is that although he's very, very good when you've got a you're like a walking hunky front line coming through for the Woolite behind you, if Woolite isn't there, you have no damage realistically. You're built to be a tank at this point. And well, now you find yourself out. This tower's under siege with Baron minions. It's a tough one.
Larson can't even get the flash in. Doesn't want to go for all-in engage. Woolite trying to clear the wave out. Here comes Mujin on the sidelines. Trying to find a Sonic Wave. Couldn't connect with anybody. But this Baron minion
in the bottom lane is just going to be able to chunk that turret down. Magic Felix taking that tier 2 in the mid. A slow chokehold, like I mentioned about 5 minutes ago. RB really just forcing war. They're on the ropes right now. Wind and Rain need to come back with something spectacular. They needed to like to just get online, get going, get these team fights in, because the amount of CC, the amount of frontline tanks they do have, minus Dan, is just absolutely extraordinary. Kissing, pulling Talisman Ascension. There comes the Cannon Barrage. Nice glacial fissure from AOD just to dissuade them. That's all it is going to do. Dissuade. No real engagement. They're too scared to engage right now.
This is my issue again, and we actually spoke about this with Larson when he was playing on M&M Gaming in the UK, was that their biggest issue was they were too scared to pull the trigger. In CSQ, their biggest downfall was they were too scared to make the plays that would have potentially brought them back into the game. You have to accept here that if you just play a standard game, RB are going to outpace you in every aspect. And already here, they're nearly 11,000, 12,000 gold in the lead. A couple of times Larson's had the opportunity to go for a flash taunt. Sometimes you've just got to pull the trigger and make it happen and hope for the best. It's just what they need to do, and they're too scared to do it, and RB are taking everything from them for it.
Oh, big engage here. Cedric actually has to flash over the wall. JWoww was trying to follow him. Magic Felix pops that ghost. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Thal is going to be able to push down that inhibitor turret. Thal is also just hammering away at that inhibitor. JWoww actually blowing the teleport and flash. Tried to get a sneaky flank off a minute ago. Kasing maybe looking for something here. Just flashing. Gets the knock up on AOD. Doesn't quite land the shockwave, but it's not going to matter. Woolite picks up 1 kill. Will Larson end up falling? Too tanky right now. Woolite, his late game has been turned on, but so's has RB's. Ooh. They're just knocking on the Nexus turrets now. One is going to fall. Here comes the next one, possibly. Mujin going in. Dirk's back out again. JWoww in a lot of trouble. Does use the Zonyas. That healing is going to get reduced by Thal. Gets deleted by Magic Felix. Mujin's just going to be able to force these kills. Force the fights. AOD has been tagged. Sonic Wave is available. Can he go in? Still has the kick. There's just too much damage on the side of Red Bulls right now. They might just look for the win here, Des.
They still want to go for it, but Larson is still sat on this flash. I don't think I've seen him use it once this game so far to go for these plays. It's kind of a do I, don't I, and it's always going to be a don't I. 26 minutes in the game. We said that RB needed to close this out before Woolite got online, and they are doing that just now. Woolite
only 2 items in the bank. The Zeal, extra Zeal. Will it help him? I'm not sure it will. There goes one turret. The second one falls. Cannon Barrage almost finishing off Dan, but Red Bulls hammering on that Nexus, hammering at home and making it a 1-0 in favor of RB right now. War looking a little bit disconjointed.
And it's as we said, Mujin ended that game 4-1-3, and we said that if he could shut down Dan in the early game, which he did, then what's left in the early and mid game here for Wind and Rain? And they got to 26 minutes, and you know, Woolite was showing signs of coming online. He got his first kill at about 25 minutes. It's too late by then. Like, you need to be making these actions happen earlier for you. And again, this is what I said in Champ Select. Teams like this need to acknowledge they are going to lose the early game against teams like RB. Don't try and build these late game comps, because chances are you're not going to get there.
Exactly that, and the gold speaks volumes about this game. Got it written down here, 8 minutes, 2k gold lead for RB, 15 minutes, they were up 4k, 19 minutes, 5k gold. Just ever so extending that lead extremely well. And Dan, again, 3rd time playing this Kazakhs, didn't have the impact he wanted to, and I think it's something that he might have to shift off of, because Mujin outclassed him in the jungle, triple buffed him, not once, but twice. Stole his blue buff away.
The big question here is, what does Dan move on to? Does he take away the Lee Sin against someone like Mujin, who can probably deal with it? I think it's, I don't want to say so much outclassed, but Mujin does seem to have his number in every instance that he's come across him in this game. It was the same story last week. You know, we spoke about it again earlier on today. We said for Giants, their win was just like this on the goal graph. It was a steady, easy climb for them. There was never any threat coming from Wind and Rain. Even though they've now got their full roster back, it's the same story again. They never pull the trigger. They never try and make the plays to bring themselves back into it.
I mean, you mentioned it perfectly. Larson not using that flash for the engage. Flash
just once would have been fantastic.
Just right at the end, just flash engage under that Nexus, well, under that tier 3 turret down in the bottom lane. Just flash engage, see what happens. You really haven't got much else. You're on the ropes at that point. I think we've got some replays, though, coming up, and that will be... We'll see what went wrong for them, because RB just seemed to chokehold them out.
Well, the answer seems to be everything. This is the first time that Dan got picked off here, just trying to go for that solo engage again, but the lack of vision was what got him caught out, got him annihilated, and really got Magic Felix rolling. And from here, it was just RB starting to accelerate the lead. At least before that, it looked like they had a chance, but otherwise, it was never really going to work out for them.
Kasing showing his absolute prowess. Level 7 mastery.
This flash kick attempt, it made me laugh, but it's good.
On the Rakan, yeah. Did try and get the flash kick off, ended up going down to AOD. And you can see here, just their ability to disengage, engage so quickly. JWoww falling. I mean, JWoww, another contender in that late game scaling composition that just didn't work whatsoever. Like you mentioned, 25 minutes into the game, we're like we secured 1 kill. Not something you'd usually see, to be fair, but you want that game to last 40 minutes so Tristana can kind of come online.
And one thing you mentioned pre-broadcast was this is Magic Felix's week to prove himself, to really step up and say, you know, I'm a major carry here as well. Yeah, Larson is a very, very good millionaire in his own right. Don't force him onto a Galio. Give him the opportunity to try and upset Magic Felix in that mid lane, because then you start drawing jungle pressure. You give Dan a bit of an easier time, enable him to get to mid to late game where he can start making an impact. Because here it was free reign. Like the Syndra had free reign in that mid lane. Top lane was what top lane was. It was just Tarl farming it quite happily. It was the Swain waiting to get to the late game. It was an entirely Muujin game. He was free to do whatever he wanted that game without any kind of contest.
Completely free, which is exactly, I'd sum that game up as.
Yeah.
Team RB taking that game 1-0 up against Wyndham Rain. Can they come back? Can they, you know, storm their way to victory? We'll have to wait and find out.
Nice.
Yeah, I tried to find it. But we'll go to a quick break, however, and we'll be back very, very soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European Challenger Series. My name is Jaws. I'm joined by Desertu once again, and that was kind of a stomping from RB, taking out War. I mean, what more can you really say about that game? It was a slow kind of progression after the early game advantages. And early game teamfights, they did manage to secure very, very chokeholdy game, like we saw, well, like we do see a lot of these top teams. A lot of teams in LCS as well do the same kind of style. Don't take fights where you don't need them. Just work off the early game advantages, make sure they can't fight you at any one point. And
problem there was there were no early game advantages. It was the main problem for Wind and Rain there, but it's the typical story that we speak about so often in tournaments like this, is that you have a team who is trying to build a late game competition against opposition that is generally stronger to them and is, you know, favoured to win. We all came into this saying RB were most likely to beat Wind and Rain, and well, they've just done so in spectacular fashion. They had Woolite finally starting to wake up as they got towards the 25-minute mark, but the game ended at 26 minutes. He had 1 minute of relevance, and even then, Mujin, who ended 4-1 and 3 in that game, crushed him on the Lee Sin at the very end. So that was just an expected standard game, and I'm somewhat frustrated with Wind and Rain because, again, they know this is the case. Try and win these lanes out early on. Give Larson a carry. I know he's capable of pulling off some magic here, and you already alluded to it. Magic Felix needs to step up and show that he is a big carry on this team as well, that it's not just about the bot lane, it's not just about the Korean imports, it's about him as well. Well,
it's Magic Felix time to shine, and he did just that on this Syndra pick. I mean, you even look at Thal and Mujin, kind of did what they usually do. Win lane, not necessarily for Thal, it was more of a farm fest in that regard, but Mujin triple buffed Dan 3 times. Dan has played Kha'Zix also 3 times, and it's
not
a
one
pick.
once.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pick maybe he needs to kind of divert from and like pick up something else, maybe more of a...
I'd stick him on a Gragas here, I think.
Yeah,
I think a tank where you have someone that can protect your AD carry, acknowledge that you're not going to be the carry for your team, let your AD carry, let your mid laner, let your carry top laner try and do something for you, because what they've done now is failed 3 times in a row. It's time to change things up. I
mean, Woolite, the Polish superstar AD carry, has had so much experience. His name has been around absolutely, well, it's been around forever. Get him on a carry champion down the bottom lane. Tristana, yes, can be a carry, but again, relies a lot on the rest of your team being able to facilitate you in the early game, and then push you towards late, where you can stack up 3 items, 2 attack speed, and then an Infinity Edge, then start moving towards, you know, maybe a Bloodthirster or something along those lines, and go from there. Then start winning out team fights with your added range from your passive.
He had some great games in the CSQ on Caitlyn, so why not try and prioritize that pick? Like, I'm not saying first pick it, because that could be pretty disastrous. As we saw in the last game, RB got hold of both Xayah and Rakan to great effect for them. The amount of times Kasing was able to just dive in, get the CC down, then like battle dance straight back out again. It's too easy for them in that bot lane. Far too easy.
One big stat you look at from last week, 66% win percentage for blue side. War had blue side in that first game. They weren't forced to ban out someone like a Zac that RB had to. So now they are on the red side. They flip sides. This is going to be a bit of an issue for them when it comes to pick and ban, like you mentioned, just because they're going to have to ban out their Zac, and they lose a ban in that regard. But they do get a chance to first pick 2 things as well. So that first pick is going to be very important for RB. But not revealing anything, which is something that we've kind of alluded to before, was the fact that they haven't really shown us all too much. We know Mujin's just a monster in the jungle. Whatever champion you seem to put him on does extremely well.
I think they need a very, very smart pick and ban phase here if they're going to have a chance of threatening RB in this game. It's going to be a case of, you know, we're going to have to sacrifice a power pick on that first pick, whether that's the Syndra going across to Magic Felix again, and then we try and power pick something out that hasn't been banned away. I mean, realistically, again, the Gragas on Dan might be a good pick here. Just we've seen Thal play Gragas quite a lot of times as well, so it can still be seen as a bit of a denial pick for him. Essentially, they just need to make changes. It's literally as simple as that. Make changes to what you're doing, because it's failed 3 times in a row, and Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Dan, he had very little impact in the laning phase. Came in for 1 gank, I want to say.
Yeah.
Didn't really make anything work. Kind of walked off.
His first gank was trying to catch a Lee Sin and then suddenly walking into 4 members. This is the vision game as well that kind of hurt them.
Yeah, most definitely. You look at around the 15. Well, no, not 15 minute mark. It was around 18 to 19 minute mark when Baron was about to spawn. RB just said, okay, cool, we're done taking turrets for the moment. What we're going to do is we're just going to set up a massive vision line. Took the Baron completely uncontested because it felt like War didn't really know it was actually going on at the time.
They had no idea.
No vision, nothing whatsoever. Had barely any vision in their own jungle, let alone around the river and around the Dragon and Baron. Did manage to secure a Dragon for themselves. Well, being the Ocean Drake wasn't a massive priority for RB anyway. But yeah, I mean, Mujin and Thal, incredibly hard to ban out because they seemingly can play everything. And a massive ban that went the way of War last game was the Jace. Jace, an absolutely spectacular carry. Thal was rank 1 at one point with a 60-70% win rate on that champion. You got to ban someone where you got to ban some of these carry potential picks for him. Otherwise, you're going to get left with him on tanks, and he's equally going to do as well. We're going to jump straight into pick and ban, however. RB over on the red side this time, with War over on the blue. Thresh is going to be the first lock away, or take away from RB, and there goes the Jace.
That's kind of the sign that Kasing is saying, I don't want Thresh, I want another playmaker. I want to play Rakan again, because he's had some brilliant games in that thus far. We've seen it during CSQ, we've seen it in the last game just now. He loves it. And it's kind of every support's dream to be, you know, I think it was Wolf who said from SKT at one point, I wish I could be more recognised. Sorry, Bang, sorry. Bang Wolf. No, Wolf. It is Wolf. I'm right on the first time. I was like, hang on, does that sound right in my own head? But when he was basically saying, you never really get these moments as a support player where you have the big, that was because of the support. And Rakan is perfect for that. So for players like Kasing, perfect pickup.
Absolutely. LeBlanc and the Galio are going to be the next bans for RB. And there comes the Zac ban as well. So that was kind of expected. Realistically, you have to ban it on... And
you ban at least probably here to follow up as well, just to deny those 2 strong picks, because that could be the big first power picks. In fact, no, they're too scared of Kasing's pick here and taking that Rakan away. That does leave the elites open here, so surely you think, Mujin, I've got another playmaking potential here, let's take that one away, and sure enough, they'll lock that win as their first pick.
That was an easy guess.
Easy, mate.
That was too easy for you to guess that one. Elise will be the lock-in for RB. Another massive early playmaking jungler for Mujin. Now, what a Wind and Rain take here. They've got the chance now to
Lee Sin.
pick 2 massive pickups. Lee Sin's not a bad idea.
And I was going to say as well, again, yeah, I was about to say,
like
we spoke about it just a few minutes ago, saying in CSQ, we saw him play it a lot. Why not take it away? I think Lee Sin here you have to go with. Card is not working out for you. Please stop picking it. Just try something different here. Again, you've got to mix things up. In fact, you've got the Caitlyn already. You need Disengage here. Take that Gragas we were talking about earlier on.
Gragas has been a big pickup for Thal as well, so taking that one off the board is going to be very, very important for them.
I don't...
Caitlyn will be the lock, as well as the Rek'Sai.
I don't like the Rek'Sai here, purely because it's very similar to the Kha'Zix. You need it to be the mid-game duelist now. But previous to the rework, yes, it would have worked absolutely fine as a tank, but now you've got the changes come through where, for example, the W knock up on the Unburrow. Unburrow only hits 1 target. It does knock others away, but you're more based around actually getting in there and fighting against people more frequently now. So if you're going to be ganking a lot, that's absolutely fine. If you're not, if you're relying on being his protection for the Caitlyn, well, you've got issues. They need to be making picks here as well, because they want that execute damage that comes through from Dan. That relies on them, again, picking this early game comp that can lay down a lot of damage and get the executes coming through for the Rek'Sai.
Well, Cannon is going to be the pickup here for RB. That's probably going to go over the weight of Thal in the top lane. Yep. And that's going to be, again, another massive carry potential for him. He's going to sit in that split push and then hopefully influence the fights later on. I mean, unless we're going to see some crazy Cedrian Kennen, but no, we will see a Kalista being locked in here as well. Now, unkilled on the Kalista thus far. Last week he went something like 9-0, I believe. So, nice to pick up him. Another playmaker, another very safe laner as well.
I would love to see them here. Pick a mid laner, use your 2 bans to ban away champions from Magi Felix. Maybe he tries to flex that cannon into the mid lane. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But you've got the opportunity now. You can pick a mid laner, you can go for 2 bans and put Larson in a very, very strong position. Instead, they go for the Swain once more. I'm not a fan, honestly.
Well, it didn't do so badly in lane against Thal, but coming up against the Cannon, ranged matchup, both of them ranged, but Cannon, you got to say, definitely has the pressure advantage early game. The early game, not early game,
it's the same
and abilities, but the base damage on the Cannon is also high, and Thal's just going to play very aggressive because that's what he does best.
The same concern for me here is that you said it like, yeah, okay, he didn't lose in lane, but this is the issue. They need to win in lane. Wind and Rain need to be winning their lanes here if they're going to have any chance against RB, who are better at macro, better at team fights. They've got to get some kind of advantage, and taking lanes that just do fine isn't going to be enough for them. They need to be winning these, and I just don't think the Swain is a winning pick here.
Orianna is going to be the ban for Red Bulls.
Against Larson, we know he can play that very well.
Yes, that he can. And a Syndra taken off the fold once more.
Off the fold. Interesting one. It's all mid-lane bans coming through because neither side has taken them away here, so they're trying to mix things up from last game. You know, already taking away the Syndra does change that out as well. It takes away the safe pick of the Corki. We saw it earlier on in the first game of the day and what it can do. It's just very safe. Against the Echo, didn't have such a good time, but still a pretty solid pick to choose away here. All mid-lane bans, and Kassadin going to be the last one too, so interesting to see what they choose to go in the mid-lane here. Neither's really got a strong carry, but maybe they choose to take the Swain in the mid-lane and force something else into the top lane instead.
I mean, Swain, not the greatest.
I'm pleasing, please. I love running Soul, please. There's no Cass in here as well. That's gone away now. But then again, we said earlier on, Vladimir, Cassiopeia, things like this. The big control mages is what Larson's known for. Gonna go with the Cassiopeia.
Cassiopeia for Larson. That will mean JWoww back up in the top lane with the Swain. So Cassiopeia, pretty big champion, but once more, scaling composition on Wind and Rain. Nothing massively early game right now. They've got Cassiopeia that wants to scale. They've got a Swain that wants to scale. Same with the Caitlyn. It's going to rely on Dan once more in this jungle role to get his laners ahead. Now it's banned last game. That's going to get picked up. That Talia is going to go towards Felix.
And you basically hit the nail on the head there, what you said about Wind and Rain. This is another mid to late game competition. This again relies on you getting to the 30-minute mark and being relevant. That means not being any more than 7,000 to 8,000 gold behind tops. Like, we've seen miraculous comebacks where teams have come back from 12 to 4,000 gold deficits and still won, but it's the exception rather than the rule. And I think with Wind and Rain, we're going to find themselves being the rule here. They're not going to be able to pull something like that out of the bag. And the comp from RB, once again, it's all about this early aggression. The Elise is going to be in every lane, landing those cocoons all day. I just don't see again how Wind and Rain managed to win this draft out. It feels like a very weak draft for them. I do like the Zilean because at least gives them some kind of saving potential, you could say.
That it is. Zilean is going to go towards the bottom side. AOD is going to be the wizard with the time powers. He's going to be able to save a lot of his carries in these team fights. But if you look at RB, the amount of pick and setup potential that they do have, you can imagine as soon as the Zilean ult goes on to one of the members of Wind and Rain, the amount of sustained damage that Team Red Bulls actually have is going to be kind of detrimental to that. They're going to go down, they're going to get rezzed again, they've got, you know, 3/4 HP, they're going to get insta-killed once more. You've got Kalista, perfect champion in these long sustained team fights, especially when she gets online with the Blade, the Rune King, and the Rune Hands. You've got Thal, who's going to go this sustained damage build, Frozen Mallet, etc. It's going to be a very, very tough game, I think, for Wind and Rain once more, because once more they've drafted non-winning matchups.
They have. And I would love to see Dan try and make some impact in the bot lane here, knowing you've got this Caitlyn that you can scale up later on, knowing you've got the Zilean to really carry it through. If it does get picked off, it's not a big deal. You've got the res there. They've got so much potential. They've got the knock-up from the Rek'Sai, they've got the Caitlyn traps, they've got everything else that works in their favour in terms of the Zilean stuns as well. They have tools. They just need to make use of them. Dan needs to stop, you know, floundering around near Baron Pit, near Dragon Pit, and kind of thinking, oh, well, what's going on? That requires his team kind of giving him some more help in terms of vision control, because that was the big biter for him last game. The reason he got picked off in the first place was a lack of vision, and that is where Wind and Rain need to put some focus, I feel, in the early game to make sure they can get themselves into the mid game and hopefully towards that fabled land of late game where they can really come online.
The fabled land.
The fabled land. They've been dreaming of it for weeks now, and it's never really come to fruition for them. This could be the game.
This could be the game.
You have to always hold some hope, right?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, if they lose this game, they will definitely be at the bottom of the standings. 0-2 last week. Currently 0-1 against RB. Now, I mentioned the chrono shift from the Zilean. The question is, who do you use it on? Because you got to think to yourselves, if Team RB have already killed one member of Wind and Rain, who's to say they won't do it again? We're going to get on to the Rift, however. Game number 2, RB versus War. You got to say, RB looked hella spicy in that first game.
Hella spicy.
That's a good way of putting it.
That's one of your favourite words, hella. I love it.
Hella.
Look hella spicy. And they look hella good, to be fair, as well. The win, obviously, coming across quite convincingly, as we expected. JWoww here. Ooh.
Cool. Very, very good at level 1. J-Ram gets tagged. Thal is going to get an auto attack. He's going to be forced to flash here. 3 for the stun. Stunned up as well with the cocoon. That'll be first blood. Going straight over to Felix. Probably one of the worst starts you had. JWoww had that flash. Could have flashed the last proc on the stun, but decided not to.
What did we say just a few minutes ago? Larssen has the potential to be big when he manages to get himself on a carry like the Cassiopeia. What's they just done here? Give a first blood kill over to Felix to make his lane even smoother. He can go back and get himself a Dark Seer. He's got the Doran's Ring. He's got the pots to go for. This is dreamland, I feel, for RB as a star. And it also puts a slight back foot going through for JWoww here, who knows he's gone down already. Didn't even flash, so quite wise, I think, to hold on to that one. Otherwise, may have found himself just getting chased in the tower because it was only one hit until he was dead.
Extra biscuit and a Dark Seal.
Like, why not flash? In that case, why not flash? Like, you know that if you lose the early game, you're done. So just take it. Just take the flash. Get some wards down. Play safe. It won't hurt.
It will not hurt, but it's definitely going to hurt them now. With Mujin getting that assist, well, everybody getting the assist, really, apart from Cedrian not holding his weight. No assist for you, my man. No 100% kill participation just yet. But now Danny is going to start on these Raptors, but Mujin once more starting on a buff rather than any one of the smaller camps. I'm not sure he's going to be able to 3-buff a Rek'Sai, but we'll have to wait and see.
I can't imagine you do here as well, because the early game dueling potential of the Rek'Sai equally is quite impactful, especially now with the changes that have come through. Does bring out some more damage to the party, and the sustain as well coming through with his new, well, with her, I should say, new Fury charges. It now works in that any ability you land while on borrowed or auto attack gives you 25 Fury. that kind of heal that it can give you at 100 Fury is a lot less, but you get that so much more often. So going in and out of a fight, or going in for fights, trying to then go underground for a short while, use some abilities there, then come back up and go for a fight again, that's the ideal way to play it. So you can have some really good successes in the early game, as long as you don't find yourself getting caught out, as we've always seen happen to Rek'Sai's, where players will just stand still, not let the Tremor Sense spot them, and then suddenly you've got 3 or 4 members catching you out by surprise.
I mean, with Dan's new ultimate as well, not being in that global teleport is going to have a little less of a pressure advantage. Void Rush now just leaping onto a target if they're hit by the Prey Seeker or the Chilling Smite. Is he going to be able to find that target though? Again, a lot of disengage and a lot of re-engage potential from RB. Mujin now taking his red buff is going to wander down towards this bottom lane. Not much mobility on Woolite, AOD as well, alike. Not been warded out here either. Woolite might be in a lot of trouble. Max Wage Cocoon, oh my goodness, lands. Even though he did get that Caliber net off, it's not going to matter. The stun comes through from Kasing. Mujin finds the next kill. RB 2-0 on the board, looking mighty fine with themselves.
Well, we said Dan was the one who needed to be in this bot lane trying to make plays early, but Mujin just beats him there, got himself the double buff, came and made the play that was required, and now Cedric, we've seen what he can do when he's got this Callisto. We can see what Kasing can do when you can put the two champions together. The stun potential is absolutely massive. The number of stacks you can get on those spears throughout that lifetime, especially from level 6. You've got so many seconds of CC to work with, and just giving them even a small advantage like this one, yep, Woolite's going to find himself at such a disadvantage and already conceding this lane, buying himself a cull just to try and get himself through to the mid-game with a little bit more gold in his back pocket.
Here comes Dan, though, maybe looking for something on the top side. Mujin is going to be there on the Elise. Does have the Blast going to work with, so if he really wanted to follow that one up, he could. But JWoww has the pressure advantage right now over Thal. And I got to mention, Woolite blew the flash, he blew that heal, but he has picked up a cull. No potions coming back into the lane. And against Cedrian, who's probably going to build Blade the Rune King, a much earlier power spike than this Caitlyn's going to have, just conceding the lane in that regard.
Yeah, Larson at least managing to keep himself relevant in farm, but there's always a spider lurking around the corner, and this is where he might find himself in some trouble here. Mujin doesn't have flash. Doesn't manage to land that CC to bring him back in either. There could have been a flash potential there to take that away from Larson, but he's, you know, again, very, very experienced on Cassiopeia, one of his more comfortable champions to pick up in the mid lane. Just has to make sure he's dealing with Magic Felix, who of course did get that first blood and got that Dark Seal to really start getting himself ahead.
The Dark Seal working wonders for him. Still got 3 potions, not been pushed out at all. Now Magic Felix maybe looking towards the bottom side. It has been warded out, so at least War no. This is very, very punishing. There was even a trap in the bush. Will I get stunned up here? Kasing actually flashing forward. Isn't going to be able to find it just yet. There comes the stun. There comes the cleanse. Unraveled Earth to finish up the kill. Cedrian rends him. And that'll be another kill on the board for RB. 3-0. Already 1,000 gold in the bank for them. Larson gets the push advantage on mid, but
This is so cruel.
RB's macro play once again showing up.
Didn't even have to hit level 6 here. Magic Felix was already roaming down to the bot lane to help out with more kills. In this case, it's Cedric who got the kill. They're ignoring Larson, and we've seen teams do this in CSQ. They just leave him alone and say, right, we acknowledge Larson is going to enter the mid game at a pretty strong standard, and in some cases he did. He got like quadra kills and Orianna in a few cases, for example. But you can just worry about the rest of the team. Make sure Caitlyn isn't relevant. Make sure Dan is irrelevant. Make sure JWoww is irrelevant. And suddenly, who's going to be able to protect Woolite? Absolutely no one. Larson's left on his own. The Cassiopeia doesn't stand very well on her own against the whole team, and suddenly the whole thing falls apart. So it's more of the same from Wind and Rain, just not kind of thinking about that early game, properly. Not getting themselves getting up into the mid game. It's going to cost them over time.
What is he good for? Absolutely nothing right now. Not with that cull in his back pocket, stacking up. He's took 20 CS. That's 20 extra gold already, but that's going to get finished around the 12-minute mark, you could imagine. 12-15. Magic Felix might be in a little bit of trouble. Does have Ghost, does have Flash available. Seismic Shove also. Can't really touch him. Larson, he needs to at least burn that Flash in order to try and find something. Dan's taking a lot of damage, yeah. Magic Felix does have Storm Raider Surge as well, just for that extra movement speed to get out of dodge fairly fast.
Yeah, I mean, you saw how much damage Dan took in there. That's a sign of confidence from Magic Felix that he can just lay down that return damage. He knew there was no threat of being caught out by Larson. Super easy escape, and maybe a bit too telegraphed by Dan. Maybe he should have come round through blue side jungle and made an entry that way, because again he's just being useless, needless to say, in the early game. 0 kill participation. We're 7 minutes in and already full 100% kill participation coming through from Mujin.
Well, you say 0 kill participation, it's because he's got no kills.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
No kills on the side of War.
But that should be his job in the early game. He is the aggressor in these lanes. He's the one who can make things happen, and so far we've seen him enter a lane once.
That it is. Magic Felix once more looking for that row.
At level 6 as well.
My goodness, that Weaver's Wall is going to be hella impactful.
Look how far back they have to play.
Yeah.
They're halfway back across the lane.
Look at that vision as well, that deep teleport ward. 4th foul to come through. That's got ultimate, that's got TP. Kasing knows there's a ward in that brush. Magic Felix is returned to the mid. Larsen's going to punish him for it. But now with that tier, also stacking up very, very slowly again. War playing this very much. We're going to stand back. We're going to let you CS. We're going to let you farm. In fact, nice. Gaze on to Magic Felix. Finally picking up their first kill. That kill's going to go straight over to Larsen as well. And already getting 1 kill on the board is going to relieve a lot of that pressure in the mid lane.
That wasn't really that hard to do, see? It was one Allman coming out of Larsen. It was a follow. Okay, yes, Dan had to use Splash to catch up there in time, but that is as simple as it can be. You've got so much movement denial coming through from Larsen with the grounded on his W. Just make use of it. Like, why not? It's worked out so well for them now and already going for the invade. This is the first time I think we've ever seen Dan inside the enemy jungle.
Just smite away the blue buff as well, and Dan finally making that impact that he wanted to on this more or less tanky Rek'Sai. Not on that Kha'Zix, who has little to no CC, does avoid spikes for the slow, but that's about it. But still, Rebels in the lead. And you got to say, RB right now, their macro has been absolutely beautiful throughout CSQ, throughout challenges right now.
I like what Larsen's going for here as well. He knows that this mid lane, it's not super secure, but he knows that RB are going to ignore him for the most part and let him just do his thing. That because he plays so super safe, because it's more important for them to focus on Woolite in the bot lane. He's saying, right, Rod of Ages, tier, let's get that stacked up, let's get going. And as soon as I get both of those items completed, I'm going to be a monster coming into the mid game. As long as my team stays relevant, we are going to be golden.
Oh man, look
Speaking
at those
of relevant though.
Weaver's Wall is going to come out, is going to block Woolite off from defending that turret. Just using that very defensively there, just to be able to get that pressure on that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Dan is going to be here, TP behind actually. Well, JWoww will be able to join that fight. Double bonds doesn't end up landing. There comes the seismic shove onto JWoww. It does a lot of damage to him. They're going to go for the disengage. Jason the Hole comes through. He's going to land on Kasing, but he's going to block it with the shield. Teleport from Foul was also matched. There comes another move, doesn't find anyone. JWoww gets tagged up by Mujin, but really can't find anything all too much. Beautiful disengage there from RB, but War as well. Nice disengage from them, and they do not give up that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane.
So far, this has been so much smoother from Wind & Rain compared to last game. They're only 700 gold behind at 10 minutes. You know, Larsen is 20 CS ahead in this mid lane. Okay, bot lane's back there behind 20 CS. Everywhere else is pretty even. Look at the farm as well coming through for Dan compared to Mujin. That just tells you how much focus Mujin has been putting on trying to get these ganks in. It's not a bad thing. It's doing well for him so far.
When they're trying to find something, Larsen actually fell, flashed over the wall. Cocoon, petrifying gaze straight on to Mujin, but it's not going to matter. Magic Felix there with the seismic shove and the unraveled earth to finish off the kill. RB find themselves yet another pick.
Well, we did say for Larsen it'd be what can he do in the mid game, and if this kind of thing keeps happening, then he's going to find himself in a world of hurt. Still is ahead in CS, still sitting quite pretty in the mid lane thus far. If he falls behind though, the team literally have nothing to bring them through into the mid to late.
Still got that tier. And the Rod going to stack up. Magic Felix does get Nether moved, or Nether stuck more like JWoww, activating that Ravenous Flock. Has to flash away though as Magic Felix does the same. Mujin came in with the Cocoon, didn't want to get stunned up. Uh-oh, speaking of stun up, Kasing is going to go down. Double bombs into the knockup from Dan, secures the kill, and that's going to get taken, unfortunately, by AOD. You can imagine Woolite definitely wanted to have that one.
Yeah, Mujin, he's making a good impact so far. Again, still involved in every single kill. Did obviously contribute quite well towards Larsen getting that kill, forced the flash out of JWoww. The big question for me is, was that really a worthwhile trade? JWoww lost his flash, but Magic Felix lost his. And I think for him, it's probably more impactful. He's the guy looking to make plays in the bot lane here to try and keep Woolite suppressed. Doing a good job so far. Still down 25 CS. You know, Cedrian's looking like he's going to come online and be a pretty big monster once he starts getting those first couple of items coming through. No worries for him at all in this bot lane. It's just small things can go wrong here. Dan's now got himself 2 assists, so much better impact from him thus far. A pretty quiet early game, but has started to make some kind of, showed some signs of life, should we say. Breathing life back into the war machine.
Back into the war machine.
That's one we've not really used before.
War machine, yeah. Good Iron Man reference. That is true.
Well, it's not even Iron Man, it's just a general reference.
Yeah, that's fair play.
Keep the gears turning, that's Dan's job.
That's exactly what he's trying to do now, but RB have other business to attend to, and that attending business is Larsen. He gets seismic shove, he gets Cocoon. Is he going to be able to go down? No, he is not. Here comes the ultimate from AOD to keep him alive. Magic Felix trying to find out the kill here. Mujin almost went down to that turret as well. Cedrian now forcing down this turret in the mid lane. There will be Kasing backing off after taking a double bomb to the face. Ravenous Block is going to get activated. Thal with the ultimate as well. Both stunned up, actually both rooted. Here comes Magic Felix off the Weaver's wall. JWoww in a lot of trouble. That's the same for Ravenous Block. It's not going to be enough because he's going to get taken out as well. Thal is going to secure it. 1 kill on the board for him, and that's the pressure advantage for RB. They're going to be able to take this turret in the top lane.
Magic Felix getting vengeance on his killer from earlier on. He said the flashes probably wouldn't be a big deal for JWoww, but it turns out here it was, because Magic Felix had plans to pay him a small visit, riding on those rocks to get up there and get himself another kill coming through. And 1-0-2 on Thal now. We've seen from Dan on Origin what can happen when a cannon really starts rolling, and to be fair, he's been pretty quiet in the top lane thus far. Once he gets to 2 or 3 items, he becomes terrifying. His early game is good. His mid game has a little bit of a lull, but then late game, it's nigh on impossible to stop him. He's such a powerful split pusher.
Yeah, he is a devastating split pusher, especially when he gets a couple of items, like you mentioned. War, though, doing what they did last game and answering that turret take with a dragon take of their own. Will secure that mountain. Much, much more beneficial than the Cloud Drake they secured last game. However, Mugen and Thal, with that pressure in the top lane now, will be able to secure Harriet, the Herald. It's going to go over to them, and Mugen made it work, you know, sublimely last game. They managed to secure that tier 1 turret in the mid. It got a little bit of damage down to the tier 2. We'll see what you can do with it this time around.
Yeah, deploy it in mid lane again, because Larssen, his wave clear is brilliant. The denial of getting anywhere near his tower, you walk onto that grounded and you are in so much pain potentially if you can start landing those Twin Fangs down. So for them now, it's more about getting this mid lane down again, doing what they did last game, repeat it. Get the top lane, get the mid lane, get the bot lane towers, get a line of vision down, and then you can sneak away one of these early barons. You've got the Kalista to play with this time round. We've seen before, in the LCS this week in fact, just how impactful the Kalista can be when trying to take away these major objectives.
It's just scary to look at, really. A fed Kalista has almost got Blade the Ruin King finished, sitting on that Cutlass and the recurve bow. Now, RB once more, looking towards this top side. Thal and Mugen getting the old flankaroo off. JWoww in a lot of trouble. Sharkan just ends up missing. Mugen as well with the mobility boost. Maybe would have caught up to him, but, you know, JWoww has got a little bit of disengage. Dan actually is going to jump onto Magic Felix in the mid lane, does pop Ghost. There comes Larssen through as well. Doesn't have flash available to him, does pop the Ghost as well. Magic Felix trying to run away. There comes the Void Rush. Magic Felix still alive. I don't know how, but he's still going for it. Prey Seeker ends up finding the kill. Dan did hit the Void Rush, the Prey Seeker to finish him off, but that will be another nice kill going the way of War.
Putting that Rek'Sai to good use so far, and again, you got to look at the gold lead here. We're at 15 minutes, and there's only 1,500 between the two teams. We said last game, if they got to 20 minutes and the gold difference was only 2,000, this will be dreamland for Wind and Rain, and right now, they're on the way there. It's not over for them here. Imagine if we look back at this at the end of the day and go, oh yeah, Wind and Rain versus RB, how did that one go? Oh, 1-on-1? That would be a huge surprise. But they're definitely getting pretty close to making it happen, I feel. Larssen still looking very powerful. Now finish off that Rod of Ages and the tier stacking up. You've got that Rod of Ages in the top lane also stacking up for them. This is much better played by Wind and Rain than last game.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you. And I mean, that late game scaling will come online maybe a little bit earlier this time.
The issue is they've got to contest with the Kalista and the Kennen. That's a very, very scary late game duo.
That it is. 1,000 in the lead for RB right now at 15. Rather than the 4,000 they were in game number 1. Now Larssen's turret.
AOD being forced to use his ultimate in the
Not
bot
been
lane there as
breached.
well.
Oh, actually Petrifying Gaze. Magic Felix with the look away. Does manage to dodge out of that one. That's a lot of damage coming out from the Leandri's Torment from Magic Felix. He's forced to back off.
Yeah, one thing we kind of missed out there as well. Woolite had to use his flash. Ignite came down from AOD. His own ultimate came out too. That was a scary potential in both mid lane and bot lane there for Wind and Rain to lose members, but they did hold on. No one lost anything except for their summoners. And maybe a mid lane tower.
Yeah, maybe a mid lane turret, yeah. With Larssen committing that Petrifying Gaze onto Magic Felix and taking a lot of return damage. That equals the tier 1 in the mid. That's going to open up the map now. Let's look at itemization now, Des.
Yep.
You have the Executioner's Calling coming out from Thal once again. This is the second time in a row he's picked that up against the Sway, and rightfully so.
Absolutely.
Reduces a lot of that healing.
Yeah, just want to make sure he can't walk through them and just
hang
take
on, Mugen might be a little bit caught. Weaver's Wall's going to come through, not going to help him whatsoever, because Larssen is going to be able to pick it up with the Twin Fangs. Magic Felix a little bit late on the rotation, but Mugen a little bit too far up on a warded try.
You're giving quite a lot over, it feels here. In fact, top lane Thal as well, going in for a fight. JWoww losing as well.
Almost lost. He didn't lose.
He lost damage trade-wise, he lost.
Damage trade-wise, yeah. He used the Blade Ruin King for the disengage.
I'd classify that as a loss.
Loss of pressure, definitely. He has to actually rotate down towards the mid lane now. Maybe get a recall off to get a little bit of that HP back.
This is what we said last game for Wind and Rain. Put Larssen on something like a carry, let him start scaling up and get to the point where he can be stupidly impactful, and it's getting that way. But an interesting deploy of Rift Herald here in base towards the top lane.
That bird as well, following it through. I love that. The random swaying birds that appear sometimes when you're on the map. It's going to return to him though. But yeah, Harriet the Herald is going to just march.
That's quite a timely march, to be fair.
It is a tiny march. Very, very quick. I wonder what the movement speed is. I'd be kind of curious to find out. Now Thal is going to be able to push this lane in, and now, I mean, the advantage of doing that, you could say, for RB is the fact that they've got a lot of time now to kind of react to the Heralds being used, but that's also the same for War. They can now just put a lot more resources in that top lane in order to clear it out a lot quicker and get it down to make sure it doesn't take that tier 2 turret.
Last game we were talking for RB and saying if they really want to start pushing the advantage here and close this game out, it was to take Baron, and sure enough that led to them closing out the game in just a few minutes later, they closed the game out about 26 minutes in, got the Baron about 21. It was a nice cozy end for them, and it feels here like Wind and Rain do have an opportunity to come back into it. So surely as RB, you're thinking once more, let's get that Baron, let's get that vision denied again. There's very, very little vision actually going on at the minute on the map for them. So if they can look towards that, take it away, then maybe they can start closing out things a bit more cozy, because JWoww's wave clear, Larsen's wave clear, and even the wave clear from Woolite with that Shiv. It's incredibly hard to push these towers in right now. They haven't even got this bot lane tower, and we're nearly 20 minutes into the game. That's never something I thought I would say when I knew that it was Wind and Rain versus RB.
I mean, exactly that. Like, the ability for War to just clear waves, just zone with Cassiopeia, zone with the traps, is very, very prominent. And we'll see if RB can actually kind of deal with that. Now, they are all in the bottom lane. Dan's been down here for a fair while. So has Mujin. That dragon is up. It's an Ocean Drake. So it's not the highest priority, but Mujin's still wanting just to crack that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane as it's so, so low.
Indeed, and one thing we mentioned, I think, previously in this game or in this series was that, you know, RB sometimes, not so much get cocky, but definitely with the picks. Oh, flash from JWoww. Really
early flash, yeah. Lightning Rush is going to just follow him up quite nicely. Executioner's calling, Whirling a Wonder. Hang on a second,
flash.
Never move, almost lands. Thal does flash over it, though, just to save his own life. Very, very aggressive. We know him as this aggressive top laner, but sometimes, you know, you've got to know your limits.
You can see the damage starting to be returned by JWoww now, which kind of Thal must be thinking there, thinking, oh dear, I don't have this big presence I thought I would. Again, you have a mid-game lull on Kennen. It's expected. It's not the end of the world for them. They're still looking towards that late-game Kennen to really put on that split push pressure they're hoping for. Drake being starting up now as well. No real contest, it seems, coming through from Wind and Rain.
Well, they know JWoww is low. Thal is as well, so no real teleports coming out from either side. Easy Ocean Drake, and that'll be another Ocean Drake coming through as well in about 7 minutes' time.
One thing we touched on at the very start of this series, actually it was before the broadcast, myself, you and Medic were speaking about this. We were saying for Red Bulls, it's not so much that they draft badly, it's just sometimes they take comps where they think, right, in our minds and mathematically, we're going to win this game. You know, we feel pretty confident in our abilities, what we can do, given how last game went, we can afford this. They have one tank in this game. Everyone else is going full damage. The Elise is going full damage, the Kennen, the Talia, and obviously the Kalista is going the same way as well. So you're relying on this Braum to be the big tanky frontline for you. I think if you get to the point where you've got the Kennen and the Caitlyn being able to shred through you, and JWoww as well, we already saw what damage potential he's got. One tank isn't going to be enough. You're going to find your carries getting eliminated quite quickly if you're not careful.
I mean, we haven't seen either team kind of fight where that's going to be a real possibility. Something else to... Yeah, exactly, not yet. 20 minutes into the game. 4K in the lead now for Red Bulls. Just again, ever extending that lead. But you look at game number 1, 5 minutes ago, 15 in game number 1, 15 minutes that is. They were 4K, 5K in the lead. So a bit slower pace this game. And I think War have played this very, very well, considering their composition. Again, picking a more scaling comp with the Cassiopeia, with the Caitlyn, with that Swain as well. Will mean, though, RB do get a free turret in the bottom lane. That tier 1 is going to go down, opening the map up a little bit more and making their turret score 3-0.
That was a heavy committal and also a bit of a risk because, let's not forget, they've got 3 members in the bot lane here. If Wind and Rain wanted to really pull that trigger we keep speaking about, this proverbial trigger, potentially a catch in mid lane.
Magic Felix, though, there goes the Petrifying Gaze. He actually flashes out the way, uses the Ghost. Storm Raider's Surge procs as well, after doing a little bit of damage down to Dan. Larsen didn't commit the flash, though, which is the important thing.
It's Wind and Rain pulling the trigger. We mentioned it a lot at the end of last game. I love what they've done so far. The changes they've made, the change in play style, it feels. They are being a lot more proactive here, forcing Magic Felix to be uncomfortable. And we said in the last game, you know, he needs to shine. He played against the Galio last game. It was a pretty quiet game overall for him. Maybe this is when he could really turn out and shine. I'd actually argue it's the other way. Larsen is the one who's looking to be making these plays. He's constantly trying to force Magic Felix to get caught out by ganks from Dan. Yes, there were some great roams early on from Magic Felix, but other than that, he's been pretty quiet in the last 5-10 minutes of this game.
I completely agree. He has been fairly quiet, but the impact he's had across the map has been quite prominent with the Weaver's Wall. And one thing we mentioned earlier was this is going to be one of the toughest challenges War has to actually face.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, flash
That's
from AOD. That's a flash, that is an ignite. That is some beautiful poison damage. Larson just chasing him under the turret. Twin Fangs finishes off the kill. AOD being very aggressive, but he knows he can be, especially when you've got Larson there to follow up with damage.
This feels like almost like payback. Like, Walleye had a very, very rough early game, and now Wind and Rain are repaying the favour in the mid lane, catching Magic Felix out. My concern is, where's Muujin? Like, Muujin is usually always here for every single fight. He's laying down the aggressive plays himself and making ganks, but equally, he's been very quiet too. Go for a Gunblade pick here as well, by the seams of things. That's a interesting one. Usually you see a Protobelt on AP at least, not so much a Gunblade, but like, Muujin knows best. Supposedly.
Is that a phrase? Yeah, is that a phrase? That hashtag Muujin knows best.
Hashtag Muujin knows best.
Oh yes, mobility boots, Gunblade. That's a lot of movement speed and a lot of catch potential.
He's got that Dark Seal as well with no stacks on it at the minute.
Hey, it helps with the potions, man, which he doesn't have. Now RB looking to take, or at least pressure up this turret. Oh, Cedrian actually is going to ult, but no, Larson's on the side.
Larson.
Petrifying gaze onto Cedrian. Cedrian has to blow the heal. Here comes the TP from both members of top lane, and Cedrian's going to flash away from Ace now. Kasing's going to tank it up, and Dan, is he going to fall? No! The first blood goes over to Kasing. He ends up going down, but they do trade 1-for-1 as Magic Felix did make his way into the fight. JWoww securing it. AOD as well, actually being killed.
That was
a little bit earlier.
Close. The Kalista there, that was the hero of that fight was the Vision Ward that's currently sat in that red side jungle for Wind and Rain. They had no idea Larson was there. These are the mistakes we saw Dan make last game where he went for engages without true vision. That's exactly what Cedrian and Kasing just did, but to them it doesn't matter. Baron is now on the agenda.
Hey, do you know what Muujin's got a lot of? He's got a lot of damage. Not so much survivability right now, but Cedrian has got that Ren to smite it away. JWoww's going to come through, taking out bars for Red Bulls, but it doesn't matter because they are going to secure that Baron. Now is their time to escape. Cedrian, no flash, no problem. War's going to be able to take him out. We're like just
damage though.
Almost getting taken out by Magic Felix as he kited away with the Qs. Larson actually flashing away from Thal. Thal just wanting some of this, wanting to fight every moment in the game. Magic Felix is going to dissuade Larson as well with that Unraveled Earth. They do get the Baron onto 4 members. Or 5 members, I should say. No, 4 members. I can't count currently. Cedric will fall at the back of the pit.
RB must be feeling a little bit hot under the collar right now. That was a very, very close Baron take for them. Yes, they picked off Dan, but that could have gone very, very wrong if Larson had got there any quicker. 7 and 7 on kills. Look at the goal difference as well. We're currently set at 3,500 at 25 minutes. As I said, it's not quite Dreamland for Wind and Rain, but it's looking good. Look here at the vision on the right-hand side. That vision ward. Zero idea that Larson was going to come through. Great blocking coming through, though, you have to say, from Kasing. And this flash at the last second to be able to dodge away from this damage was perfect. He baited Dan away. Didn't get the kill in the end. He just go down eventually. But still, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and the jungler goes down. That was the big defining factor there with no Dan. It was a free Baron, and now RB can start to think, how can we really take control? How can we take control of the reins in this game again? How can we start giving Wind and Rain all these opportunities to come back into it? Because right now, it's looking like they have that potential. Baron is going to change this.
Baron will change it. Now only 4,000 gold stands between these two teams. Slipped a little bit there. They were 5,000 at 20 minutes. Now they are 4,000. That Baron being taken as well is going to be massive. They're going to have a lot of pushing waves at this current moment in time. They have fantastic split pushes in Thal, although it doesn't have teleport, and Magic Felix can re-enter the fight with the Weaver's Wall as well. Cedrian the only guy with that Baron buff, but if you've got Kasing there to kind of help you out in the lane, which we will do, it's not going to be too much of a worry for him. Now let's look at the itemization choices, and Muujin has finished the Gunblade. We weren't wrong.
Yes. I imagine this is coming through for the stickiness they've got. Like, the CC they've got is nice, but it helps if you can actually keep up to the enemy team as well once they've managed to get around that and try to escape. You've got Gunblade slows, you've got Bloody Ruin King slows, you've got these CC-based ultimates, the denial for the tower. He's done this twice now this game, so an effective use of it, to say the least. That's
massive. Only AOD and Dan really there to defend. And now Kalista does what she does best, take those turrets. Caitlyn just cannot get any traps down. Trap-lined the mid lane. And in the mid lane, meanwhile, actually JWoww almost getting taken out. Has to flash away from Thal. Didn't even use his ultimate. Larson's going to be here with that poison with those Twin Fangs, but that turret, regardless, is going to fall. There's 2 on the board right now using that Baron buff alone.
Yeah, just the pressure from RB, the help of that Baron buff, doing them a lot of favours. 2 towers going down, 1 left in the top lane for them. And you look on the bot side of the map, Wind and Rain have only managed to take 1 so far. That again is maybe, I don't want to say a sign of not pulling the trigger, but it is a sign, you know, we've spoke a lot about Wind and Rain needing to be the ones to bring themselves back up to this, and it's their plays that need to change. You know, RB are doing a lot of things right. They're applying a lot of pressure. They're making sure that there's no easy way for Wind and Rain to get these towers and start getting themselves vision control down. Admittedly, vision control this game from RB hasn't been incredible. They do have 4 or 5 wards down in the blue buff side right now, but otherwise, they don't really worry too much. They're quite happy with how this game is going. They've got the towers down. They want this top lane tower, but unfortunately, there is a JWoww-shaped Swain sat there right now, denying any of that wave pushing in.
A JWoww-shaped Swain. Sounds
Or
like a big old tusk.
Or a Swain-shaped JWoww? I guess that's probably better.
Probably. He's got the fully stacked here, fully stacked Rod Ages even. Now Zhonya's, and he's got the Spectre's Cowl, which is going to be built into the Spirit Massage. Extra healing for him isn't going to go amiss. Now RB just forcing their way down this mid lane. Still got a little bit of time on that Baron buff as well.
And Woolite as well. Let's not be mindful of what he can do. He's now at 2 items. It's still not the ideal power point for him, but if he gets to 1 or 2 more items, maybe just the 1 more will be enough for them. They have this tanky front line to be able to protect him. They've got the disengage from Larssen if they need it to keep this Caitlyn alive. Right now, it's the Larssen story. It's what can Larssen do to get us through a little bit. In the next 5-10 minutes, if we get to that point, Woolite comes online. We've got JWoww, who is nigh on unkillable. This is when things start getting scary for RB, so they really need to try and look to close this one out, ideally before the 35-minute mark. Otherwise, I think Wind and Rain might actually start taking things back from them.
Well, you said and put it perfectly. You wanted to see Larssen on a carry potential
Look at this bait
champion.
They have no idea they're taking this bush.
Great bait. Oh, hang on a second. They're ignoring it because Magifelix is going to get jumped on. Flash Ghost. There comes the Void Rush from Dan. Are they going to be able to follow up the kill? No, they are not. In fact, Larssen tried to follow that with a Ghost, but Cedrian is going to be able to find JWoww. That bush bait working out perfectly for them. That tier 2 in the top lane now is vulnerable.
That was pulling the trigger a little bit too early there. You had no idea where Cedrian was, where Kasing was. You've got the top lane of Kennen pushing it that you need to deal with. Trying to force a play onto Magifelix this late into the game. A bit of a risk, and now they're going to pay for it. They don't have JWoww covering this top lane anymore. It's a free push in for RB, and this could be the time when they start cracking the base open.
That they will, but Woolite is there with those traps. That is the thing that we talked about at about 8 minutes into the game. The fact that their engagement in these fights isn't going to have to be relied on as much because they can just counter siege.
Absolutely. I thought Wit's End being finished in the top lane as well for Tali. He just wants to get anything to do with anti-Larssen, anti-JWoww. Not too worried about Woolite at the minute. May come back to bite him, like I said earlier on, when Woolite comes online, if he manages to come online. No more silly plays like that, very, very heavy all-in onto Magifelix while you have no idea where the AD carry is. The answer is they were doing a bush bait, and while you've got a Kennen pushing into your tower.
A bush bait, baby. That's exactly what they did do. Cedrian now, let's look at his items then. If we're looking at everybody else's, we might as well look at his. 2, 1, and 2. Blade the Rune King, Runans, and the Hex Drinker. Like you said, anything to do with dissuading the damage from JWoww and Larssen is going to be perfect for them. Even AOD's got a little bit of base damage. So that's something else to keep in mind. Any magic damage will be negated with that Hex Stringer. Let's look at the gold differences as well. 10k to 12k in top, 10k to 12k in the AD carry role as well. And even in the mid, actually all of them, about 2k in the lead.
Yeah, the difference is about 9,000 now. Roughly, you can round it out to 10,000, I guess you could say, across all members of the both teams. But you know, 9,000 gold difference, like I said earlier on, we've seen teams come back from 12 to 14,000. It's more the exception rather than the rule that teams can do that. But I said, you know, Wind and Rain are likely going to be the rule rather than the exception, but I have belief. I feel they can do this if they manage to play their cards right.
Yeah, they're ramping that gold lead. It's exactly what they did in game number 1. Exactly what they're doing right now. It was 4k at 25 minutes, and now it's 10k at 30. Yeah, that's 6,000, that massive Baron power play. Secured them 2 turrets. And now, look at the vision line. It's being pushed up by RB, and this is exactly what they need to be doing, catching out Dan wherever he may lie.
Exactly what I was going to touch on in a second. You know, we've spoken a lot about Wind and Rain. In fact,
Muji might be a little bit caught out. Kuga's a little bit wide. There comes the teleport from Tharlo as well, but it's not going to matter. Glacial Fissure to knock everybody up. Dan going very low. The Cedrian damage is absolutely massive. Thal catches up 2 people with the stun, but Larssen on the sideline, free hitting. They find 1 kill. Are they going to be able to kite back? Unravel Durf on JWoww. He goes third. He goes golden, and that will be him going down regardless. Magifelix finds that kill. 1-for-1 trade right now is RB and War. They are head-to-head. Oh no, Magifelix has found Woolite. Woolite almost falling, but that double bomb from AOD just making sure Magifelix can't find the finishing blow.
So an engage from Wind and Rain there looked like it was going to go well. RB managed to turn it back around, and then Wind and Rain still managed to walk away at a one-on-one trade. And this time they haven't lost their jungler. It's both top laners who have gone down. This is when Dan needs to make something happen. They need to contest this. Otherwise, I feel after 2 Barons, you're going to find yourself in such a difficult spot, and they will start losing inhibitors very, very soon.
Well, look at the HP bars on the side of War. That's actually a flash from AOD to try and catch up Magifelix here. Ghost is going to get popped. Woolite is going to be able to find that kill. That Red's going to come through. Smite steal, and Dan gets it. War find the Baron. That's going to be massive for them. The Ren came through, 200 HP left, and War find themselves the Baron.
That was the smite from Muujin. Muujin smited that at 2,000 health. They just completely miscoordinated what they were doing, that Baron, and now Wind and Rain have found themselves with their own Baron, still 7,000 gold down, but they have got a new lease of life with this on their side, and suddenly RB must be thinking, guys, we are in danger right now. We are in danger of throwing away what most would consider a free win in this series.
Highway to the danger zone, that is exactly the road they're driving down. Cedri and Ren did it at exactly the same time Mugen did. Just miscalculated. A couple of spears would have secured it, Des.
Whoops.
Whoops-a-daisy.
My bad, guys.
My B. Jungler not missing Smite and Cedri missing that Ren. But regardless of that, I mean, now, what can War do with this advantage that they've acquired? Because we got to look at the turret situation, the tower situation. In fact, we'll look at a replay first.
Keep an eye on what happens with the Smite here. You'll see Mugen Smites at about 2,000. And I'm not sure where the Ren comes through from Cedri, and we'll see it as it comes through right now. But yeah, just going down and fought Magic Felix. I don't know why he was off here all on his own, so slowed down by the Zillion. There's the Smite, the first Smite. This, just a miscalculation on the damage from that Ren. Left it at 286 HP. Super easy Smite away for Dan.
That it was.
Big whoops.
Big whoops.
Big sorry, it's probably one way of describing the way that one worked out for them.
Sorry in caps.
Before we touch on, we spoke a lot about Wind and Rain in these last 10 minutes and how they can get back into this. Let's touch again on RB here, because they're not they aren't faultless, they have made mistakes, but they're doing a lot of things right. Already, you can see Mugen going towards the Spirit Visage. He wants to be able to deal with Larson and JWoww. But Larson right now doesn't really seem particularly containable. He's 3, 1 and 5, pretty much untouched in all these fights. He's got the Seraph's Embrace, he's got the Banshee's Veil. Everything is going the way he wants it to right now, and it seems he's looking to go towards a Morello's here to deal with that lifesteal that's coming through from Cedrian and Thal.
Cocoon lands. Venomous Bite as well lands. Mugen maybe in a little bit of trouble here. He is very, very tanky. Flash knock up here. Here comes the Glacial Fisher to knock 2 members up. This is where Cedrian's time to shine. He's going to come in. He has got Rend available, but it doesn't matter. He's super low. Has to back off. Larson, now they are just going to have to run away from Dan at this current moment in time. The Dragon's going to blow him back. He's going to get the kill. Chrono Shift has been used. Comes back with about 3rd HP. It's going to be able to get away. The Dragon, in the meantime, is going to get taken by War somehow. JWoww goes golden on the sidelines. Magic Felix almost goes down. He ends up flashing away, but Woolite has come online. Woolite's come up big. He finds himself a kill, and JWoww finally burning down Magic Felix.
And that's 2 kills for Wind and Rain. You could not have scripted this if you wanted to. This is a brilliant play from them so far. For Dan, it looked a little bit shaky there. It was like, well, surely he's going down here. No, he survives. He gets into Baron Pit. AOD, the Zillion pick, working out fantastically for them. And again, they've got tanks. They've got a front line. What do RB have? They have an Elise. She's getting melted down by Dan. In fact, JWoww here is going to get himself picked up. A little bit of a overextension. This is where small mistakes can start costing you now. They've found a way to start getting a lead back here. Larson is going to melt through this tower with Woolite. It's just small things that can cost them. It would be a real shame for Wind and Rain to start throwing this away by getting picked off in side lanes. The best bet they can do right now is group together, look to try and force down an inhibitor. We said if they got a Baron, they would start taking towers. That's both bot lane towers now down. Mid lane is looking very, very shaky. And let's not forget, Elder Drake will be up soon. That's the big big fighting point for me, potentially. That's when whoever wins that fight out can potentially close out the game.
The gold hasn't really shifted incredibly between any of the laners. Still about 2,000, but Larson now scaling up. And like you said, this one last fight could end it all. With the amount of turret taking potential that War do have with Woolite on their squad, it's going to be very, very scary to look at. Even RB. You're looking at Thal. He's got a lot of attack speed now. He's got the Runehands. He's got the Wit's End. Executioner's Calling needs to be finished off as well as the Blade of the Ruined King. They have Magic Felix for the zone, Cedri in 2. Just one fight will rule them all.
It will indeed, and Woolite is now at his 3-item point, going towards the Vampiric, probably going to look towards
the Kiro Scimitar.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he goes to try and finish that one off first, potentially. But either way, he's at 3 items now. This is when you have to start paying attention to the Caitlyn again. You can ignore her after you shut her down in the early game. Like I said, you get to 35 minutes. RB, I said, need to close this out by 35 minutes. Otherwise, Wind and Rain will start to come online with this late game competition. They picked it twice now. And it feels like RB, despite their greatest efforts in the early game, just couldn't quite shut this one out. To Wind and Rain's credit, they managed to pick up some really good laners who can clear waves very well. They went for the Shiv early on the Caitlyn. They got Larson in the mid lane with that great wave clear and tower damage denial with the W on the Cassiopeia. And JWoww, he's dealt with Thal all game. He's laid down a lot of damage back onto him, to be fair. And speaking of Thal, he's at pretty much a late game full build here right now. This is when things can get scary equally for JWoww. And this is where I think Wind and Rain need to start paying attention to Thal, maybe trying to do some collapses to deal with him. Otherwise, he will just split push them to death.
That's exactly what he's doing right now, split pushing them to death. That tier 2 turret is down in the bottom lane already, so...
He's too scared of dealing with JWoww. I mean, that's the problem.
Executioner's Calling will negate a lot of that damage, but that turret in the mid is going to fall. And it will go over to War.
This is getting scary. Very, very scary for RB.
They're on a knife's edge right now.
And that gold difference is shrinking. It's at 6,000 now. It was at like 9,000 about 5 minutes ago. Small steps to bring themselves back into it. That's all they need. But let's not ignore Cedric as well. He's now 3-1 of 4. He is full build. They've got 2 of those Executioner's callings out. They want to be able to deal, probably with the heal coming through from Larson, from Woolite as he gets himself that Mercurial Scimitar pickup. JWoww as well, of course, with his own heal. And let's not forget, Dan, with the the Revive's Rek'Sai does have quite a bit of healing packed into that kit. It's in shorter bursts than it was before, but it's healing nonetheless that they want to be able to deny.
Yeah, Mercurial Scimitar was the finished item for Cedric there. Like you said, Executioner's calling just across the board. And now even Mortal Reminder being finished by Thal, so he's ripping through people like a nobody's business.
I would like to see maybe have Dan go towards a GA here as well. The AD does synergize very, very well with the new fighter-based kit that Rek'Sai's got. And you can potentially go for things like this here. With the Baron coming up in just 1 minute, it's the opportunity to go for those steals, to try and, take some risks. We saw them make I wouldn't say a risk, but they made a committed play onto Magifelix earlier on, and it did cost them. But don't be afraid to take the risk that can yield great rewards if you get it right. If you get it wrong, you've got AOD's Revive, you'll have a GA in that case. Lots of things can work out for you, and Dan that way shouldn't be too scared about going for those sort of plays.
Well, speaking of big objectives across the map, 1 minute and 50 seconds till that Elder Drake spawns as well. At 35 seconds on that Baron, it was stolen last time by War, but again, RB just being very proactive with their vision. Are going to be able to clear out a lot of these wards that War have been placing. And now they're trying to just reclaim some of that river. And the thing is, what did War really do with that Baron buff? They took 1 turret.
They didn't do much, that's absolutely for sure. And RB now, you can already see now that the Baron buff has gone, they've started to creep back in and place their own vision around Baron, namely because that is up in 10 seconds time. The question is who bursts it down. You've now got a Cassiopeia coming through into the late game, and her damage onto objectives is ridiculous. They might just try and burst it out immediately here, because look where the rest of RB are. They're all sat in the mid lane here. Let's have to try and push maybe towards...
going very low. Whoa, Thal with the flash. Here comes the Weaver's Wall as well. The bird goes golden, but Magifelix is going to be here. JWoww gets Seismic shoved. Unraveled Earth finishes off the kill. There comes the Mujin repel, actually. He's got a flash. He's still got flash. He's still very low. Will they be able to find anything at all? I don't think they will. Glacial Fissure, but the spike comes through. It's going to get secured by War. But what can RB do to dissuade them? Are they going to be able to stop these backs?
Can they stop them from ending the game here, potentially? If they can keep these backs cancelled, they might be able to force this one out now. Already, though, Larson has got backs. He will deny that one. Question is, how many members of War make it back to one piece?
Mujin find the cocoon. Flash on Burrow from Dan, but that's a massive ultimate here coming through for the Glister. AOD is going to get soloed out here, possibly, if Cedric could find the Rend. Those double bombs are going to dissuade them, but look at the flashes and summoners burnt on the side of War. They still get Baron buff onto 4 members, and that's what's key.
Big key for them. They lost the tower, they lost the life, but they got Baron and kept RB from getting Baron, which is probably the biggest thing for them, I think, because if RB had got hold of that, they can siege so much more effectively. They've got all this capability, the denial. If they group as one, they've got the split push cannon they can form up. They can throw themselves into a 1-3-1 if they wanted to and send Talia off to split, but now that just cannot happen. Now you've got to look towards Elder Drake, though. That's within 5 seconds, and if Wind and Rain can secure this, they've got 2 big objectives on their side. That could be their sign to win this game. This TP coming out of JWoww says, we're going for it right now.
Heavy committal from the TP, no vision at all from RB.
How have they let this one go? They've had such good vision all game, and now they've given it away.
Melted is the correct terminology for taking that Elder Drake.
Oh dear.
That's 2 dragons as well being buffed. You've got the ocean, you've got the mountain. Now they are turret-taking machines. That was a lot of BM.
Woolite just trolling his mid laner there. Yeah, thanks for carrying us through the mid game, mate. I've arrived now, so sit down.
Sit down.
No need to go back to base.
4 items as well completed by Woolite. It's very, very scary. Caitlyn, the siege potential is massive with that Cassiopeia as well. That miasma is just going to rip through RB. Speaking of ripping through, Cedric's going to be able to clear that wave.
Group and win. Group and win. This is what War need to do, and they're doing it now. They're all in the mid lane. This Kennen is off by himself in the top lane. They could force this fight if they want to. There's nothing really here, to dissuade them from going in. Yes, you've got to deal with a couple of ultimates, but damage-wise, what's that to worry about? Cedric, you just dive on him and wipe him out, and then you've got to deal with Magifelix. Other than that, damage is very limited.
Thal's coming down, though, through the river. I think they know. They haven't actually got any vision. JWoww is going to be seen in that top side. Now, will Thal make a proactive play? No, they do not.
They've just dropped a ward inside the bush in their own red jungle to try and track where Thal is. So surely here they're thinking, right, play it safe. Until we know where he is, let's back off.
RB seeming to play it slow and slow now. Just doing what they did last time. That Ward did take that Baron buff. Still 5,000 in the lead, though, for RB. And now that Elder Drake doesn't last long whatsoever. Baron buff will wear out just after the Elder Drake will. But War need to do something right now. They need to be very proactive. Thal in this top lane still has teleport. JWoww doesn't, so he's got to be very, very aware of that.
The concern here is, JWoww probably is less necessary to a fight than Thal, it feels. Potentially is where they have a fight like this.
Oh, here we go. Thal's going to engage onto JWoww or more. JWoww's going to engage onto him. He
He's
goes
losing the
golden.
fight.
This could be really bad for him. Sustain's not going to be there. Executioner's calling. Mortal Rider is so close, but he's going to find the kill anyway. Oh my goodness, that never move almost connecting. Thal almost fell. That turns this game into a 4v5. Root onto Kissing, stands on a trap. Woolite is there with that just incredible damage. 50 caliber nets towards Magic Felix. That could have gone south very quickly, but decides to back off.
That was my big concern. Imagine if you managed to get the knock-up onto him, it would have been a dead Woolite, and that would have been the game gone. Like, play defensively now. I know that they've had these double buffs. They've got the Baron, they had the Baron, they had the Elder Drake. They haven't managed to make use of them though. Thal is just his threat. They know that JWoww can no longer deal with him one-on-one. Admittedly, he doesn't really have any armor. He's got Azonias, he's got his Spirit, he's got his Rod of Ages and his Void Staff. Probably needs another item before you can face off against a full build Kennen.
I mean, yeah, that's what he's right now. Full build. Full build. He's got 6 items, actually selling the boots just now. I wonder what he's going to buy. That is the big question there. Phantom Dancer. You know, I don't need boots, I don't need attack speed boots. I need crit. I need more attack speed and a little bit of movement speed. He's not going to be as fast before, but Lightning Rush obviously there.
I want it all. That's exactly what he's saying. Everyone's starting to hit level 18 as well.
And he wants it now.
Yep, AOD, Mujin and Kasing, the only ones not currently sat at level 18. So this is true late game now, which is where Cassiopeia can shine, where the Caitlyn can shine. Kalista, if enabled, will do exactly the same thing as well. Datilia, less so, I suppose, in the late game than what she would be otherwise. Not obviously the best burst mage to have at this point in the game, but it's still the mobility they have. It's still the potential pick that they could have onto Woolite here. He doesn't have anything to particularly keep him safe. Yes, he's managed to get hold of himself with that Mercurial Scimitar. He doesn't have GA, so one pick onto Woolite means half of the damage disappears from a fight.
Dan changing up his Kazakh's pick has really worked out for him. This Rek'Sai has been so impactful. 8 out of the 12 kills thus far has been very, very good at setting up a lot of these plays for Woolite and Larson. I mean, we hark back to what we mentioned at the start of the game, and we said War are looking for this 1-1. They are looking for this 1-1 because they need to show that they are extremely competitive and can close out games. That's exactly what they are doing.
No boots at the minute for Thal. He sold that out to get yet another item to strengthen himself. But we're at that point in the game, ladies and gentlemen, where boots are being foregone in favor of damage. Everyone's hitting those late game builds. This is where it gets very scary because you know, like in this case, this could be the kind of game that comes back to bite RB later on. You know, the one game that they lose could be this game against War, giving them a draw. That can start having real big implications
in a lot
later
of trouble
on.
though. Nether Move's not going to be able to connect. Here's the Weaver's Wall. Magic Felix is going to join them. Dan just getting melted. Speaking of getting melted, JWoww's going to have to go golden. Ace and Hole's going to come through. He's going to get blocked by the Banshee's Veil. And now Thal just continuing moving up. Magic Felix hot on the use of the Weaver's Wall. That inhibitor is bare. And it will get taken most doubtably by Thal.
That's a very speedy snake.
Very speedy snake.
When AOD gets that down.
And movement speed stacking up on the passive now, so no boots can be acquired by the Cassiopeia. It's the old anecdote of how does Cassiopeia even wear the boots? Does she wear one boot on the tail?
The answer is no, she's just sped up through time.
Not anymore. Now she just gets quicker as the day gets longer.
You got to kind of worry here, kind of for Wind and Rain. They can't stop Thal's split push. So they're constantly forced to have to deal with that. Look towards the top lane as well. Look at that minion wave pushing in. That's the one thing that's going for Wind and Rain's kind of favour right now. Despite getting those double buffs, they are still behind by about 7,000 gold. You know, RB has still got hold of this game. They still have control where they want it. They've just got to start worrying now because small things again can slip away. We said for Wind and Rain, small mistakes can cost you this whole game and lead this series to be a draw. But equally the same applies to RB.
45 minutes on the clock.
Look at that minion wave.
Flash. Just gonna, whoa, okay, there goes the turret. Tier 2 at the top.
To 0.
Yep, see you later. Mujin has found Dan, used that blast cone to get away. Dan is such a scary, scary Rek'Sai right now. You got to look at the top of this current moment in time. Thal and JWoww just continually battling it out. Thal just wants this inhibitor.
We know JWoww can't win.
Give it to him, man. Then Netherboot does end up missing. JWoww can't back right now. He cannot give up this inhib. That Baron is up in 5 seconds as well, Des.
It feels like nothing has changed in the last 7 minutes, though. Nothing has really changed from the state of the game. You know, it's the same split push, just now in a different lane. You know, fights haven't really kicked off. No one's really died in recent memory. But this going down could be a big deal. If they get the Baron, it's worth it.
There goes the inhib. He still has teleporter available. Teleport available to him. Look how fast that Baron is going down with the Cassiopeia. And the Caitlyn is going to get secured by Wind and Rain.
Larson.
Oh dear, a little bit of trouble. He does have flash, so does Woolite. He goes away, and there they go over the wall. JWoww in the 1v1 with Thal. Goes golden, goes the kill as well. War will find the solo kill. Now, 5v4 situation with Baron buff in their back pocket. What do War do in this current situation? They need to be able to pressure RB now.
You know what JWoww says? I don't care about boots. I'll keep my boots. You can sell yours. In this case, Thal cannot 1v1 him. This is the late game Kennen that everyone speaks of. And we always say late game in split pushing, you cannot stop this guy. They've just managed to do that.
521 farm on the Kennen as well. That's how insane He's actually sold Static Shiv, by the way, to pick up another item. He's got all the gold in the world. Teleport is going to come through from JWoww now. This is the time. War needed. This is their chance, their opportunity. They do break the base of RB. That inhibitor is not going to be long for the world, but Woolite is very, very chunked out. Cocoon goes a little bit wider. JWoww, look at all the poke coming through from RB. Not sure War can step up to it right now, but they don't need to because they got those Baron minions.
Schalke must be watching this with much intent, knowing that Dan likely for Origin is going to be picking the cannon later on as well. This is the opportunity to say, we found out how to beat it. It's a 45-minute full build, Swain, but it still works.
Kasing wanted to go for a small engagement using that Righteous Glory to get up close and personal. Couldn't find anything. Glacial Fissure wasn't actually off cooldown, only just coming back up now. That base has been broken. That inhibitor is down in the mid lane, and now War have that pressure advantage in the mid, but equally on the side of RB, still have that inhibitor down in the bottom side.
I just love that War are stepping up as well as they are. Like, forcing their way down mid lane like that is a very, very bold move, but we spoke about it so many times, especially in the first game, saying they aren't being proactive, they're being reactive. This is them waking up and saying, right, we've got to start making plays now. Woolite is online. Larssen is still absolutely monstrous on this Cassiopeia. Let's just go for it. Let's see what we can make happen. If we have to take risks to win this game, we'll do it.
21,000 gold to 18,000 in the top lane.
Not that it matters, both full builds.
Absolute monster, absolutely. Thal, in fact, just selling items at whim now, just to pick up something else.
He's trying to think, right, what combination is going to work against JWoww here? Because I've just lost a fight to him. And
Mercurial Scimitar was the answer to that one. Did sell the Static Shiv and actually picked up the Merc Scimitar. So
not sure what bait they're trying to go for here.
A little bit of bait.
There's literally no reason why Wind and Rain will be looking this way. They've got to clear out the top wave. They've got members in the bot lane, which RB are aware of. They're just kind of chilling out here.
They're chilling in that brush. Cedric will show himself in the mid, and now War just pushing down this bottom side. Four-man group with JWoww in the top. JWoww doesn't have teleport there, remember.
They've just walked over towards. They know all these members are here moving towards the top, so they need to either go for a base race here, or they need to recall and stop this pressure coming in from RB.
Base race versus a Cassiopeia.
Oh,
well, not so much. Woolite, in fact, it's doing a lot more damage than the Cassiopeia to turrets. Here comes the recalls. They've got Baron buff repulse as well. But look at this turret. It's going to melt. They've got Talia there. They've got Thal on this cannon. They're going to get joined by Cedrian soon as well. Although Netherboo's going to find two people. Thal using that cleanse to get away from it. Magic Felix using that Weaver's Wall as well to disengage. Unraveled Earth is very, very to pass over now. Very, very dangerous to pass over now for War.
Look at the bot lane. That's a lot of minions stacking up on this bottom tower. It might not take it. I kind of wish almost they'd left at least one member down there to make sure they have the Baron empowered minions going through.
They're picking it out.
Yeah, even leaving like Dan there would have been a fine, I feel, in this case. You've got JWoww to be your tanky frontline if you need him. But still, both teams retain their towers respectively, both on pretty much identical health as well. So a good push, both kind of breaking off for another stalemate. 30 seconds till Elder Drake once more. This is another big fight for them.
This is the longest game we've had in CS this split. We're approaching the 50-minute mark. 13 apiece for each team, and they're only a 2,000 gold lead for RB. It's been slipping out of their hands like sand.
You never kind of thought, when you're going to think, well, what's going to be the longest game we have this season? You never would have said Wind and Rain versus RB, ever. And now that's the way it's working out.
Late game compositions from both sides. I'm going to argue.
They get the Elder here, though.
RB,
there's no contest from them.
They're not going to get it, because they're just going to have to back off here. He's going to get spotted out with the Scuttle Crab, so we'll know exactly what RB's plan is.
This is a really sketchy time. If there's any kind of smart plays coming through from RB, this could be the end of them. Woolite needs to be very, very wary as well. Here comes Cedrian.
Cedrian's hopping over the wall here to get a bit more of a position on the fight. Double bombs, don't land on Mujin. Mujin pushing forward. Did use the Gunblade as well for the slow up on Dan. Kasing just taking so much damage. Woolite.
He's
online. Just such a monster. Well, he's full build. Absolutely stacked full of items. 2 attack speed. You've got the Merc Scimitar, Infinity Edge, Lord Dominic's Regard as well. Woolite is only going to have a little looking over that wall. Oh my goodness, gets popped over the wall. Magic Felix is going to be there. It does get chrono shifted though, so if it does go down, it won't be too much of a worry. Christmas trees are going to go out to dissuade the rest of Team War. This Rend is going to come through, and it does look like they actually just want to back off this, want to leave it to go over to RB.
They get the smite right that time at least. They managed to pick it away. So RB, we spoke about Wind and Rain and their chances to come back. RB, again, not wanting to let go of the reins of this game. They wanted to take whatever they can, and right now it's pick and ban time, apparently.
Pick and ban. We're going straight back into it. We'll get that off your screen very shortly. There we go.
I'm pretty sure pick and ban would be revisited somewhat, I think, by RB. Like, what they've got here is okay, but you kind of must feel, yes, we got the early pressure down to Woolite with this Talia pick, but would Magic Felix being on a late game carry, would him being on something more impactful arguably be a better choice for us here? Like, he can't full burst through Woolite, as we just saw. He was fine. Walked away even with the Zillion ult on just to keep him safe. They didn't have to worry about that. So right now, this Talia probably isn't capable of bursting anyone on the enemy team. They need to have more than one rotation to be able to get that damage down.
Well, Mujin says he wants this inhibitor again. Cedrion's going to be here as well. That attack's be doing a fair bit of damage. Woolite already at half HP. Elder buff from the Elder Drake is just chunking through him. The healing is going to be there from him, obviously. Thal with JWoww having a little 1v1 again. Merc Scimitar is down, so he hasn't got that to cleanse out of it. JWoww flashing forward. There comes the storm. Here comes the damage, but JWoww is going to find the solo kill. Meanwhile, though, RB are going to be able to take that inhibitor down in that bottom lane.
And RB have lost that pressure now. That's the pressure gone. Both inhibitors coming back up. This is when they can go for it and just go, right, we no longer have a counter split push against us. We can start forcing towers now.
That's exactly that. That inhibitor did come back up in the middle lane. So War, they don't have that pressure advantage like you just mentioned. And now RB do. They have super creeps on the next wave, walking, marching their way up. And look at the positioning now from War. They've actually are going for a little flank off here.
Oh, this could be absolutely huge. TP coming through behind as well.
TP for JWoww. Mujin know what's happening. Magifelix is going to use the Ghost to try and get a bit of distance, but they're all split up now. They need to be able to protect Cedrion. He's going to get the flash. He's going to get the knockout. Petrifying Gauge comes through as well. The shields and heals aren't going to be enough. Dan takes the kill, and now Casting in the front line. Now it is War. They are just melting through the front line of RB. That teleport from JWoww segregating the rest of their team off.
TP's available for Thal though as well. Let's not forget, if they ignore this for too long, they find themselves in a lot of trouble. There are no wards in the base here. There are no minions up there for him to support onto. They've got no bot lane. They've got Magifelix, who, again, on the Talia probably isn't the best thing to have. Mujin at this stage in the game equally. You're half tank, half damage. You don't really bring anything to this. They're relying on Thal right now to save their skins, and I don't think they can do it against a full War lineup. Well,
what you know, Thal sold another item's actually got the more of our Mortius at this point. Mujin is going to have to back off. Look at that free inhibitor. Oh. There comes the Weaver's Wall, but it is going to lock 3 members in on those turrets on the Nexus. Woolite is just going to melt through them. 30 seconds on the clock for Kasing and Cedrion to respawn. Are they going to be able to do anything? Not many minions to their name. There comes the Miasma to just wave Mujin. There goes one turret. Here goes the next as well. Their health bars are blinking. Mujin looking for a way into this fight. Felix needs to find something. There comes the Petrifying Gaze. There comes the grounding. Felix is going to fall in War. They're going to tie this one up 1-1 as RB fall.
How? You never would have written this into the history books in a million years, but Wind and Rain, the roster, most of us have written off and said they probably aren't going to be able to beat out a team like RB, one of the favourites in the whole tournament, tie one of our, our ideal teams to win this. Flawless, brilliant play towards the late game there. We were worried in draft and saying these guys have taken another late game comp. It bit them last time round. They stuck by their guns and said, right, let's try and get towards the late game again. Dan played much better this time round as well. That was a defining factor for them. I thought it got Larson to the late game. Brilliant play by them.
Target selection from Dan was perfect as well. Finding Cedrion in the last fight, flash knock-up, too easy for him to find him. And then the amount of CC that follows up as well. You've got Cassiopeia, Petrifying Gaze landed. Cedrion had no inch in that fight whatsoever. Callistia's a champion that builds up damage over time to get the Ren stacks off. Didn't have 2 basic attacks in that entire fight. We're going to have some replays, though, of those fights. I mean, 55-minute game. Absolutely incredible.
It was a bit of a monstrous one, needless to say. And at first, it was a lot of focus onto Woolite in the early game. It was, let's not let this AD carry get towards late game. Let's make sure he's shut down. And this happened 2 or 3 times. Look, Mujin's not even, sorry, at one point when Magifelix came down, he was level 5. Wasn't even level 6. This was a big part as well, I think, where it kind of started to show that Larson had the capability to bring this one back. Vision control from RB before making that aggressive play. That's not a very RB-esque kind of play that we see. Cedrion did live, and they did go towards trying to get the Baron after this one, but of course we saw the steal come through from Dan. That helped them into the game for so much longer. Yeah,
you got to say, if that Baron went over, it would have been RB's game to take. Petrifying Gaze hitting nobody. Glacial Fissure to dissuade them, and now RB go for the massive re-engage. Look at Thal in this front line.
Woolite as well.
But you got to question, the amount of tankiness on the side of War at this current moment in time was just too much, it seemed, for RB to bear. Bird goes golden. Yep. They trade 1 for 1.
It's a really cool pose to get locked into, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
This was the magic steal where he came back. Not the last one, sorry about that. They did take that one away, but didn't really do too much with it. And this is where Dan was like, well, okay, let's just see if I can try my luck on this one. And it was more of a miscalculation, a mistake by RB than so much well played by Dan. Of course, getting a steal is still a big deal. The smite comes down, the Ren comes down. It's not enough. It's a free and easy take away for Dan.
And you've got to say, that might have been the end of the game for War at that point if RB did secure that one. Here's one of the nice little kills onto Dan in this Dragon Pit. You can see him coming through, but that Dragon was just taken up by Woolite. Didn't really seem to have a care in the world. And meanwhile, JWoww again and again, just coming in from a sideline, just completely melting Magifelix in the 1v1. And this is the ending game fight you can see here. Cedrian didn't have an edgeways in.
He didn't, and it was just a flanking play. This was the trigger being pulled, proverbially, by Wind and Rain that we said they needed to do. They needed to make these big plays that might be risky, might cost them the game, but they needed to make them to try and gain advantage against RB, and that was the perfect play to make. At first, they started to back off. You actually saw JWoww thinking, yeah, I'm on my own here. I don't really fancy facing off against 2 or 3 members. I'll pull away a little bit. But as soon as everyone else caught up, straight back in, wiped out the bot lane, and well played by Wind and Rain. They surprised us all. Brilliant game. I
mean, overarching kind of narrative point, and that is that this is one of War's toughest matchups. And they drew 1-1, which is absolutely incredible. They showed they can play the late game very well with the teleport flanks and just the flank in general. And just picking off Cedrian was beautiful. I want to see Dan on Rek'Sai again. Don't want to see him on the Kazakhs.
No more Kazakhstan, not allowed.
They've tightened up their composition, and that is going to be it. 1-1, RB and Wind and Rain. They do end up drawing this one, but we'll be back very, very shortly after this short break with your next game of this evening. And it's going to be a spicy one.
Schalke.
Schalke and Origin.
Yes, Origin.
Oh boy. We'll see you guys very, very soon.
Well, what a series between Wind and Rain and RB. A surprise, an upset, whatever you want to call it. Wind and Rain and RB take a 1-1 draw in week 2. That means RB are now sitting at 2-2 in their overall record, or 0-2-0, I guess, with the 2 draws in the middle. And Wind and Rain have their first win, although not 8 series win. I am apparently 3 people there. That's pretty impressive from me, but I am joined by one other person for the time being. It's Derry Desert-Chu-Holt. How are you doing, mate?
I'm good. After that game, a lot better. That was exciting.
It was. I was impressed by your prophecy skills,
Thank
in
you.
all honesty.
Calling it 25 minutes previously.
I was just sitting in the wings being like, why is Derry saying that they can still win when they are 10,000 goal behind at 24 minutes in?
Because as I said during the game, it's more an exception rather than the rule, but teams have been 12 to 14,000 goal behind and still pull it back because teams don't always close out the way they should. That 23-minute Baron should have been the point for RB, but they were too soft with it.
They were. They made a few mistakes and Wyndham Main were willing to capitalise. But next up, we have Origin taking on Schalke 04. Origin looked very strong last week with 2 substitutes as well. Neon and Illusionist were their bot lane. They have now got... that's not their roster anymore. They have 2 people coming in for Neon and Illusionist. It's Darkside and Quickseth in that bottom lane. Dan in the top, Zani in the jungle, and then Scarlet, Red Hands, or just Scarlet in the mid lane. It is the Wyndham Main roster that qualified to CSQ, now all playing for Origin.
It is, and they looked fantastic last week, kind of causing an upset, I suppose you could say, against PSG. Great split push play from Dan. The 4-1, definitely their strength. But again, looking at that last game, we saw a cannon pick for Thor that didn't really work out the way it was intended to. That Swain dealt with it so well. So maybe it's Schalke's time to say, hey, we can do this.
Yeah, quite possibly. Smitty J in that top lane is very strong. Then you've got Memento, Cajol, Upset, and Norskeren to round out that crew. Actually, coming back to that cannon, I was a bit frustrated that he sold the Executioner's Calling, because I think that's what was keeping him in those trades, and then as soon as he sold it, he kept losing. I think he should have kept with that, perhaps a few itemization decisions from RB not quite paying off. But let's move on from that. Origin versus Schalke. Schalke drew with RB last week. Origin won 2-0 against, who was it, PSG? And are looking like one of the top-ish teams. I want to say playoff potential. I don't want to say top 1, top 2, but still there with a shot in that region.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Upset we saw last week play 2 hyper carries. Came on the Twitch, on the Cogmore, looked fantastic on both.
Yeah.
This could be the time for him to really kind of shine and step up and go, right, we can do this. We can win this. Come on, we can beat out the underdogs, the dark horses of the competition that have kind of surprised everyone coming through from CSQ. Yeah, I think a lot of the teams that come down from LCS or have been in CS before kind of think, yeah, we should be able to beat these guys. They're coming from CSQ. We're already here. We've established our place in the pecking order, and then suddenly you get surprised, like PSG were. So Schalke now going to be saying, right, we're going to stand up for the football clubs. We're going to say we can do this.
Stand up for the football clubs.
God, man.
Just putting that in so you get a bingo cross for yourself. We are going to get into picks and bans for the first game of this series. Origin on the blue side, Schalke on the red. Of course, both teams have 1 game on either side in our superb best-of-2 format. Now, we can see Origin already realizing, as you said, that Schalke have gone towards those hyper carriers. We'll get rid of the Twitch, would perhaps get rid of the Cogmore here as well. And it's a Zac ban from Schalke.
Yeah, on the blue side here, on the red side, you're going to see probably the Zac and Elise getting taken away. For Origin here, they can afford to make those kind of decisions of, right, what do we really not want to play against here? And the Twitch was one answer. Yeah. I'm curious to see if the Cogmore is going to be another one. They might leave it open and think, right, we can deal with this. But the Twitch, the submarine threat, too much for them. Let's take it off the cards right now.
Makes a lot of sense. There's the Thresh ban. Seen that in every single game thus far. Just too strong as a support. And Origin will be looking towards this 3rd ban. You've got Elise still there if you want to get rid of it. The Kennen as well, something we've seen be incredibly effective. That will get taken away. Schalke have a couple of options here. Can go for the Rakan, get that away from Quickseth. Can also go towards... Oh, well... Can't go towards anything else because they have banned it.
Yeah, I think here, Origin banning away the Kennen is saying Dan doesn't want to play this today. He wants to play Camille. Camille, he's played a lot. He played it during the CSQ a couple of times to great effect as well. And with the recent buffs, as light as they are, it still makes her a lot more impactful. The kind of dueling potential can be fantastic. So maybe this is them saying, right, we're not too worried about the Kennen. Let's look towards other picks for now, and then we can pick up that Camille later on into the ban phase.
Jax is there as well. Still for them. They will go for the Elise first pick. No surprises there, as it's the strongest jungler left on the card. Still Lee Sin up as well for Memento if he wants to
check the medic dictionary there to determine if that's still a word.
Strongest is definitely a word.
It is now.
It's going to be the Caitlyn pick for Upset. So still a hyper carry, still scales well into the late game, and I expect Schalke on this 1st/2nd rotation before that 2nd ban phase to get themselves a jungler as well.
Yeah, probably try and look towards that one just to round things out and stop themselves getting towards the point where they're in the 2nd ban phase and will then have 2 bans taken away from them. That basically eliminates all the top-tier jungle picks you can think of. Maybe leaves like a Lee Sin open or something along those lines, but in this case, Rek'Sai, Schalke, as said, taking some inspiration from the previous game, seeing how well that Rek'Sai can do.
I'm interested to see the Rek'Sai over the Kha'Zix, because Memento's known as a very good Kha'Zix player. Still was open, so going for the Rek'Sai shows that they just prioritize that pick at the moment. Origin trying to continue the purple theme in their lineup with a Varus pick, and then of course can go towards the Lulu, towards the Malzahar, anything else that's purple. Morgana. I can't think of any other purple things off the top of my head.
Something will spring up at some point.
Zac with the skin, what's it called?
Bubblegum, oh, special weapon.
Special weapon Zac, also known as purple chroma for Zac. Origin probably look towards their support here to make sure they don't get that banned away from them next page, but they are instead going to get Scarlet his Kassadin. Another purple champion for them.
Perfect. They are continuing that theme. But we've seen Kassadin banned away twice so far today, so I guess no real big surprise that if it's open, you are going to see someone eventually end up picking it up here. And if Kadril goes to something like another hyper carry again, it's towards like the late game as we saw, this is basically saying, right, we really like that comp that Wind and Rain ran. Let's take it for ourselves and run it into this game. They're going for it.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Kadril is a very strong carry in the mid lane, mechanically very sound. Actually got to rank 14 on the Korean ladder as well over the last few months. Is summoner name that Jaws always likes to remind me of. Follow to improve. Learn to improve? Something along those lines. Well, I'm sure he'll shout it at me in a little bit. But yeah, he's just concentrating on trying to improve over in Korea, and that's what we've seen from Fnatic and from UOL in the LCS as well. They are the top 2 teams, arguably, in the LCS, and they were the ones who went for that Korean boot camp instead of the Brazilian vacation that G2 seemed to experience. Shen, the ban from Schalke for your getting taken away by Origin as well. Top lane focus from both these teams. Yep. Still a few different options available. Supports on the cards, and of course those top laners being left to the second rotation of picks. The
biggest worry for me here is that you ban away a lot of Dandan's pull. Like, we know that he's a very proficient top laner and he can play a number of things going through. Again, the Camille is the thing I'm thinking he's going to try and go towards here when they get through into the next ban phase. So far, it's been very standard. You know, we've seen AD carries, jungles, and mids taken away. They didn't want to get any of those roles target banned as we go through. The Braum coming through a little bit more of a surprise here. I imagine for Schalke, they wanted to look towards Dandan and go, right, how do we shut down this 4-1 combo that they always run?
I think the power of Braum as well is into Caitlyn Cassio is very strong, because you put up the Unbreakable Shield and it just stops a lot of their damage and their siege potential. It was Focus on Improve, by the way, was Kadril's name. I've just remembered it. And there is the Tahm Kench ban away from Origin. There's still Jax here for OG, and that's Dandan's signature champion. If perhaps the Camille being slightly stronger at the moment, it's going to be a Renekton, so Dandan can choose how he wants to deal with that alligator up towards the top side, and Schalke still have their support left to pick.
And one thing we discussed a lot last week was how do you shut down this really, really strong split pusher that Dandan keeps taking away? You take a champion who can beat him in lane, you take a jungler who can gank onto that and just make it work out for you. And Renekton, bit of a lane bully. A good pick, I think, to go into the series with here, just to try and make sure that Dandan gets off to a bad start, shall we say.
It's not going to be Aatrox.
No.
It's going to be Jace instead. Still a strong split pusher.
Yeah.
Works very well when you want to get that 1-3-1 going. And at the moment, Origin have that in, you know, you've got Scarlet split pushing, you've got Dandan split pushing, and then you've got Siege and anti-Siege potential in the Varus. You just need a strong support to go alongside it, something with a bit of protection here, something with a little bit of tankiness as well. It's a difficult one, because you could go Blitzcrank, but that's a little bit out of left field.
I think it's that adds too much into this comp for them, I think.
Karma
Finally, we're going to see a Karma get picked into 7-12. We've been speaking about it a lot this week, and you were saying it's very situational. It requires you getting towards the later game. But with the changes, her shields are even stronger at 2 items. What do you do to deal with that? You have someone who can pick them away from the team, stop those shields getting on them. It's a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, Blitzcrank for Schalke Nullfear, so it is picked, although not on the side that perhaps we predicted it to be. They've got strong lineup on that side, a lot of pick potential, a lot of scaling into the later game, and Smithy J there in the top side trying to get them through that early game with the help of Memento. Origin, on the other hand, 1-3-1 seems to be the name of the game for them, and a bit of protection from Quickseth on that Karma.
I like it. I think the comp coming through from Origin is very much so about this pick siege-based composition. So they have a good pick. Essentially, if a Cocoon lands, you've got a Cassin who can dive in. You've got the ultimate from the Varus, the poke that comes from the Varus, as well as the Jace. And you've got the speed to get on top of them as well. We did see a very, very slight nerf coming through to Karma's Mantrid E. So it went from 50% movement speed boost for the team around you to 30% instead. So it's not as strong as it would be, but those stronger shields will probably make up for this as well. And if you see these shield-based items that we've been speaking about, the massive changes that come through to Athens is essentially 5 AP for every 25% base mana regen that you have. You stack these up with these new items that Karma synergizes so well with. She has so much more AP later on in the game, and her shields are so much stronger for it.
Yeah,
we've discussed this a few times.
We've had a few discussions about this, and I actually think Karma's weaker than she used to be. I don't think that she scales, she scales okay. I don't think that she works as well with Redemption or with Locket as she used to.
Right, pretend you're a color caster for 5 seconds. Why is she weaker later on?
Because the reason that she was so good was you could build so much protection. So you could build Locket, Redemption, and Athenes, right? You don't want to build Athenes from support because it's too expensive an item and you don't really want the AP. Redemption triples heal buffs, so Ardent Sensor works well. So the 2-item spike, I agree with you, is relatively good. But you keep talking about it as if Athenes is a must-build item on
I think it
Karma.
is now.
I don't think you want to get it. I think it's too expensive for what it gives you. Whereas as a support, you end the game with, say, 10, 15,000 gold. You're really looking at 2 main items, a Sight Stone, probably upgraded to Eye of the Watchers. So you want Frostqueen's Claim, Frostfang into Eye of the Watchers. And that's your gold. Yeah. That's all of it. So I can see mid lane. Mid lane, I think she probably is stronger at that 2-3 item spike. I don't think you can play a support and have the same amount of heal and shield that you used to, especially with the nerf to the shield, especially with the nerf to Inspire. But I can understand where you're coming from. I don't want to disagree with you, Des. I just think you're wrong.
But you said this earlier, and my 25-minute prophecy was pretty spot on.
Yeah, that does. Results-based analysis. Results-based analysis. We'll see how it works out in this game.
I think the 2 items are going to be Redemption and Athens that she'll go for early on, alongside the Sightstone like you alluded to. I think that combo on itself gives you 250% base mana regen. You get 80 AP off Athens. It makes your shields 40 stronger. Even with the nerfs, they're still 40 stronger than they were before.
Yeah, I can understand that argument, especially since Varus isn't like attack speed based. I think I would still go Ardent Sensor, but I can understand your argument.
Do you think we'll talk about this later on in the game?
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. We are going to get onto the Summoners Rift for the final series of the day. Game 1 between Origin and Schalke 04. Both these teams looking to solidify themselves in those playoff spots, and I am too excited for the start of a game. Slow it down a little bit mid lane. Doran's Ring into Dark Seal. Not too surprising, although sometimes you do see the Corrupting Potion on both the Cassiopeia and the Kassadin. Cass and Cass. In that mid lane. It sounds like an 80s sitcom. Hello, we're Cass, and we both like to walk through the void and stun you where you stand. I bet they'd have tons of dating problems. Because Kassadin, the guy, would be like, every time I get close to a girl, I somehow walk through the void.
2 seconds. All production is watching you now, expecting an amazing joke. This better end really well.
It's not going to go well. And then, so Kassadin, continually accidentally void walks away from his dates. And when they get too close, force pulse accidentally to their face. And then Cassiopeia, firstly, Snake, not the best at dating. And secondly, whenever she looks you in the eye...
Have you ever dated a snake?
My ex-girlfriends, a few of them.
Excellent.
And whenever you try and get close to her, you just get turned into solid rock.
She is a very different... There you go, that's production. Well done, Matt. I'll give you that one, I enjoyed that. It was a solid analogy.
I don't know what you mean.
And you basically burnt a minute and a half of pre-game talk time. So now we can talk about what's going on in terms of item builds and all the rest of it that's kicking off. Both bot laners opting to go for the Door and Shield, favouring off that sustain that's going to come through. This is where you kind of start to favour burst-style bot laners. So this is where Blitzcrank really starts to shine. If you go a Door and Shield bot laner, the best way to deal with them is to deal with burst. And if you can get a grab down, if you can get the ignite, the rocket punch, the trap from the Caitlyn with the headshots, that's how you deal with it. So really, I'm expecting more to come out of Schalke in this bot lane. I'm expecting them to have the advantage over Darkside and Quickset, who of course have now returned after their brief hiatus on Wind and Rain last week.
Their sojourn in the hurricane that is Wind and Rain. They did go 0-2, didn't have the best of performances. Darkside is an AD carry we've really only seen shine on the Lucian pick, one of his one tricks, although he has many tricks and many arrows in his quiver. And one of those arrows seems to be Varus in this bottom lane, going to try and trade into Upset and Norscarin, who have gone for that ignite as well on the Blitzcrank. As you say, looking for those burst trades. Zani has been a standout performer for Wind and Rain throughout the Challenger Series qualifiers, and now for Origin, and will be looking for some early ganks. He's already picked up both of his buffs and is pathing towards that mid lane, as Kadril has been very aggressive here in that middle lane. Has popped a pot and can path down towards the bottom side. There's a gank down here as Momento's going to get the knock up into the hook. Pulls, quick sets back. There's the ignite. He tries to flash away into the shield. Can he get away? Not quite. Memento with Burst Blood.
Well, you were saying we expect to see him on something like a Kha'Zix here, but the Rek'Sai working out just well. No wards being placed down there. Probably should have known, 3 minutes 10, something had to happen.
Good flash. That's what you want to do.
Smart. But that was the kind of return gank on the other side of the map. Of course, let's not forget in the last series, it was the Elise who got the gank in first. This time around, it was the Rek'Sai. So Schalke off to a great start thus far.
Kadril's just force pushed in this mid lane with those twin fangs. Actually has a slight CS advantage because of it. About 6 ups. That's a whole wave that he's denied away from Scarlet. And now he goes back, gets himself a refillable potion. Let's have another look at this bot lane gank.
Yeah, it was just kind of orchestrated to a T. No wards in the tri-bush means that it's an easy gank for the Rek'Sai. Memento did have to, of course, force the flash to manage to get that final kill. But this is what I mean. This burst potential you have with the Blitzcrank is fantastic. The ignite, just make sure they secure the kill. And that'll be a very, very happy start for this bot lane and, of course, for Memento.
Pretty happy with a first blood like that. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, pretty even between these two laners. Scarlet goes back himself, gets himself that Sapphire Crystal. Assume he'll go up towards that Rod of Ages, is what we tend to see out of Kassadin's at the moment. And if you can get to the 20, 25-minute mark without having got pushed too far behind, you can be in a very good spot. Scarlet has shown us how strong he is on Kassadin, especially on those scaling mid lane champions like the Vladimir, the Swain as well. It reminds me a lot of Betsy from Rocket, a very strong player, but a slightly eclectic champion pool.
Yeah, one thing Scarlet did here as well was save the TP. So this is to me, when I get the gold for the tier, or like you say for the Catalyst of Aeons, go back, grab that, TP back into lane and lose nothing from it. Because if he keeps on having to walk back into lane like this, it's going to start costing him. Already it's costing him 10 CS, so wants to make sure he keeps himself relevant, but then again it is a Kassadin. You get towards the late game and he is an absolute monster regardless of how he's been doing for the rest of the game.
And one thing that has happened because of that early gank from Zani up towards the top side is Dandan's been able to extend himself a little bit of a CS lead, about 13 or so ahead in that top lane, because Smitty J has to play so much safer, knowing that he doesn't have flash, knowing that if the Elise came for another gank, he would just get taken out pretty quickly. And Zani is looking for those early ganks. He's got mobility boots for himself now. Will be continually trying to find his way into these tricky situations, weave his web around the river and work his way around behind the enemy laners.
I feel like Zani here really wants to try and make an impact in the top lane. We've seen so many times where a Jace gets ahead thanks to a couple of ganks, and suddenly, whether it's a Fiora, whether it's Renekton, they just cannot do a thing about it. But here he comes down with a lane gank. Look behind him as well, because Memento is on his approach too.
This could be a great counter gank, because Memento is going to come in, and actually will get spotted out by those minions. Flash away from Dandan. Zani's here in time. There's the cocoon. There's the stun onto Memento. First, another kill over to Dandan. TP coming in from Scarlet. Force Pulse used. Smitty J trying to get away underneath the tower. Will they dive? Scarlet does not have Riftwalk yet. How far away is he from level 6? If we look at him with the Observer, I'm sure we can find out. Just about to hit it, so there it is. Can Riftwalk in, but already Smitty J is backed away. Has teleport if he wants to join that top lane once again, but might just accept that OG are going to get some damage down on towards his tower.
And it's like I said a second ago, if you get a Jace ahead, even slightly, in this case he's got a blue buff as well, which makes life even harder for Smitty J. It's so easy to put pressure onto the laner, and you can see already, Ninja Tabby coming out for Smitty J. He does not want to have to suffer as hard as maybe he will be at the minute with Dandan being able to lay down all this additional pressure. He hasn't even been back. He's got a kill, he's got 55 CS. This is Wonderland for him right now, and for the rest of Origin.
But there's also Wonderland for Kadril in that mid lane. He's got a 15 CS lead because he didn't roam. Scarlet didn't actually get anything out of that teleport. And we are going to get straight back on into the action. Sorry about the pause. It's one of the problems with having players at their own homes or at their gaming houses. It makes it a bit more difficult. It looks like Dandan's going towards the Blade of the Ruin King in the top lane. This is something we've seen out of a couple of Jaces. It's not the most common build, but it does give you lifesteal. It gives you a bit of peel as well if you need it, and can help you trade into these tanks. And
the added burst too definitely helps. This isn't the guy who wants to poke. This is the guy who wants to get up in your grill and go for a duel with you and really start beating you down with that Blade of the Ruin King. Memento getting focused quite hard here as well. It's like a lot of pressure coming in from Dandan and Zani.
Pretty good dodging from Memento as well. Got away from the Shock Blast and away from the Cocoon. Darkside getting pushed back a little bit in this bottom lane. Actually went for the Berserker Greaves first instead of just going towards a BF Sword, which is what we see from Upset. Kadril's going to land the Petrifying Gaze in the mid lane, going to keep trading in the Cocoon, and that doesn't connect as Kadril dodges out. Scarlet's going to get forced back by the Twin Fangs. Kadril doesn't even burn a summoner there, as Zani came in for the gank.
Yeah, well played just to walk it off, and it's what we saw last time around. It's that, you know, a sign of confidence, I suppose, in the mid lane is when they're happy to still trade damage. But mid lane, though, bot lane.
Quickset's going to take quite a bit of damage. The exhaust did come down onto Upset. Norscarin trying to tank it up for him. There's the heal as well from Upset. Schalke no fear on the back foot as Darkside and Quickset look for a kill. No level 6 yet, no ultimates for them. The knock up. Darkside will just continue to trade onto Norscarin. No one else on their way down there yet.
Dandan's still lurking. Memento still wanting to poke his nose into Origin's business here and just make sure he knows what's going on, where the movements are of Zani, where he's trying to make an impact next, because if it's towards the top lane once more, Dandan might find himself accelerating even further ahead. But look at Smitty J, he's so deep here. This is the jungler and top lane synergy that sometimes you will see from these teams. He's able to invade collectively, and this shuts Dandan away from any XP in the lane. He can't really go into his own jungle and farm because you've got Memento invading there, and you've got the Renekton just 2 seconds away.
Memento smites away the blue buff as well. Just an extra icing on the cake for him. Memento and Dandan might get met in this top lane here as Dandan goes low. Memento's so low as well. Will be able to get himself away. The rappel up as Scarlet joins the fray. Jumps in, Memento dead. Smitty J gets the kill to Meek. And that's another kill for him. Scarlet's going to have to try and run away, but you cannot get away from Renekton. It's a double for Smitty J.
Well, this is now dreamland for Smitty J. It's all turned on its head very, very quickly. Dan even going towards the Cole now as well, probably accepting that, right, that's it, he's got the one buff, he's got himself 2 kills, he's going to be a bit of a nightmare to deal with in lane. But that was just great coordination from Schalke there. Memento saying, right, if I want to get my top laner back into this game, we've got to start denying Dan. We've got to force things in the way that we want to. And for Zanny, he had to respond himself. He had to come from bot side where there's a Drake available, where he's got a bot lane that he wants to try and get out of this lane with Caitlyn. He just had to roam up himself, try and get involved, got himself killed for it. Just not the ideal outcome for Origin there. That's more Schalke showing the aggression I feel they need to really take this advantage over Origin.
Zani going for the mobility boots first as well means that he could get there, but he doesn't have as much as he would do if he'd gone for jungling items. It's going to be a bit of a trade as Dan goes on to Smitty J at the top side. There are Ninja Tabis on that with Necton, but he hasn't gone back and spent any of the gold that he just earned, so he will get forced away by this Jace. Shot Blast connects as well. Eventually Smitty J will just be able to get back towards the fountain. Isn't going to lose too much up towards that top side.
It's all been another bit of a replay here. You can see with the aggression coming in from both the top lane and from the blue side jungle, it just means that Dan, no matter where he walks, he is going to be faced with opposition. And this looks so good, I think, at first. Coming through for Origin, they had 3 members. It was a 3v2, essentially. And yes, they trade kills back and forth, but you're against a Renekton. In the early game, no one matches up to a Renekton. And even with the blink away, the Kassadin still falls down and gives that 2-0-1 over to Smitty J with the double buff.
Both Zani and Scarlet were really low, actually, on mana as they joined that fight, so they couldn't actually use any skills to try and take down the Renekton. And Smitty J, of course, working off Fury and off cooldowns meant that he was just able to continue outputting the damage, making it a lot harder for Origin to react properly. There's still a CS advantage for Kadril in the mid lane, as we expect there to be. He's gone double scaling items, Catalyst Veons, and that tier. We'll expect him to get Rod of Ages next and complete that scaling duo that he needs. Scarlet still no Rod of Ages for him. He's slightly delayed in this top lane, this mid lane build path. In the top lane, Dan and Smitty J just continuing to trade, as you would expect. Smitty J has a slight CS advantage. Here's Zani up towards the top side. The coup doesn't land because Smitty J's actually knocked away. Kadril gets Scarlet in the mid lane just in a pure 1v1. Looks like he flashed in and Scarlet just has nowhere to go and Smitty J escapes.
This is a point of concern here, is that there's a 25 CS lead coming through for Kadril right now, and both of them are playing these kind of late game scaling. I don't want to say so much assassins, but the mages, I guess, in the sense you've got an assassin and a mage on one side. They're both going to be very, very scary once we start getting towards those late game points. Question is, who gets towards that late game stage first? And the answer is, whoever starts getting kills in lane. And right now, 103 CS, a 30 CS advantage. Going to be able to get these items filling up soon as well. Doesn't have a Rod of Ages still here, Kassadin, but the Kadril on the Cassiopeia has got the tier stacking. He's getting his way towards that Rod of Ages. It's looking pretty good for Schalke right now.
Zani seems to be ganking everywhere, but not really doing much effective. And because Kadril was able to stay in lane when Scarlet teleported up to top and Scarlet didn't get anything out of that TP, it's allowed Kadril just to extend this lead. Last week, Xscandal was talking about Kadril's journey to Korea and how Kadril found that in Korea it's a lot more about being able to mechanically outplay your mid lane opponent than it is about being able to roam. And we see that paying off for him here. He's able just to mechanically beat Scarlet at this point, because he hasn't roamed, because he's looked just to try and trade in for this tower. And he actually might even get first tower in mid, which is something that's almost unprecedented a lot of the time.
Yeah, pretty much solo as well. There hasn't been much pressure coming in from Memento. It's just that Scarlet is taking such a beating against him in the mid lane, but that's what they want. And this mid lane tower will go down now. Kadril pretty much taking it exclusively on his own.
His first tower blood going down mid for Schalke 04 will give them a 3,000 gold lead as well, only 12 minutes in. They are looking absolutely devastating, and look at that, 2,000 gold sitting in Kadril's back pocket. He's going to go and make it rain back at the fountain, probably going to pick himself up that Rod of Ages. Memento's getting traded in as he burrows his way away, and this is the safety of Rek'Sai. You can be aggressive and just escape pretty easily.
Now Rod of Ages finished.
Another tower.
Yep, and the tiers stacking up ahead of time as well, so Kadril right now, he's in Dreamland. He's having a pretty good time. And it's the kind of lane winning mentality we spoke about in the last series, saying if Wind and Rain had picked lane winners, they might find themselves with the ability to get to late game in the first place. But right now, Schalke are saying, right, we've still got, the Cassiopeia that needs the late game, the Caitlyn that needs the late game. We're still going to crush. Look at Dan dropping very dangerously low.
Here's Smitty J's low as well, up towards the top side. Both of them are incredibly low as we watch Memento. Smitty J might actually go down here as Zani's on top of him.
The Q? No,
gets the Q. It got cancelled because he went into the bush, but eventually do get the kill. There was a little bit of a bait push coming out from Schalke 04 as well around the red buff, but because Zani's up top, there's no one to come and try and get it away from them. Might look down towards the bottom side. Kadril just continuing to push in. Actually has level 11 now as well, so he's got that level 2 ultimate. And this is the Schalke 04 we expected to see. This is the Schalke 04 that started to have glimpses of hope against Team RB last week. This is the Schalke 04 that seemed to have improved Firstly, their draft, which over time has been quite weak, especially playoffs last year. They lost a lot of the time because of that draft. And secondly, their ability just to allow a lane to carry. Like Smitty J here, fell behind, was like, okay, I'll wait, and then was able to carry when Memento came in for the ganks. Cadril didn't roam, said, okay, I'll stay mid, and now he's looking to carry, and he doesn't even need to get all the kills. He can just continue to pressure and be this threatening force for Origin.
Cadril here doesn't even take the short route to the blue, but just walks straight around it as well. Can they try and steal this one away? No, they cannot. Cadril will take that. I thought he was going to go for a grab there as well, potentially.
Flash grab. Come on, we've seen Ignar do it in Orskeren.
You can do it too.
Prove that you're better than the Misfits. Rift Herald's on the map here as well. I expect to see, now that Schalke have brought their AD carry and support up towards the top side, some priority on that. Cadril, of course, on the Cassiopeia, so quick at taking objectives. There's an Ocean Drake for them, there's a Rift Herald. And Smitty J's actually going to pop the dominance as he looks to get onto Dan. Dan gets the Ruthless Predator stun down, still has a slice if he wants to chase in. Coldemik will give him a lot as well. Dan jumps up, but Smitty J is just absolutely devastating. Zani's going to join the fray here, but look at how low Dan is. Even if the Cocoon hits, I'm not sure they could chase in. And Zani, those mobility boots are getting him around the map, but it's not getting anything out of it. Schalke Northfair looking for topside. Quickseth is going to get flash hooked. And that is going to be a very dead Karma. Cadril with the chase, ace in the hole, twin bangs. Noxious blast there as well, not quite able to get the final ticks of damage down onto Darkside.
Well, Smitty J is basically turning the tables on Dan from what we saw last week. What he's doing is drawing jungle pressure down to the bot side. It's forcing Zani to have to go and help his top laner. Otherwise, they just shed more and more towers, and it gives them a greater global advantage over to Schalke. So with that in mind, you know, even Scarlet came down for that last gank, and they still didn't manage to catch Smitty out. In fact, it was Dan who burnt his flash, and Smitty managed to hold on to his. It just gives a very, very easy top lane plus for Schalke. So they're definitely playing around Smitty's strengths at this point as well. Very happy with how the game's going for them. And I've got to admit, for Origin, like, it's a definite kind of step away from what we used to see from them. They're usually the ones who are making this split push pressure. And we said last week, what happens if Dan comes up against a split pusher who has more threat and pressure than he does? It's exactly this. The whole thing falls apart, and Origin kind of start flailing around looking for a way back into the game.
Exactly, and last week, a lot of Origin's pressure came from Illusionist on the Rakan. He played incredibly well. He was able to get multiple charms off and really help them stay in the game. Here, don't see that coming out from a Karma. Karma can't make those big plays, and Quickseth is a very good Thresh player. Was banned out, of course, but you need to show that you can be a playmaking support on other tools as well, because Zani's tried to be the playmaker here for Origin, and it has not worked out for them at all. Smitty J and Cadril really the carries for Schalke Northfair, and I like this because it shows that they're not only going to draft around Upset, they're going to allow the rest of their team to be carries, to make the plays, doesn't put all the weight on Upset's shoulders. He can farm up on this Caitlyn and eventually get to the late game carry stage, yeah, that's fine. But if you have a Cassiopeia and a Renekton who are able to go ahead early game, you can really dominate your opponents.
Like you say, it's all about kind of taking the pressure, not so much the pressure away from Upset, but the reliance on Upset to do well for them to win this one out. And I think, you know, here they've got three threats. They've got Smitty, who's drawing 2 or 3 members away to him all the time. You've got Cadril, who we've seen last game what a late game Cassiopeia can do, and you've got Upset. So many tools they can make use of, and if one starts to fall away, it's not the end of the world for them. They still have another 2 that they can rely on. On the other side, it's a tough one, because Scarlet has to go into the mix of things to try and get some damage down. Cadril, that's exactly where he wants you to be. He wants you to be in his face. He wants to ground you so you can't jump away again, and the rest of the team will just burst you down. Their biggest kind of reliance here for Origin, I think, is that they get towards the late game and Smitty falls off. That's one of the carries eliminated. They still have to deal with Cadril and Upset, but I think that's a little bit of a more softer scenario for them to be able to walk into.
Well, 17 minutes in, there is a 6,000 gold lead for Schalke Northfair. Rift Herald's still on the cards if they want it. Looks like Memento's pathing up towards his top side now. Cadril in the mid lane, just dealing with 3 people by himself, as you do. And look at that gold advantage in the mid lane. 2,000 extra gold just sitting on towards Cadril. It's an absolute colossal disadvantage for Scarlet, and as much as you can scale up on Kassadin, he has now got the Sheen. He's got 5 stacks on the Rod of Ages. It's a slow burn, yes. Maybe if we get later on into the game, he can do something about this Cassiopeia, but it's going to take a long, long time, especially with Schalke getting the Rift Herald. Opens up another tower for them, should be an easy enough take. Not really sure Origin wants to contest.
And look on the bot side here again. Zani is having to head towards his red jungle because of the pressure that Smitty J is popping down. If that wasn't there, if this pressure wasn't being exerted by Smitty, then maybe he can run up towards the Rift Herald, where they've just got to ward down knowing exactly what's going on, and they could try and contest it. But no, he's got to worry about his top laner here, who is struggling so hard right now, and it's very different for Dan. Every single game in the CSQ, he looks dominant. They obviously won every single game. It looked great for them. A grab, though.
Scarlet's going to jump away. The silence didn't quite come out in time. The void, the Rift Walk had already been channeled. It's a Rift held up towards the top side if they want to use it as well. Currently sitting in Memento's trinket slot. Might use it with this next wave, would make the most sense. You want to use it when there are minions there because it reduces the tower's resistances and also makes it a little bit easier for you to take. There we go. Held up towards the top side. Upset will clear out the wave, and here comes the charge. Smash straight to the base. Half the health gone down. OG might be able to clear it out relatively quickly here, actually, but in the mid lane, actually, there's a push from Kadril as well onto Darkside. He's going to chunk him out, and that's a kill. It's a great thing that I was able to watch that on my, just the side, the health bar. Cool. Kadril's actually going to get caught out here. He had burned his flash, and Northgaren looking for a little bit more. Memento gets the knock-up. Scarlet dodges the hook with a flash. Don't actually think it was going to connect. Here comes Dan from the side, jumping all the way onto Northgaren.
TP.
Knock up as well. TP used. Dan. Smitty J. Blade of the Ruin King. Escape potential.
That's why he's taking it, to get away from the Renekton. Never too fun to deal with, but at least he has that tool available to him. Like I say, the flash coming out from Scarlet probably wasn't necessary. It did look like the hook was going to go wide, but this is just more of the aggression. You know, Kadril just diving on the tower quite happily, and now it could actually be Dan in trouble.
Smitty J's willing just to jump in and jump out. That top lane tower didn't actually fall. So Schalke still sitting only on 4 towers at 20 minutes. 7 kills to 4 up as well, and still have that 6,000 gold lead. Leandri's Torment finish on towards Kadril alongside the Rod of Ages stacking up. Got 2 items on Upset as well as he has the Infinity Edge rapid fire cannon combination. And across the board, Origin just look to be half an item to a full item behind.
If Schalke can maintain this vision line they've got, which at the minute is very, very deep, it's generally between the first and second line towers, just always making sure they can see when Origin are maybe overextending their boundaries, getting away with more than Schalke want them to, then they have the opportunity here to just maintain vision completely around Baron and probably sneak it away at some point as well. They do have the damage. You've got a Snake in the mid lane. You've got that Cassiopeia, which is excellent at taking away these objectives. No Mountain Drake to speed that process up, but
he does land. There's Miasma as well. Quickstep on his way, but look at the petrifying gaze damage. Scarlet might want to jump in here already. Zani's dead just to the tick of the poison. Jump onto Scarlet by Memento. Dan off towards the bottom side, has to flash across the wall. Origin just getting chased out. Ruthless Predator onto Quickstep. That's a ruthless kill for Smitty J. He's going to keep chasing onto Scarlet, make him burn some more mana to Rift Walk away if he needs it. Schalke Northfear do have the flank. Northgaren was looking for it. He sped himself up, but won't quite chase any further. And the Baron is on the cards here for Schalke Northfear. They do it very quickly with the Caitlyn and the Cassio alongside that Rek'Sai. They're going to start it up. Not sure that Origin can actually contest this. They do have a TP on Scarlet if they want to go in for it, but Baron's already down to 4,000 HP. Schalke should have this one pretty comfortably in the bag.
A little back away, and that extends their gold lead now to just over 8,000 as well. Schalke playing this one, I think how we expected RB versus Wind and Rain to go in a lot of ways, to just be a very, very clinical, clear-cut game, not really giving much over to Origin to let them back into this one. And it's a step away from the Origin that we've been used to seeing, I think. But they can't execute this 4-1 correctly because Smitty shutting him down, and well, there we go, pop. Yeah,
Darkside used the Chain of Corruption, caught out Upset, who did have Flash, I believe, wasn't able to get away. Just a chain CC, as you would expect. That is the power of the pick composition we talked about from Origin. They do have the Cocoons, they've got the Chain of Corruption, they've got a lot of pick if they can land it. And Origin actually might look for their first tower of the game. Smitty J on the flank, though, will stop them for the time being. Kadril's here as well. No flash for him, but he can just chase in. There's Miasma stun onto Zani. Zani's going to try and dodge his way away. Doesn't have the flash on the Elise and has no way of getting away from the Twin Fangs. Kadril's still chasing. Noxious Blast gives him the movement speed. Look at that. 3 shots straight to the face of Quickstep. He says, you take down my AD carry, I'll take your life. And Origin eventually get their first tower of the game.
Dan finally starting to feel like a split pusher again here, I imagine, actually getting his first objective of the game, but it doesn't really feel like enough, to be honest. Yes, you managed to trade that out, but you lost 2 elsewhere on the map, potentially, just potentially. So they're not actually going for it, but they could be. Schalke here could have thought, well, there's a Varus defending, there's a Kassadin defending, we can take this. Let's try and force in the mid lane and try pull the trigger, get that inhibitor down, but maybe for them it's more of a concern. The Drake's up in 10 seconds, and they want as many objectives as they can get.
I agree. I feel this Baron power play has been a little bit weak thus far from Schalke. They didn't get any towers in the mid lane. They're going to get some damage onto Darkside, sure. Actually, Memento's going to go for the chase with the Void Rush, but Darkside can just knock himself across this wall. They'll get an Ocean Drake as well. Yeah, they equalize the Drake score, but I feel Schalke could have done a little bit more than this. They were 7,000 gold ahead after they took the Baron. Now they're, about 8,000 gold ahead. It's about a 1,000 gold swing, which isn't massive at all for a Baron power play this early in the game.
We've touched on the split push pressure a lot that Smitty J is already applying down here in the bot lane. And finally, he'll probably find himself getting this tower in return. No one's there because they're too busy trying to defend the bot lane. And Dan, he's trying to take himself another tower up here in the top lane.
So, I mean, getting this tower does help them extend that ever so slightly, so that's a good job by them. They do still have Baron buff on Smitty J and Memento for a little while more, so they can look for that. I think actually Cadril has it as well in the mid lane. So actually only Upstate lost it because he's the only guy who's died, so that makes a bit more sense. Baron buff will be expiring about a third of its time, and they will look perhaps to break through this inhibitor line. Cadril there, Dan does get the tower up towards the top side, but meanwhile in the mid lane, they will be able to get that inhibitor tower, and this is what we wanted to see. 9,000 gold ahead. They hook on the Elise Spiderling, not exactly what you want, but there's the Chain of Corruption. Norscaron gets the knock-up. Here comes Smitty J into the midst of them, and even through the exhaust, Upside can get the kill. Double Petrifying Gaze, Darkside's falling, Quickset having to run away. Schalke Null Fear living up to their name. They don't care what you do. Triple kill for Upset, and Schalke are absolutely devastating. They're looking just to end the game. 25 minutes in, this would be just domination from Schalke Null Fear. Origin had no answers, they had no improvement, no motivation, no work, and no team. As Schalke go 1-0 up in this series. Another hook onto Dan. Quickset trying to do what he can, but he just can't do much. That will be the Nexus falling, and that will be Schalke going 1-0 up over Origin.
Just a very, very clean, dominant game from Schalke, and I'm surprised to see this because after last week, we all kind of started saying, you know, Origin are looking super tight right now, and maybe you can trade seats if you want. Like,
no, well, did you not see the camera?
I saw. Don't worry, I know.
I have to make sure I'm central on the camera. You know, if I were Jaws, I'd sit here. So
that was a discussion at the start of the day. No longer 3 seats, so we can see the beautiful logo, and then this. Hey.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's wonderful.
Sure.
Anyway, to kind of round
talk about the game.
Yeah, let's talk about the game very briefly. So, Origin, we didn't expect it to be a stomp over these guys. We thought it would be a good game. You know, we were kind of talking about our estimations previous to this as well. I think some of us said maybe 1-1, we'll see it go to. But if the second game goes anything like that first one, Schalke are going to close it out in 20 minutes because I don't know where the Origin of last week has disappeared to, but there was just no fight in them, it felt like. It was just very passive, losing towers in the mid lane 1v1. Cadril, clearly that Korean practice definitely paying off for him. And even in the top lane, Smitty J, Dan was a nothing in that game. He have no relevance at all. And
Cadril just did such a good job across the map. Memento as well with these early ganks, just absolutely devastating Origin. I agree with you that Smitty J didn't really have to do much. This is a big defining moment for me, in all honesty, because at this point, Dan actually had the lead. And because Schalke Null Fear were able to turn it around, and Smitty J was able to get 2 kills in this exchange, it really helped skyrocket that Renekton, because before then, he didn't actually have that much of an early lead, but was able to close it out, did a superb job. And just time after time, Zani was looking for ganks, went mobility boots first, kept trying to get these connections off, and wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, it just seems the case. Like, again, with Dan, it's more Dan that was useless than Smitty J in that game, I guess. But this is the question for Origin, is how flexible as a team are you? Can you really react to Dan not being relevant? Because they just seem to struggle without that pressure being exerted elsewhere on the map.
They definitely do, and you have to look down towards the bottom lane as well. They didn't have a bad game, but they weren't shining performers. And when your mid lane falls behind, when your top lane falls behind, you need your bot lane to step up, and they just weren't able to do that today. Schalke Null Fear with, I think, what was the quickest game of Challenger Series thus far, almost the quickest game in Europe. I believe the quickest game in LCS was 24 minutes and 30 seconds, so that was very close to the quickest game in Europe, but not quite able to get it. Maybe next game we'll have to wait and see. This looks like the Schalke of last split. This looks like the 10-0 Schalke.
It does, yeah. I mean, as well with the Blitzcrank pick against the Karma, you know, okay, I'll concede, didn't get to build any of those items that he really wanted to get to. Maybe if they got towards 40 minutes, you might see one or two.
Karma's really good at 2 items. Oh wait, the game's over when I've got Ruby Sightstone and Control Wall.
But this is what you do when you're kind of building around a competition that does go to those late game things. You find a way to pick them off, and the Blitzcrank did it perfectly. To be fair, Memento's early gank definitely got the ball swinging in that bot lane. Top lane was sorted before you could even say anything else about it. Just Memento there was my MVP because his pressure invading into the blue jungle, his pressure in the bot lane early on, perfect. Great
play by Memento, and we're going to take a momento to have a break. Oh, cross off the crap pun, guys. Great job. We're going to have a quick break before we get into the next game of the series. Make sure you stay tuned. Welcome back to the last game of the day here in Week 2 of the European Challenger Series Summer Split. My name is Aaron Medic Chamberlain, and you're joining me and Derry Desertu Holt for the final game between Schalke 04 and Origin. It was a dominating performance, 25-minute game victory from Schalke 04 in that last game. Origin looked very much like the team that lost in LCS last split.
Yeah, very much so, but completely different players on the lineup this time round. It was
still
just a bit of a confusing draft. Overall, is probably the best way to. We were kind of saying at the time, is this a siege? Is it a pick-based composition? There wasn't really a, support down, which is what they've done in previous weeks. Make sure our split pusher can do his job, and we'll just worry about the 4-1. In this case, they basically had their own strategy reversed back onto them, and that's what cost them. They've got to think of a way, I think, to win out maybe in this mid lane, because having K-Droll just be able to do whatever he wants, taking that first tower with no contest, just made the game easy for them. Yeah,
it definitely did. I think K-Droll played that really well in mid lane as well. Like he kept using Twin Fangs really early on, harassed that casting back, made him lose a lot of farm, then backed and got the Dark Seal. Like it was very well played by Schalke all round. You can put too much blame on Origin, I think, because Zani tried to make plays, just didn't really pay off for him. And Smithy J getting those 2 kills around that red buff just showed that Schalke were perhaps slightly the better mechanical team. I expect to see a little bit less scaling from Origin this game. I expect to see them say, okay, we need to win lane a little bit more, and maybe even go for Darkside's Lucian. I know it's not like something that's in meta at the moment in the bot lane, but picking up something that you're very comfortable on can definitely help you out.
Definitely. It kind of feels, I suppose, the Jace made sense until you saw the Renekton lock, and then it was like, it's going to be one of those lanes. Dan is not going to have a fun time. Sure enough, he didn't. Mid lane was the same story. You pick the Kassadin, it's like, well, I wonder what's going to get picked against that. Oh, something that shuts down the Kassadin. And suddenly you're relying on the bot lane, but Memento made sure that was dealt with very early on. And suddenly you've then got 3 losing lanes. So for Origin, it was a weak draft. They could do a lot better with it, I think. And maybe this time around, if they pick to try and win the lanes, like you say, they can get themselves into the mid game and then rely on that late game prowess of Dan and the rest of them playing in that 4-1 style composition to close this game out and bring it to 1-on-1.
I think one of the issues you might have is the champion pool diversity. We haven't seen that much diversity come out from Origin yet. The Lucian, as we said, for Darkseid. You've got Scarlet, who tends to play Kassadin, Cassiopeia, Vladimir. Doesn't actually have a huge pool, although he's got some picks that wouldn't usually be in other people's pools. And then you've got Dan, who can play split pushers. And that's about it. Like, he plays them very well. He plays split pushers very well. But you need someone who can play a top lane tank. You need someone who can play a Shen or a Galio or someone with a little bit more versatility. Whereas you look at Schalke 04, Smithy J there played Renekton, very good at early carries, can play Gnar, can play tanks, we still play Shen, Gragas, etc. Memento as well, played the Rek'Sai there, brought it out to great effect. Cagel has a massive pool. Even their bot lane Upset, he tends to like scaling carries more. But you can still put him on something a little bit more aggressive in the early game and do a great job. So I just think Schalke, to me, have the measure of Origin.
They do seem to, at least in that last game, but we repeated it quite a few times now. We mentioned in CSQ, we mentioned it today, it's 4-1. That is our Origin is 4-1. That is all they're about. So if you can deal with that, you can deal with Origin. Simple as. So they need to kind of more, I suppose, kind of start showing that since they've been acquired by Origin, what have they been working on with their coaches, that they started getting some mixes in there to kind of go from this, ragtag band of mercenaries that have come together to compete in CSQ and win it in convincing fashion, mind you. How can we take them to be a CSQ team to being an LCS contending team? Because right now, this week, it's looking like the wheels have kind of fallen off, and they've got to try and find them again.
I want to come back to just the group as a whole as well, Challenger Series as a whole, because Giants have now taken top spot at 4-0. No one can match them. Schalke can get to 3-1. RB are sitting at 2-2. And I think if you go back a couple of weeks, I don't think any of us would have predicted that. I think Giants would have been 3rd, 4th in most people's predictions. I know.
I think they were, actually.
Scoundrel put them 6th. I asked Jaws very specifically, where'd you put them? He said 4th, so I'll give him some credit there. But they are looking like a very dominant team. They haven't played against RB or Schalke yet, of course, so there's some big games up for grabs in the later weeks. But we're starting to see this sort of divide, probably at the 4th spot come out, where you've got RB, Schalke, Giants, and then the next one's a little bit hard. Schalke, sorry, did I say Schalke already? I did.
You did.
Origin and War challenging for that spot, and then PSG sort of lagging behind in the 6th spot.
It seems to be for PSG their biggest weakness, at least, is that late game and how they close out the small advantage they've got. Again, in their first week, they were ahead in goal in both games and then threw that lead away. So there's just small things they've got to work out, I think. If they can get that late game kind of down to a T, maybe work with that over the next week or two that they've got to play with. This is, of course, only 5 weeks. It's not the longest split they get to play with. So really, there's only 5 games, or 5 series that you have to play with. So you need to get it right. Yeah, so you need to start getting it right. You know, ideally this week is the last time to work out those mistakes. You've got 3 weeks left to play in. Yeah. You have to get it right in those final 3 weeks if you want to be able to contend.
And I think War did themselves a real service today by being able to beat out RB in that second game. Yeah. We are going to get into picks and bans for this final game, but yeah, 10 games is hardly anything at all. I look at my solo queue escapades, 10 games is going from like Diamond 5-0 LP to Diamond 5-0 LP. It tends to be the sort of story. Schalke are on the blue side this time, Origin on the red. It's a casting ban to start us off from Schalke 04. And Twitch ban once again from Ochi Hen.
I'm quite curious to know why they chose to ban away the casting. That probably says to me we don't want to pick the Cassiopeia again. We want to try and go for either these lane-winning picks or we want to try and pick something else that helps us out into the mid-game. So it won't be a Cassiopeia, maybe something like an Orianna they're looking towards. Yeah, exactly. Anything along those lines. They're just not wanting to play against it, even though they had a pretty easy time against it. And equally for Origin, same bands coming through again, getting rid of that Twitch, and also removing the Caitlyn from the pool this time around. Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. If you try and cut down on the pool from upset, you can kind of hamper a little bit Schalke, but even with these bans, like you're going to either give up Elise or Zac on this first rotation. Or even Thresh. So if Origin bans Elise here, I think you, as Memento, you just take Zac, or you could even take Thresh first.
This is one of those.
I was
going to say this is one of those open moments where Zac's open, pick him. Like there is, it's almost unforgivable. Yes, he had some base damage nurse, but he's incredibly powerful at the minute with the new locket.
Quickset Thresh is incredibly good though, and it does give Origin the chance to pick that up. So they do have a strong bot lane already forming. They probably want to look for their AD carry on this rotation as well, or at least before the second ban phase, and then Schalke will pick up their bot lane in response because the Caitlyn's been banned out and the Twitch has been banned out as well.
Yeah, try and look together. I was going to say as well that the Rex side was something that worked out very, very well for them last time round. They could have led this till a little bit later on, maybe taking it in Scarlet's place here, because this could have been another priority opportunity in the bot lane. You've already banned away 2 AD carries. Do you want to try and take one away? Maybe a Lucian here, like you were alluding to earlier on. Otherwise, it might get down to the stage where actually Schalke will just go, right, let's send 2 target bans towards the bot lane. Let's get upset nice and comfortable, and we can worry about the rest later on.
This is the problem, though, with the Thresh. Norscarin is a very comfortable Tahm Kench player. And if you can play Tahm Kench well into the Thresh, you can deal with him so easily, even into the Rek'Sai as well. It's very, very strong pick for this bottom lane alongside the Kallisto, so you can put the Tahm Kench in, you can pull the Tahm Kench out. We actually saw this being played by H2K against Fnatic, I believe. I might be wrong. We saw it played in the LCS, is what I'm going to say with that.
I mean, Norscarin played Tahm Kench in both of his games last week as well, so for him it's all about protect the upset, and that's exactly what it's going to be. The Ashe locked in for him as well. This is all about that kind of big pick, dive in. As soon as you see that arrow land, Zac's in there. You've got the protection coming through from the Tahm Kench too. And I was going to say, this does force Origin into picking out their bot lane now. Otherwise, they find themselves with 2 AD carry bans coming their way, and that bot lane is incredibly hard for them to play.
So the reason the Xayah's picked over something like the Lucian is the ability to dodge the Ashe ammo. Like, Lucian does have Relentless Pursuit, but Xayah can always put that Feather Storm down. It makes it a lot safer for you, and it also allows you to dodge out on Zac a little bit easier as well. So you've got a few different options there. Second ban rotation, Galio taken away by Origin first. We saw that in the first rotation last time. Braum was also a ban, but we don't really need to focus towards supports this time. We're looking at mid laners and top laners for both of these teams. And Schalke 04 have 0 bans. Oh, no, they do.
Now they do.
That was very much the last second for them.
They still managed to get it through. That Cassio going away is another interesting one. That's a... I suppose Origin kind of sitting here and just thinking, well, what are we really going to take away here? And this time around, it's Casual thinking, well, we don't want them to have the Cassid again. We don't want to have the Cassiopeia on our side. So now they're trying to force a total mix in. Maybe they're going for something entirely different here. Maybe around this pick-based composition. This was Origin's issue in the last draft phase, was that they tried to form a siege comp and a pick comp at the same time, and it didn't work out for them. Going for that single binary focus for Schalke here in terms of the pick comp, that could just be their way to say, right, we're happy with this, let's go for it.
I think there were a couple of options for Schalke as well in the mid lane. You've got the idea of an assassin like the LeBlanc, who is still available, but that can always be countered out by Origin because they have last pick, or something like an Orianna or Corki, who's a safer mid lane mage.
Yep.
Would not be surprised at all to see the Corki, still a lot of damage, and then a high damage top laner. So you've got the Jace banned out.
Syndra, I reckon.
Syndra, yes, as well. Cage was very good at the Syndra. Origin looking for their first pick here. Probably going to focus up towards top here, although they might want to give Dan the counter pick up there instead.
I think they do, because when you're relying on Dan to be your split pro strat, you need to make sure he's in a comfortable lane that he feels he can win. Kenna's been banned away, and that's kind of his signature go-to, which is where I think the opportunity for something like a Camille comes up again. We touched on it last draft phase. He's had some small busts. He did play it quite a lot during CSQ. Why not bring it out here? You know, show us what you can do.
I like the Vladimir pick. We've said it's Scarlet, sort of one of Scarlet's main picks here. Works relatively well with the composition, has good damage, but my worry is that I don't think Schalke will pick the Syndra here because it's kind of countered by the...
Oh, hello. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to shut up about that Syndra pick because that's Kale.
But you are right. It was a smart pick in terms of that being able to deny that away, but it does force out some uncertainty into the comp now with that coming through. The Renekton following that through. Kale. Yes, it is.
The only time I've seen Kale recently is the Chinese booster strategy.
You seem like you're in shock.
Have you heard of the Chinese booster strategy?
No.
So what you do is you pick Kale top and build full support items. So you build Redemption, Ardent Sensor, Locket, and then you have a Master Yi jungle. And what you do is whenever the Master Yi goes in, you just ult him and then heal him and buff him. And basically you just win the game. It's absolutely broken as anything can be broken. Fiora is the last pick here into that Renekton's top side. So Dan is going for something a little bit more aggressive. Was banned out in the last game. Kale mid is not something we see every day. But today, Kadriel has decided that he wants to bring some righteous glory. Righteous justice? Righteous gust? I can't remember what the E's even called.
It's definitely not righteous glory, because that's an item.
No, righteous something. Righteousness. Judgment is the Q, I think. And yep. Divine intervention, that's the
ultimate.
This is why I've been...
passive name.
Oh, come on. As if I know Kale's passive name off the top of my head.
Dropping you in that one. But no,
I
like
what
it
even
as a
is Kale's passive?
I have no idea.
Exactly.
Isn't it the... I think it got reworked from being the reduction in magic resistant armor every time she hits someone, or is that still the passive? I have a feeling it might have been on PB where they were revising and trying to get that away from her instead.
This is making me look really bad, so can we go on to a different topic?
No, I want to keep on touching on this, mate.
Cool.
Do you want to tell me more about Kale?
Let's just talk a little bit more, guys. Quick, keep talking. Oh, so
definitely
Kale,
not investigating
I know nothing about Kale.
No, you know everything about Kale.
K-A-Y-L-E?
No, that's spelled wrong.
No, I've got it.
Here we go.
So, Kale's passive. She's called the Justicar, obviously. I can't believe you didn't know that.
Sorry.
Holy Fervor. Basic attacks reduce champion's armor and magic resist by 3% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. So you get 50% reduction. So I'll come across slightly more into shot. Reckoning is the Q. Divine Blessing. Righteous Fury.
Yeah?
So I said Righteous
You said that
Glory.
to take Glory, yeah.
Yeah, I was very close. And then Divine Intervention.
I'll give you that.
It's actually just called Intervention.
Yeah.
Cool.
Now,
I knew all of that. Obviously, what was the passive's name again?
Holy
Fervor. Holy
yeah.
Fervor. Fervor. I'm really interested to see how this Kale works in mid lane, because it's not something we commonly see at all. In fact, it's so uncommon, I haven't even written it down in my pick rounds.
One thing we see a lot of the time...
What?
The music. They're just playing you out here, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
Here we go.
See you on next.
But no, I was going to say, like, again, if you didn't catch it on your bingo cards earlier on,
it's a good
UKC...
thing I was wearing trousers, though, wasn't it?
Not shorts, as you were discussing previously.
It's very warm in here. There's the Kale, guys. Oh, baby, a Kale.
What's the name of the skin?
Dawn's Ring. That's,
Aetherwing.
Aetherwing Kale.
Yes.
I don't like it as much as Unmasked Kale, which not many people know about. It's exactly the same as the normal Kale skin, except without the helmet.
Yeah, so just to go over a brief kind of insight into the Kale, we see it a lot. Again, if you've been paying attention with your bingo and you missed this one earlier on, the UK scene, we have a player called Kerberos, and he plays it every single game he can. It's banned away from him pretty much every single game he plays in. It's one of those champions that isn't the most impactful early on. You get to 35 minutes, and it doesn't matter at what stage you're at, whether you're 0 and 6 or whether you're 0 and 20. If you have 4 items at 35 minutes, you destroy teams in team fights. I'm very curious to see how it plays with Runar's Hurricane, though, because that was the kind of go-to choice. Now that's a little bit weaker. May not see it get picked up.
I really want to see the build, yeah. Really want to see the build, because there's a bunch of different options. You could even go Protection Kale here. Like we were talking about with the Master Yi.
We don't have a Master Yi, so...
Work on building up the Ashe, though, because we have seen Schalke and Fear play around those AD carry compositions before. I don't think that will be it. I expect a little bit more AP. I'm sure we can look at how much she's got at the moment if we just go over here. It's the observers pan their way around. Currently still at 33, so a little bit of a buff in that AP. 0.74 attack speed, so a couple of attack speed quints as well, I do believe. Oh, baby! Thank you very much. A bit of cooldown reduction as well. Some 2 flat magic penetration. 125 range. Can you believe it does?
Until she pops in, and then that changes quite spectacularly.
Okay, so Kadriel obviously will be able to push the waves really easily. And works well into the Vladimir as well. Getting a ward in to make sure that he doesn't get ganked from Memento. From Zani, sorry. I think it's Memento because it's left side.
The way that he plays into a Vladimir, generally early on it won't be too impactful because your trade is limited to 1 or 2 auto attacks at best, and Scarlet will just keep on healing up off of this one. Once you start getting something like the Nash's 2's getting into the mix as well, which I expect it to build fully, maybe the Gwynsu's as well might be a choice coming into it a little bit later on. That's when you can really start hurting the Vladimir here, because his cooldowns just aren't low enough to be able to sustain through the damage that you can lay down. One to watch out for, like I say, probably about the 20-minute, 25-minute mark. We'll have a little bit of a recap on what items he's going towards or what he's got at that point in the game, because that's when teamfights can get very, very, very scary.
We have to remember as well that Zack's in this game. We very rarely see Zack so proficient at ganking, so able to across vast different distances of terrain. Zani's going to get the Scuttle Crab here, might look for an invade, and he's going to spot out Memento, who goes relatively low on his first glare. Actually going towards the mid lane instead, but the Hawkshot comes out, and Cadril just backs his way away. Takes a Prey Seeker to the face, but unable to follow up on the prey. Smitty J's pushed in the top lane a little bit as Dan is forced back by that Renekton. Memento is actually going to meet into Zani here. Last going out. Easy peasy. Here comes the Elastic Slingshot as well. Not quite going to be able to connect. Stretching Strike will get the slow. The problem for Memento is that Cadril's already down to about 3/4 health. Does have a level advantage over Scarlet for the time being and is harassing in with that Righteous Fury.
Absolutely is. And one lane we haven't really put much attention on so far is this top lane again. This was the big impact. Whoa, okay. That was a bit heavy from Scarlet, I feel.
Well, Cadril flashed away.
Yeah,
he had a fully
respected
stacked Tides of Blood, so it is a lot of damage coming out, and there was the Ignite. So although it seems a little bit heavy-handed, you do get the Summoner for Summoner in mid, and Zani was coming in for the gank as well, so if they had got the initial burst off, Zani could have chased it in.
Yeah, touching back on the top lane again. This is the big defining factor last game with Smitty J on the Renekton. This time around, Dan's gone for the Fiora. Generally a losing lane unless you can manage to riposte the stun that comes through from Renekton, in which case the trade is yours and you have a pretty golden time up there. But it's not the easiest thing in the world to predict. Smart players like Smitty J will be able to deal with that one. Speaking of dealing with it, Memento needs to deal with these constant invades and harasses coming through from Zani.
Smitty does have the push advantage to the top, so I really want to see him come down here relatively quickly. But Zani will just back away. Memento down to about 200 HP. Smitty J should be coming by now. Cadril is on his way to try and help out. Memento does actually smite away the blue. Stops Zani in his tracks. His blue is still up if he wants to go for it.
There's that damage down onto Scarlet. Again, those low cooldowns really start to hurt.
Look at that CS differential, though.
Yeah.
Cadril has 11 CS.
That's
Scarlet
a surprise.
has 30. That's a 400 gold differential just from CS between the two of them. And it's kind of equaled out in the top lane because Smitty J is 10 CS up, or 8 CS up now, over Dan. But still, that is a huge advantage, and Cadril will take a while to scale up. Scarlet loves these scaling mid lane mages, and already he's gone back, got boots, got an amplifying tome, got a refillable potion, and a control ward. What do we love to see, Des? We love to see vision early on in the game, getting a control ward, helping Zani out, helping your team just be able to snowball towards victory.
My biggest worry for Origin here is that the comp they've taken relies on the Fiora getting to 3 or 4 items to become a real credible split push threat, and you've also got the Vladimir who needs to get a few on side just to be able to become a very potent damage threat. Something like a Spirit Visage, probably a Proto Bout on side as well, to start making a big impact throughout any team fights that they get themselves into. It's just a lot of heavy reliance, I think, again, towards the late game. And this is the mistake I almost wanted to, you know, down-talk Wind and Rain for early on. Of course, they turned it around completely and showed that you don't need to get to the late game for a Cassiopeia to be effective. Fair play to Larson for that. But I feel that after you've had such a dominated game where you lost in 26 minutes, you're relying a lot on the same thing happen as what we just saw to Red Bull and Wind and Rain. And again, this is more the... it's more the exception rather than the rule. Yep. And I don't think this will be... you won't see 2 exceptions in a row. Lightning never strikes twice in the same place.
Well, see, the problem is, right, now you've kind of set yourself up for both a good thing and a bad thing. You've said, well, it might happen. You never know, it could happen. And then you said, oh, but it doesn't usually happen. You've done the typical analysis sitting on the fence. It's what I get from all of my color casters. I try and push them to make a decision. So I'm going to do that with you, Des. Do you think OG can take this game?
No.
There we go.
That's my 100% clear-cut answer.
And now I'm crossing my fingers and hoping you're wrong, so that you can be wrong. Quick send, this is a hook down.
It would kill you if I was right twice in one day.
It would, mate. No, it's not often that happens.
Hey now.
300 gold lead at the moment. There's the route that North Scarin just eats up upsets and keeps him safe for the time being.
Can't imagine that belly is too nice to be inside, but...
how does that work? Should you take damage when you're in Tahm Kench's belly? Because technically it's in the
acids.
Acid, yeah?
Well, he's a strange talking catfish. I can't imagine that the acids will be...
no, because when he spits up half-digested lobster and half-digested things, and there's a jump onto Scarlet. He puts the Hema Plate down. Memento needs to be careful, actually, because he's going to take a burst of damage here. Is forced back by Scarlet, who actually will get the movement speed as well from that Sanguine Rush. Zani was around the corner, but he's got a level disadvantage as he was spent a lot of time trying to take away Memento's jungle.
You know what the issue I feel here in the mid lane for Cadril? Like, it's a sign generally when someone picks a champion like this into a matchup that shouldn't be too weak for you. Like, okay, again, I said that Vladimir was pretty good into Kayle early on. It's still not the case where you fall behind 20 CS or find yourself at 9 CS while your opponent is at 30. That's a sign of someone who's not too used to the champion, isn't too used to the farming style or to the, the range, getting used to the auto-attack timings, all the rest of it. It's been a bit rough for him so far, and I'm concerned about how this might play out. Is it kind of more of a reliance? You get to the late game and start beating people around, or why was the Kayle the choice here if you know that maybe it's not your strongest pick?
maybe it is a strong pick for him and he just wasn't able to get the farm in the early game that he wanted to. I have seen Cajal play Kayle before, not as a common pick, but once or twice. He has obviously been matched up into Scarlet here, who is a very good Vladimir player and has been able to take a few advantages in this mid lane, but there are advantages in the rest of the lanes for Schalke 04. A couple of CS in the bottom lane, a couple of CS in the top, a little bit in the jungle as well, which is keeping this gold relatively even, about 300-400 between these two teams as we do approach the 7.5 minute mark. Scarlet's gone for the Sorcerer's Shoes, got a BF sword first on towards Darkside, expect him to go the crit build that we tend to see. Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, a couple of Zeal items just to put in your back pocket as well.
Just to try and speed things up. No attempt made towards this Mountain Drake yet, though. We are only at 8 minutes, so there's still time kind of for teams to start looking towards when they want to contest that. I mean, probably here for Zanny, he's thinking, I could probably try and fight this one out. You know, Memento's been bullied around quite a lot so far, always has Zanny sniffing around, trying to make sure he knows what's going on. And surely for him, with like knowing where he is with these wards that are down as well, you can see the one ward already on the red spawn here on blue side, just to make sure that they have an idea of where he's going to be. So for them, that's the opportunity to say, right, let's get some wards down in blue side jungle. Let's find out when that blue buff comes up. Let's go and do that Mountain Drake afterwards, because that can be a pretty big factor for them, especially when you've got Dan in this split push role on the Fiora.
Both jungles have been tracked pretty well by their opposite number. They've kept eyes on Zani and on Memento. He's going to try and sneak down towards the bottom side, but immediately gets pinged out. That ward actually just outside of control ward range, and Origin were getting pushed in this bottom lane anyway. Hawkshot trying to just scout across the map, see if they can keep eyes on towards Zani. Across the board, relatively even between these two teams early on. Origin continuing to extend this gold lead in the middle lane. If Scarlet can get to the point where he can land a 3 or 4 man Hemo Plague later on in the game, then that's a devastating onslaught of damage. At the moment, he's just trading into Cajal. Transfusion. Cajal actually getting the benefit, the better side of that trade in the middle lane.
And that heal keeping Scarlet at least in the fight for now. You look at the gold numbers as well. It's generally pretty even across the board, bar the mid lane. Yeah, that's why they got that nice 700 gold difference. And I think that's just obviously the case of the CS differential. Obviously no kills coming across on the board yet. Literally all the goal difference between these two teams is sat in the mid lane. And as we mentioned earlier on, once Kayle gets towards 35 minutes and gets 3 or 4 items, she becomes an absolute monster. And it doesn't matter how far behind you might think you are. As soon as you've got those 3 or 4 items, team fights are yours.
The problem is, though, Origin will be looking for those 3 or 4 item spikes as well. You know, you've got a Fiora who, when she gets the 2 items, is basically unstoppable, already has the Tiamat. You've got a Vladimir as well. Momento's coming up towards top, and actually Schalke on Fear realize they're not getting anything bot lane. Trade their AD carry and support up towards the top side, and will be looking for this first tower. Darkside and Quickset are on their way, but it's probably going to take them a little bit too long to get here. Let's have a look at how much health that tower has. Already getting chunked down, or down below, well below half, and Quickset and Darkside are on their way. There's still 3 minions here. The tower going lower. The hook doesn't connect. They will be able to delay just for the time being, as we see Scarlet join the fray as well. Schalke 04 trying to make the proactive play, but fall a little bit further behind in gold, as Dan is going to go all the way down towards bottom side. Might actually even go for the dragon himself, I doubt it. Probably eyeing up that juicy minion wave that is sitting down there for himself. Engage. Memento goes in, knocked back. Zani going to jump his way away. The tower's falling. Quickset trying to do what he can to get away from Smitty J, but Zani is first blood, and it's the second kill onto Quickset as well. Schalke 04 not respecting the fact that Dan had gone all the way down towards the bottom lane, continue the engage and get themselves 2 kills.
This is where Dan tries to do what Dan does best, which is sit in a lane on his own and get some kills. Probably will get mashed by Smitty J, who actually is going to burn TP to get down here to stop Dan taking this tower away.
Hemo Plague used by Scarlet in the mid lane to try and force Schalke back as they came in with the Abyssal Voyage. Dan maybe looking to join this fight up towards mid because they know Smitty J's used his TP. Dan has the grand challenge and a pair of Ninja Tabis alongside that Tiamat, but not going to be able to get any engages off, and Schalke 04 take the lead in terms of gold and in terms of kills and objectives as well. 1,700 gold ahead and beginning to put their foot on the pedal.
This is where that crazy fight kind of broke. It's more just, it's a typical kind of scenario, right? Where one team's overstaying, trying to defend a tower that's guaranteed to fall. There's no reason for you to still be there trying to force fights. You got a big scary crocodile stood in front of you. You do not try and fight against Renekton earlier on. They pay the price for it.
Cage's going up towards that Nash's Tooth as his first item. Still only sitting on the Stinger and the Fiendish Codex. Looks like Scarlet will be going towards a Leandries of his own. That is, like, AD carry and mid lane are the 2 hopes here for Origin. If Dan can get to a point where he can split push, yeah, fine. But at the moment, you've got 30 CS, both in the AD carry role and in the mid lane, and it does give you that little bit of an advantage. However, Schalke have shown us that their macro play is very strong. They can look for the Rift Herald, they can look for the Mountain Drake as well, which is actually where OG seems to be going at for the time being. They've got control of this top side. Scarlet's going to try and push himself up, but all this does is give Cage time to farm by himself in mid.
Yeah, despite those CS differences, it's still a 1,500 gold lead currently onto the side of Schalke. They got first tower, they got the first 2 kills as well. It just kind of goes to show that you might be able to win lane, but you need to be able to translate that into more macro-based advantages by taking towers, taking dragons, taking Rift Heralds if you can. Right now, it's just been a pretty focus on lane sort of phase for them.
Origin focusing on improve at the moment.
Solid. Schalke more focusing on team.
Who has better motivation is the main question. Or who's put in more work? At the moment, it seems to be Schalke, as they are going to get the Rift Herald. Zani will get the Mountain Drake in response, so it's a trade of objectives. Schalke could look for this second tier turret up towards the top side if they wanted with this Rift Herald. They do have the push advantage as Upset and North Scaring are still up towards that. There's the Mountain Drake. Zani's going to steal away a red buff for himself as well. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, there's a lot of aggression as Quickstep is dead.
This is the last thing you want to do, is start giving the KL away back into. Doesn't even have the Nash's Tooth and already finding a couple of kills. Maybe more Quickstep. Overstepping his boundaries a bit, I think.
Well, there's no Ash Arrow used, no, the Abyssal Voyage was used. No, not even a KL ult, so I think that's an overstep from Quickstep more than anything else. Looks like he went in maybe with a hook and with the box. Rift Herald will get some damage down onto that mid lane tower. That's going to fall. Will fall straight afterwards as well. But Schalke Null do have a flank advantage here with Memento if he wants to jump in onto Darkside and Scarlet. Difficult to catch them out, of course, because they've got Sanguine Pool and they've got Featherstorm, but for the time being, just settling with that mid lane tower and a red buff of their own. 3,000 gold will be the lead for Schalke.
And you've got to say, the main reason this feels it's all going the way of Schalke for the most part is A, Memento doing what he does best and just making himself known everywhere on the map, and B, Smitty J's keeping Dan quiet. We've always spoken in previous weeks when it comes down to Origin saying, right, it's all about Dan, it's all about the split push, it's about him being able to terrorize the enemy team and force the 4-1 into a 3-2. He's just done nothing still. It's all about this Renekton at the minute for Smitty J, and I'm kind of surprised, really, knowing that it shut him down so hard last game. They didn't think, right, let's get this Renekton off the table, get him away from Dan, let's make sure Dan can actually get himself into a good state where he can split push himself. And as it is right now, he can't even do that.
And I think the problem as well for Origin is they had these 20, 30 CS leads in mid, few CS in the AD carry role as well, and they just weren't able to extend them. They're still sitting around the same amount. They haven't been able to extend these leads. They haven't been able to get item spikes and actually pressure on the map, whereas Schalke have said, okay, we'll take 2 towers, we'll take 1 top, we'll take 1 mid. You've got basically no damage on any of our turrets yet. Origin don't really have a composition that takes a tower really easily. Xayah does okay damage to turrets. Vladimir's not known for his turret-taking capabilities. Kaela is, Renekton is, Ashe is. They all take towers incredibly quickly, and there's always the threat of the Memento flank as well. This is the Schalke we wanted to see coming into Challenger Series. Much more dominant. Even when they fall behind in certain positions, they were able to play the macro game a lot better. This is the Schalke that could challenge for those top spots. Origin need to work on exactly how they want to play mid-game, exactly how they want to play these scaling compositions. Otherwise, they will end up falling behind in the early game to a lot of the teams in Challenger Series.
And you got to think for Schalke as well, it's that 10-0 kind of wonder split that they ran through and then obviously kind of choked a bit in playoffs and fell back down. Like, you should come into this feeling very, very dominant. Maybe they kind of identified the mistakes they made in playoff and think, right, we can work on this. We have these 10 games to play in to try and iron out these small issues before we come back into playoffs again and really start stepping up. But to be honest with you, the way that they're dealing with this game right now is very, very good, but it's a very, very binary scenario. They need to carry on this consistency across into other weeks. It's all great being able to deal with a split push focused team, but can you deal with the teams that have excellent macro in the late game? Can you deal with the teams who are all about the team fights, about taking these scaling compositions? If not, that's when things can really start going wrong for you, when you can get caught by surprise. They need to be able to adapt to all scenarios, and at least in this series, they've shown that they can adapt to the split push very, very well.
Origin as well last week, they beat PSG, who a lot of people were touting as one of the better teams in Challenger Series, but after this week's performance, PSG don't really look like a great foe to take down. Perhaps we overestimated Origin in their lineup. Perhaps they were the one-hit wonder in Challenger Series qualifiers, and now they will just get found out by these better, higher quality teams. Of course, they are only playing to try and, well, they're playing for first spot, but if you get up to the 4th spot, you're still making your way through to playoffs, and we saw Fnatic Academy and Misfits Academy come from further down in the table to be able to take the win and get through to LCS. So it's not the end of the world losing to one of these top-tier teams, but you want to be working out exactly why you lost and exactly how you can improve for further weeks, because as we've said time and time again, Derry, every week of Challenger Series matters. It's only a 5-week split. Every game matters We've seen ties decided by one single win before.
The other big question is who you put in the bottom two in this whole group. Like, do you say Origin, you know, they had a great week last week and this week they've looked pretty poor? Is it just that there's a 1 week here they have a bit of tough competition who found them out? Or do you think it's a case of, okay, we now understand what you're about and we can dial it under tower dive?
Engage! Zani gets absolutely melted. Dan looking for the grand challenge. Parries on the knockback. Norscaren's going to eat him up. Quickset's being pulled back with the stretching strike. Dan trying to escape. Darkside there as well. Quickset's already dead. Schalke Nullfear can look to dive this tower as the Featherstorm comes out. The route on Memento Darkside running the wrong way across this map. Schalke Nullfear will leave him alone and just get the tower themselves. They've already got 2 kills. They do get the ping on towards Darkside as well. They might continue to go for the chase as Memento jumps in. Darkside running his way down towards the bottom side. Memento just needs to look for the slow here. Gets a stretching strike out. Darkside with a deadly plumage trying to run his way away. But here comes Smitty J as well from the top side. Elastic Slingshot doesn't connect. The unstable matter will. Smitty J goes in. The flash away from Darkside might keep him alive for the time being. Schalke Nullfear though will be satisfied. 5-0 and 4 towers to the good.
Looking pretty solid for them so far. Not far off a perfect game as well, bar letting that Drake go across to Origin, but obviously wasn't on top of their concern. Their concern was more about what we spoke earlier. We were kind of, when we were talking in the middle of all our jokes about the team and the motivate side of things, it is about the team play for these guys. You know, in some cases, sacrificing the Drake for towers, for kills elsewhere, for getting your team ahead is what they need, and being 6,000 in the lead at 19 minutes, that's definitely not a bad result to have.
Not at all. Let's have another look at this because Schalke just turned straight onto Zani.
Yeah, a little bit special. This is the problem with the new Rex side build, is that it's very, very fighter-based. It isn't really attuned to being a tank. It's more about the damage, and you know, you get a lot more now. The base damages are taken down. It was about the total AD or the bonus AD that you have to really buff up those skills. And in this case, you're incredibly squishy for a long time until you start getting those later game kind of tanky items after you've got the warriors, after you've got a couple more damage items. And really, it feels like the same issue from earlier on. There is no definitive tank here for OG. There's no definitive CC, bar the knock-up coming through from Zani, bar the hook coming through from Quickset.
Memento will start up the Infernal Drake, will be their first dragon of the game if they can get it. Looks like OG is setting up towards the top side, so it should be a pretty easy dragon for Schalke Nullfear. Caedrel's now finished his Wit's End alongside that Nash's Tooth. Smitty J, Ravenous Hydra, and the Black Cleaver. And Upset just has the Blade of the Ruin King with a Zeal item coming in next, probably a Runans. They're going to chase onto Dan here, no flash for him. Gets hit with the arrow, gets stunned up, gets taken down. Easy enough kill for Upset. He's 2-0-3 now on this Ashe.
It's such an open invitation once you see a Fiora use the riposte to just fire any kind of hard CC her way. That's the kind of thing that often gives Fiora a good advantage. People hesitate, even if only half a second, about whether or not they should use CC.
Oh, Smitty wants this. Memento's on his way as well. Look at the damage already onto Darkside. Memento jumps in. He can pull them back if he wants. Zani, let's bounce straight onto Darkside. 3 members of OG just melted by Schalke Nullfear. Upset's going to chase onto Scarlet as well. Takes a Hemoblade to the face. Here comes Memento. Smitty J on the chase as well. Memento flashes the wall, stretching strike for the slow, but not going to be able to chase too much further. And this could be a Baron call. Caedrel wasn't even in that fight. Still had teleport, still had intervention. Schalke Nullfear 9-0 up, looking for the Baron. Already 5 towers up as well. 4 actually, as they can't quite take that bottom lane one. But this is just too easy for them. They are rampaging all over this Origin lineup.
Yeah, with the Baron on their side at 21 minutes, it's looking like it might be another game similar to the last one. That one ended out at about 26 minutes, and well, I think I want to say maybe this one now. Caedrel, it's been a slow start on this KL thus far. KL on Caedrel, sounds pretty good. Wit's End and Nash's Tooth already completed for him, so he has those items that he needs. He can deal with Scarlet super easy now. So now you stick him in the side lane, he split pushes for days, he's got TP available to join a fight if he needs to. It's fairyland for Schalke right now, and I don't see any way in which Origin can really bring this one back.
Well, a 9,000 gold lead at 21 minutes is pretty insurmountable. And a lot of that sitting in top lane. 3,000 ahead is Smitty J. 2,000 in the jungle, 2,000 in, well, 1,000 in the mid lane as well. 2,000 in that AD carry role. And 1,500 for Norscaren. Hope he's picked up an Executioner's Calling with that. Oh no. I used to pick up Sword of the Occult and Thresh when I was ahead. Just because it was memes.
Is this when you were back in Silver?
I've never been in Silver, actually. Straight into Gold when I started playing. Some of us haven't experienced the low elo lifestyle like other people. Schalke Nullfear at the moment experiencing the high life as they look to get towards the top of the Challenger Series group. That's another kill, a killing spree for Upset, and this is all she wrote you have to feel for Origin. Smitty J's going to hug the wall. Dandan's trying to do what he can, but he can't get through the cold and meek. Zani gets away. Let's bounce, says Memento. Jumps into the fray against Zani and Quickset. Meanwhile, in the top lane, still 2 people of Schalke pushing in. Caedrel's joined this fight down towards the bottom side, just melts through the towers. So much attack speed on that Kale. This will be an inhibitor falling. Upset's actually farming Razorbeaks because why do you need to push the lanes? Inhibitor in the bottom lane goes down. Origin 11-0 behind and 12,000 gold to the bad against this Schalke 04 lineup.
Feels like a very harsh lesson for Origin here that, you know, sometimes it ain't all sunshine and rainbows, that there are going to be teams out there who do figure out how to deal with Dan in this split push scenario.
I think Origin are used to losing after the last split that they have had.
Origin maybe, the players less so.
Yeah, that is true. The second inhibitor looks to be going down. Mid lane inner tier tower's gone out. Inhibitor tower is the next target for Darkside. Schalke 04 trying to play this one by the numbers as they look for their third inhibitor tower. Actually looks like Upset is just going to back away and Schalke will be content for the time being. Yet to have a death against them, and doesn't look to be changing anytime soon.
And the only stain on their record here seems to be that Drake they gave away, but it's not like that is really going to fuss them, because what's the point of having a mounted Drake if you don't even get the chance to attack towers? Every single tower still stands for Schalke right here. Origin just struggling to even find an in. Look at the look at the scores across the whole team. Really, it's the Vladimir and the Zaya who you kind of look into here, saying you can have some impact. But Smitty J has completely shut Dan out of the game once again. And surely here you think, well, this can be a lesson for you in future weeks. You need to be banning away things like this to deal with Dan.
Arrow doesn't connect. Upset fires wide. Perhaps a little bit late on that one. They're looking for this inhibitor tower in the mid as 5-man pushes in. Memento there with the jump, gonna land on towards Zani. Can't quite get there. They get into Upset, but the intervention heals him up, and the eat from Norskeren as well. That's one dead. Cadral's taking out Zani. Smitty J jumping into the backline as well. That's two. Danda's gonna get absolutely taken down by Schalke 04. It's a triple for the Ash. Abyssal Voyage comes in. They want a little bit more. Smitty J looking for the Ruthless Predator stun. Can get it onto Darkside. Gets rooted up himself. Memento flashes.
Why? Because why not?
Because why not, indeed. It is all sunshine and marshmallows for Schalke 04. 24 minutes in, 15 kills to nil. They just look absolutely unstoppable as they make their way to second place in this Challenger Series. Origin, as you say, learn a harsh lesson today. You cannot win every game. They need to learn a lot to come back next week. But Schalke 04 will take the series 2-1.
2-0.
2-0. Had production talking in my ears. So.
It was distracting you by saying the number 1 over and over again.
Yeah, well, 2-0. 2-0.
2-0 indeed.
Where's the scoreline? I'm just going to check that wire behind my back.
Yeah, but I think the one thing to take away from these games today is, you know, you said at the start of the day, like, every single game is worth watching. There's no game you look at and think, it's all right, like, probably not worth paying attention to. Every game feels so important. You know, the story from last week of Origin looking super solid, bringing down one of the giants in PSG, to this week being completely crushed by another one in Schalke.
That's true.
Wind and Rain taking a game away from Team RB. You never would have written that down into history books, like I said earlier on. So it's been a really good week. And week 3, this is when things really start heating up. You have the 2 weeks where potentially you can make some mistakes and start learning for them. But next week is when it starts to count. Next week is when we start seeing teams eliminated altogether.
Well, we are going to have a quick look at the replays from that last game. Look away if you're an Origin fan. Cover your eyes, because I fear there is no joy to be found in the next minute or so. Schalke 04. Well, they definitely lived up to their name with some of these tower dives.
Absolutely no fear, especially for Smitty J. But across both games, to be fair, has been a standout performer, I feel, for both of them. We said early on, if you can deal with Dan, and we said it last week as well, if you deal with Dan, you deal with Origin. And this is the perfect answer. Smitty J saying, right, Renekton, 2 games, lane bully, anti-fun, give it to me. I'm going to win this out for us.
It's not anti-fun for him. I think Smitty J went like 7-0 at the end of this game, absolutely dominating. Got that triple, of course, as well. Even had a GA at the end of the game. So they just looked absolutely unstoppable, in all honesty. This is the Schalke that other teams should be very afraid of. And they still have some big games to play, but you have to think some of their toughest challenges are already down. You know, they've got Giants, yes, who I'd say is the toughest opponent in the Challenger Series at the moment, but they've already played RB, they've already played Origin now. They've got, I was going to say they've got Schalke 04 to play against, but they haven't. They've got PSG to play, who haven't looked strong at all. And then they've got War. And those aren't the toughest opposition in the world, although War did look okay in the second game against RB today. I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say they looked good, but they were able to close it out. So you have to give them some credit there.
And I think if you kind of give them another week purely on the basis they didn't have their full roster last week, maybe next week is the time where we can really definitively say Wind and Rain will be in top 4, yes or no. I think it's a bit too early to assume now, but if they play like how they did today, they made Red Bulls. They took them to a very long, drawn-out, painful game, but they still managed to do it, and they still managed to show that late game they can compete with the best.
That's true. At the moment, I would say yes to War. I think I'm going to do power rankings because I quite like doing power rankings at the end of the week. Okay, we ready?
Should I write this down?
Ready? Yeah, you write this down.
Okay,
I wrote down this down just last week. Giants top spot.
Okay.
RB, then Schalke. And then War.
And order for the last two? A 5th place,
PSG
please.
and then Origin. PSG and then Origin, in my opinion.
Ooh, okay.
And I think Giants it's pretty self-explanatory. They have looked the strongest in their wins. RB I put above Schalke just because I think there's a little bit more for them to give. There's a few more unknown quantities. Schalke looked very strong today, though, but they were playing against a weak Origin team, in my opinion. And then I think War, having taken the game off RB, will use it as an impetus to learn more and to improve. So hopefully they can work on their motivation and their improvement. Let's have a look at the final standings for today. Giants will be taking that top spot at 2-0 in the kill. In the wins?
In the kill
scores. Schalke and Origin are... Actually, it's Schalke first because they've drawn a match and won a match. Origin there because of their win from week 1. And then RB with 2 draws. We're actually in 4th place. So not many people would have expected that. Wind and Rain in 5th. And Paris Saint-Germain in that last spot with no wins thus far.
It's all kind of good we could sit here and say, well, RB are on 2 draws at this point. It's the same thing we saw in CSQ, right, where some of the games they could probably draft a little bit better, look a bit more consistent, I think, across the whole series. It's going to be the same story for most of Challenger Series, it feels, as well. If they can get into playoffs, that's when they've really got to step up and show. We definitely do this. And I won't be too kind of disillusioned for a lot of these teams right now. I think there's the opportunity, maybe less so for PSG now that they're 0-0-2.
Well, they went 0-0-2.5. Last time and still made it to playoffs. So
exactly.
There is still a possibility.
That's what I mean. You can't be too disheartened. Even though it looks quite grim, the outlook looks grim now, there's still, like I say, week 3 is when it really starts to count. There are still 3 weeks where they could end up going 3-2, and that pretty much guarantees you a spot. And
with how the groups have come out thus far and the wins have come out, I actually expect us to have a lot of tiebreakers near the end of the split, or the possibility of
it's going to be a long 5th week.
Yeah, well, at the end of week 5, at the start of week 5 last split, there was a possibility for a 4-way tie, which is basically just crazy. It never happened. We didn't get a single tiebreaker. We were very fortunate in that regard. But yeah, the way that things are standing at the moment with only 1 or 2 points separating a lot of teams, expect to see some ties at the end of this one. It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be a head-scratcher for the admins, potentially.
That it is. Well, we are going to close it out for today. Before we do, I want to say thank you to Zotac for sponsoring the Challenger Series here in Europe for this summer split. Make sure you go and have a look at their Twitter at Zotac_UK. That's it from us for tonight and for today. Thank you very much for watching. I've been Aeromedic Chamberlain, joined by Jack Jaws Wright, I always get the wrong around, who is not on the desk at the moment, and Demi Desertu Holt here on my left. Thank you very much for watching, guys. We'll be back same time next week.